Chapter 432. Third time is all that counts. The ice pill palace was vast and magnificent. It was one of the biggest medicine halls in the Stone Saint Nation. It was as famous as the Extreme Palace's Extreme Dan Hole. Naturally, there were countless spirit herbs here. As long as it was a spirit herb that had appeared in the Stone Saint Nation before, it would have everything here. Lin Ling's first objective on this trip was to refine the 6th Revolution Bone-Forging Silver Dragon Pill. The second was to refine the 7th Cycle Awakening Pill for the Heavenly Concubine. The third was to refine the Celestial Crystal Pill. The Celestial Crystal Pill was the most commonly used pill of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. It was refined with mid-grade spirit crystals and could increase one's cultivation. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was qualified to break through to the early stage of the Sky Spirit Realm now that he had accumulated enough martial arts. At this moment, the Ice Pill Hall was bustling with noise. A large number of disciples were walking in and out. They were chatting as they walked. However, when two figures appeared in the distance, they subconsciously stopped talking and looked over. The son of the Heavenly Concubine and Hall Master Mo. In fact, most of them were looking at the handsome young man. Previously, many disciples had taken the opportunity to teach the young man a lesson, but in the end, they were taught a lesson by the young man instead, which made the Ice Temple lose face. However, they knew that this was not the end of it. After all, the young man's mother was too dazzling. Therefore, if the young man did not have a certain level of strength, he was not qualified to be her son, and no one would believe in him. One must know that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Relying on his mother's halo, he would not be able to go far. Stop. Right at this moment, a figure blocked Lin Ling and the other person. As expected, someone from the Ice Temple made a move. The crowd looked at the person who walked out and sneered. It was Elder Jiang Hong. This elder's position in the Ice Palace was only below Elder Wu and Hall Master Mo. Furthermore, he was the former disciple of Hall Master Mo. As Hall Master Mo's disciple, he had always been arrogant and worshipped Hall Master Mo. When this youth came from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he wanted to borrow his mother's influence to seek refuge with the Ice Hall. Jiang Hong was obviously the first person to object. Ice Pill Palace, trash and trash are not allowed to enter. Jiang Hong looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Then, when he saw that the Heavenly Concubine wanted to speak, he continued, "Heavenly Concubine, you are the honorary Hall Master of the Ice Palace. Why do you keep helping this trash? Don't you know his purpose? He's here for the benefits of the Ice Palace, such as entering the Ice Pill Palace to search for spirit herbs. You better stay away from this kind of person." Jiang Hong obviously looked down on Lin Ling. He believed that Lin Ling had joined the Ice Palace to plunder their cultivation resources. His words caused the crowd to be stunned for a moment. Then, disdainful voices could be heard. They didn't like this young man from the beginning, but who knew that this young man was not only trash, but also greedy? He came to the Ice Pill Palace just to get cultivation resources. "Elder Jiang, don't talk nonsense," the Heavenly Concubine couldn't help but say. Her heart was filled with anger. After all, being rude to Lin Ling once was fine, but a second or third time was too much. Lin Ling only came to the Ice Palace to see his senior sister, but after she left, Lin Ling decided to stay in the Ice Palace for a short period of time. What was laughable was that they actually accused Lin Ling of being greedy for the Ice Pill Palace's cultivation resources. "Lin Ling, do you need to be greedy for those little treasures? No matter what, today, you and he can't enter the Ice Pill Palace." Jiang Hong was unmoved. He coldly said, "And Heavenly Concubine, you're still too young, you don't understand the ways of the world. You don't know that some people only know how to use their mother's halo, they don't know how to do anything else. However, I'll only say this once. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. All right." After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling and said like a senior, "Your mother is my master. Although I don't recognize your identity, I won't bully you. If you want to enter the Ice Pill Palace, you can, but use your pills to defeat me." "Alright. Your mother used to be a top alchemist in the Stone Saint country. As her son, if you don't have the strength, you should leave the Ice Palace and stay away from the Stone Saint country. Your mother's honor is not something you or your father can compare to." "Alright." His words were very harsh. Although he respected his master, he humiliated his master's son. Perhaps in his heart, his master was too perfect, so he wanted to be even better. At least, he wanted to be his master's son. He wanted to be the #1 genius in the Cloud Realm. Grandma Wu said that Lin Ling is now an elder of the Ice Palace. "What qualifications do you have to stop him?" "Stop!" Heavenly Concubine shouted when she saw Jiang Hong's overbearing attitude. "Jiang Hong, you've gone too far. You're just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to be an elder of the Ice Palace?" Jiang Hong sneered. He looked at Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, and shook his head in disdain. "Enough. Stop." At this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. Lin Ling finally spoke. "Perhaps in your heart, my mother is a perfect woman, but in my heart, she is my mother. I just want to see her and let my father reunite with her." Lin Ling said calmly. Jiang Hong sneered, "Reunite? You and your father, that trash, are qualified." "Shut up. Shut up. Shut up." Lin Ling interrupted and angrily shouted at Jiang Hong in front of everyone. Jiang Hong's expression became somewhat unsightly. "It doesn't matter if I'm qualified or not, the blood that flows in my veins is her blood. That's enough. When I came to the Ice Palace, your elder Wu stopped me from entering. Then, he used the excuse of teaching to make things difficult for me. Now, he's even stopping me. Do you really think I'm afraid?" Lin Ling looked at everyone coldly. "I am only giving face to my mother and Heavenly Concubine. That is why I didn't make things difficult for you. However, the same thing cannot be done more than 3 times. Yes. Indeed, since Lin Ling came to the Ice Palace, he has been tolerating him. Because these are his mother's disciples, he gave them face. But some people don't know how to cherish it and humiliate him again and again." Lin Ling. "Yes." Heavenly Concubine's eyes flickered as she softly shouted. She knew that this youngster is very good to his family and friends. However, to his enemies, he is like a cold winter blade. The reason why Lin Ling is tolerating them is because he treats the Ice Palace as his friends. But now, the Ice Palace is continuously testing Lin Ling's patience, forcing Lin Ling to treat them as his enemies. "You guys, enough is enough." Heavenly Concubine looked at everyone with cold eyes. These people's standards are too high, they consider everything beneath them. "Heavenly Concubine, this is none of your business." However, Jiang Hong interrupted her and sneered at Lin Ling. "You don't seem to recognize yourself. You think you are some big shot. You actually said that you are tolerating us. Since that is the case, you don't need to tolerate anymore. If you want to enter the Ice Pill Palace, then use pills to defeat me. Otherwise, scram. Fuck off. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fuck off." Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he nodded. "Alright, if you lose, leave your life behind. Fuck off." Silence. The entrance of the Ice Pill Palace became incomparably quiet. This youngster's courage is extraordinary. After angering him, he will cut off all means of retreat and gamble with his life. "You." Jiang Hong's eyes narrowed. His gaze met the young man's, and he realized that the young man's eyes were filled with determination. He wasn't joking at all, but rather, he was fighting with his back against the wall. He had the courage to fight to the death. Suddenly, he found that this youngster is not as weak as he imagined. He is also not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Sorry, the update is late. Originally, I wanted to write more, but I saw a lot of comments urging me to update, so I can only post it now. Here, I thank Chu Jun Feng, yay, Shui Yu, I promise you a lifetime of gentleness. Feng Shao, be serious, learn to listen to your classmates' tips, thank you. Chapter 433. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 6th Grade Bone Forging Green Gold Elixir. The path of alchemy is the same as the path of martial arts. One must forge ahead bravely and face death to survive. Only then will one be able to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Otherwise, if one only pursues stability and tranquility, why would one step into the path of alchemy? Since we have to gamble, then let's gamble with our lives. Lin Ling's voice was a little hoarse. I don't care how you humiliate me, but you are not allowed to humiliate my father as a trash. You are not allowed to say that my father is not worthy of my mother. So, I will gamble with my life. I will gamble with my mother's foresight and my father's pride. Everyone thought that he and his father were burdens, trash, and trash. He wanted everyone to know that his father and mother were a match made in heaven. His mother gave up everything to marry his father. Her foresight was not wrong. Silence. The surroundings were still silent. When the crowd heard the youth's words, their hearts rippled. They just realized that this youth was the same as Hall Master Mo and had a hidden pride in his heart. You are ultimately her son. Although I don't like you, I will not let you lose your life in the ice hall. Otherwise, when she returns, the ice hall will not be able to answer to her. So be it if you gamble with your life. Right at this moment, an aged voice echoed. From afar, an expressionless old woman walked over slowly. It was Elder Wu. You think that I will lose? Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at the old woman indifferently. He knew what Elder Wu meant. She meant that he, Lin Ling, would definitely lose and eventually lose his life. Therefore, Elder Wu did not allow Lin Ling to gamble with his life. This was for Lin Ling's own good. Exactly. The old woman walked into the crowd and looked at Lin Ling expressionlessly. Do you know who Jiang Hong is? He is the third best alchemist in the Stone Saint Nation. He inherited your mother's legacy and is only second to your mother. Perhaps you don't understand how powerful he is. Let me give you an example. You came from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and should have heard of the imperial physician, Feng Mozhui. Jiang Hong's strength is on par with him. Although he is not as good as Grandmaster Dan Ding, He Yen Shan, he is not far off. Of course, you might be a nobody in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and have never heard of Feng, but you can ask around. Elder Wu's attitude, she was arrogant and full of contempt for Lin Ling. Her words caused the ice hall's Jiang Hong. However, the heavenly concubine shook her head and found it laughable. Feng Mozhui. Feng Mozhui. As far as she knew, this esteemed senior had addressed Lin Ling as little teacher. As He Yen Shan. Elder Wu actually said that Lin Ling did not have the chance to meet him. This was simply sarcastic. He Yen Shan was Lin Ling's master. Furthermore, if there were many alchemy problems that even He Yen Shan could not solve, he would definitely help Lin Ling. Of 2. Alright. You don't have to emphasize how powerful your ice hall is. Since we are not betting with our lives, the loser will have to kneel and apologize. Lin Ling said indifferently. Other than apologizing, the loser will have to be slapped 3 times by the winner. Of course, if you feel embarrassed, you can choose not to slap yourself. But you will have to get out of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom forever. You are not allowed to use my master's name to show off. Jiang Hong said indifferently. His goal was to chase Lin Ling away. All right then. Let's begin. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and nodded. Subsequently, everyone walked forward and entered the ice pill hole. They arrived at a giant plaza. There were many elixir furnaces stacked in layers. It was the place where the ice pill hall refined elixirs. Why bother? Isn't it good to be an ordinary person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Why are you so stubborn? Is the position of Ice Hall Elder and endless cultivation resources very important to you? When Lin Ling and Jiang Hong walked towards the elixir furnaces, Elder Wu sighed and said. She had a huge prejudice against Lin Ling. If I don't even dare to acknowledge my mother, then I am not worthy of being called a son. Lin Ling didn't even look at the old woman and said indifferently. He then walked in front of one of the elixir furnaces. The old woman shook her head and said, Nianchen, you won't blame me, right? I just want him to know his true colors. After sighing, she said slowly, the elixir contest is very simple. Whoever can refine the elixir of the higher grade wins. Once she said this, Lin Ling and Jiang Hong both nodded. They then wrote down the spirit herbs they wanted and asked someone to prepare them. Each person only had one set of herbs. If they failed in refining the elixir, it meant that they had lost. As for the two contestants, one was the third-ranked elixir refiner in the Stone Saint Nation. The other was a nameless youth who borrowed his mother's name and came to the ice hall to plunder resources. In fact, many people already knew who was stronger and who was weaker. Hall Master Mo is so holy and noble. Who knew that his son would be so lowly? How sad. More and more people gathered. Many people shook their heads. They knew that Elder Jiang would let the youth know his true colors. The elixir I want to refine is a 6th grade bone-shaping green gold elixir. As everyone knows, if an earth spirit realm cultivator wants to break through to the sky spirit realm, their innate spiritual body and comprehension of great concepts are the key. However, if one wants to refine a heavenly spirit origin elixir of a higher grade, then one's own foundation is also very important. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, causing the square to fall silent. Jiang Hong looked indifferently at Lin Ling and continued, the stronger the body, the more spirit energy it can contain. The 6th grade bone-shaping green gold elixir is an elixir that strengthens the bones. It has the effect of turning bones into green gold. Amazing! I finally understand why some geniuses can fight above their level. It is because their foundation is more solid. The bone-shaping green gold elixir is also one of the factors that allows geniuses to fight above their level. This 6th grade elixir is priceless. After a moment of silence, the crowd exclaimed one after another. Jiang Hong was indeed capable to become the third-ranked elixir refiner in the Stone Saint Nation. Come out, 9-hole dragon flame cauldron. Boom! At this moment, Jiang Hong gave a low shout and waved his right hand. A ray of purple light floated out from his rune pouch and a cauldron floated in front of him. It was a cauldron about the size of a small stone plate. 9 dragons were carved around the cauldron, continuously circling and spitting out clouds, as if they had come to life. That is a battle weapon. It is said that Elder Jiang spent a lot of money to buy it at the cloud auction. It can actually turn ordinary fire into dragon flames and is of great help to elixir refiners who don't have innate spiritual bodies of the fire attribute. Boom! Many people revealed looks of admiration as they stared at the mysterious cauldron. Cauldrons had a great influence on elixir refiners and were related to the formation of the elixir. Now that Jiang Hong had displayed the 9-orifice dragon flame cauldron, he had an innate advantage. Although I don't know what your level of elixir refinement is, I'm guessing that you've learned some superficial knowledge from some unknown elixir refiners. Therefore, I don't want to waste time and will refine first. Jiang Hong glanced at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes and then waved his hands. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. His hands were like fluttering butterflies. In front of him, the lid of the 9-orifice dragon flame cauldron floated open. The 9 orifices emitted white smoke and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Green love stone, golden cauldron flower, agate horn. Chapter 434. My turn. Everyone knew that the first step to refining pills was to refine the ingredients, removing the impurities and preserving the essence. Although this step seemed simple, it was a test of one's control. The refining of each ingredient was related to the success rate of the pill. But Jiang Hong was refining more than 30 ingredients at the same time. His skill was terrifying. As expected of Elder Jiang. The crowd exclaimed. Some alchemists even studied without blinking. This is what Hallmaster Mo taught me, the 18 methods of spirit tempering. However, only 1 in 10,000 people can learn it. After all, only those with sharp soul power can do it. Jiang Hong explained as he refined. His words were full of arrogance, as if he was saying that he was the only one in the world who could inherit Hallmaster Mo's mantle. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling, who was not far away. At this moment, Lin Ling was ignoring everything in the square. Instead, he took out an ancient book and began to read slowly. Trying to make a last-ditch effort? Ha! Jiang Hong shook his head and said disdainfully. He took it as Lin Ling giving up. Of course, this was normal. He had shown off his expensive furnace and mysterious techniques. It was not easy for Lin Ling to still be standing in the square and not give up in shame. The 18 methods of spirit tempering. Are there really 18 types? If I remember correctly, there should be 99 types. As if sensing Jiang Hong's gaze, Lin Ling said to himself. His eyes were still looking at the book in his hand, but his calm words made Jiang Hong's pupils dilate. Lin Ling did not panic. Instead, he was very calm, and even ignored him calmly. This made Jiang Hong very uncomfortable. Didn't my mother teach you that when refining pills, you must not let your mind wander and concentrate wholeheartedly? If you have the time to laugh at others, why don't you pay attention to your own pills? Your soul power can control the 18 methods of spirit tempering. That's the limit. This time, the words caused Jiang Hong's expression to change. Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the 18 methods of spirit tempering. He even knew how to refine materials. In fact, he could reach 99 methods. However, this mysterious method could only be taught by example. When Lin Ling came to the Ice Palace, Hallmaster Mo had already left. So, how could Lin Ling know the methods of spirit tempering? You must have heard about it. Jiang Hong's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he began to concentrate on refining spirit tempering pill. After a long time, the alchemy furnace in front of him made the heavens and earth. A pill was about to appear, and it was a 6th grade pill. As for Jiang Hong, his face was solemn. It's in Jiang Hong's alchemy. But at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, as if he was talking to himself. The moment the grade 6 bone-forging green gold pill comes out of the furnace is the most crucial moment. You're despicable. How dare you interfere with my mind? Jiang Hong was stunned for a moment, then he said coldly. Many people in the crowd nodded. That young man saw that Elder Jiang was about to succeed, but he dared to interrupt him. Was he going to do anything to win? I'm just saying it to myself. If you focus on refining pills, you won't be affected even if the heavens and earth shatter. Lin Ling was still looking at the book, but he shook his head. Did he interrupt? He was just saying what he thought. It's done. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice. The alchemy furnace shook violently as if it was suppressing a dragon. Then, Jiang Hong made a complicated seal with his hands and shouted, "Open." A pill shot out, releasing a green light in the air. 6 ripples spread out, causing everyone's eyes to narrow slightly. They were excited. The pill was a success. 6 ripples represented 6 pill patterns. That was the characteristic of a 6th grade pill. Good, good, good. Our ice palace has another rare pill. Congratulations, Elder Jiang. Not far away, Elder Wu sat on a chair and drank tea. She put down the teacup happily and waved her right hand. The fragrant pill floated to her. She looked at it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. Although it hasn't reached the Earth class, it's still a rare 6th grade pill. Elder Wu said again. What? A 6th grade pill refined to the Earth class. Elder Jiang really knows the essence of Palace Master Mo. The crowd exclaimed in shock. As everyone knew, every grade of pills was divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Heaven rank pills were the last and Yellow rank pills were the worst. As for 6th grade pills, very few people were able to refine Mystic rank pills. Most of them were Yellow rank pills, but even so, they were still able to make countless martial artists admire and respect them. That was why Jiang Hong's 6th grade Yellow tier medicinal pellets shocked everyone to the core. I was just lucky. Jiang Hong didn't care about the admiring gazes. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You can leave by yourself." He seemed to have one, so he asked Lin Ling to leave on his own. Get the hell out of the Stone Saint Nation. This is unavoidable. But one of the previous bets was to kneel down and apologize. Elder Jiang, you can't let him off so easily. All the disciples sneered and looked at Lin Ling. Under all the gazes, Lin Ling's face was still calm. He finally closed the book in his hand and raised his head slowly. He glanced at the crowd and said, "It's my turn." His words stunned everyone. This young man didn't give up. Even Elder Wu was surprised. Only Jiang Hong smiled faintly and said, "You didn't give up right away. That's good. It's your turn. Make your move." 6th grade bone forging green gold pill. If I want to win, I must refine a 6th grade pill, or even a 7th grade pill. Ignoring Jiang Hong's voice, Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The reason he read the book before was to familiarize himself with the 3 types of pills. 1. 7 Transformations Awakening Pill. 2. Bone Forging Silver Dragon Pill. 3. Heavenly Crystal Pill. This was the reason why he came to the Ice Pill Palace. As for the 3 types of pills, he naturally needed a lot of spiritual herbs. Luckily, he had prepared all the herbs for the bone-forging silver dragon pill and heavenly crystal pill. Only the 7 transformations awakening pill that he prepared for the heavenly concubine needed the herbs from the Ice Pill Palace. Now, the herbs were taken out by the Ice Pill Palace and placed on the table for Lin Ling to examine. Then, he nodded and took out the spiritual herbs that he had prepared. What kind of pill is he going to refine? Why does he need so many spiritual herbs? As the herbs were laid out, the crowd was shocked. There were almost 100 spiritual herbs on Lin Ling's table. No one could tell what Lin Ling was thinking. He's just trying to be mysterious. He prepared so many herbs in advance. If he fails, he can refine the pill again. Jiang Hong was also surprised, but he had a guess. However, this was the only explanation that made sense. Wait, look. He took out a lot of spiritual crystals. Just then, the crowd exclaimed again. Lin Ling wanted to refine the heavenly crystal pill. The main ingredient of this pill was spiritual crystals, and they had to be middle spiritual crystals. Chapter 435. Shock. Wait, that's the bone-forging ginkgo. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another person exclaimed. Lin Ling took out another rare treasure, the bone-forging ginkgo. It was said that this treasure only appeared in the 100 territories and was the best spiritual herb for martial artists to forge their bones. We thought he wanted to suck up to the ice pill palace and rob them of their cultivation resources. But the situation now seems to be the opposite. In the midst of the silence, someone suddenly spoke up. The square became even more silent. Everyone's heart trembled and they suddenly felt that it was ironic and even embarrassing. They were mocking the young man for being greedy for the ice pill palace's treasures. But the young man seemed to have more than the ice pill palace. The young man didn't need to suck up to the ice pill palace. The ice pill palace was thinking too highly of themselves. This young man is humiliating us. Jiang Hong was embarrassed because he was the one who had slandered Lin Ling. But he quickly smiled coldly and said, taking out so many treasures just to show off. Unfortunately, this is an elixir competition, not a competition of wealth. His words made people feel that he was trying to show off, as if he didn't want to lose face. Of course, there was a reason behind it. This was an elixir competition, not a treasure competition. So, the crowd looked at Lin Ling again and shook their heads. The young man had countless treasures, but he seemed to have forgotten the most important thing, which was the alchemy furnace. Without the alchemy furnace, what could the young man use to refine elixirs? Even if he has the alchemy furnace, can it compare to my 9-hole dragon furnace? Plus, with his level of attainment, he can't control a powerful alchemy furnace. Jiang Hong smiled faintly and said, he can't escape defeat. Beside him, Elder Wu wasn't surprised by the result. She took a sip of tea and was about to announce the result. But at this moment, the square became silent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the young man in the square. Flames bloomed and formed a mysterious seal in midair. That seal was ancient and as big as a millstone. Its entire body was engraved with complex patterns of flames. It was extremely mysterious. However, this mysterious seal gave off an extremely familiar feeling. It was the alchemy method without a furnace. In the past, Hall Master Mo's alchemy technique made him famous in the Stone Saint country. He was able to refine pills without the help of a pill furnace, and that mysterious seal was the melody of ice. However, in the youth's hands, it had transformed into a melody of fire. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded in the hearts of everyone in the square. The square was dead silent. How does he know Nian Chen's alchemy technique? Elder Wu's pupils constricted and her aged right hand clenched subconsciously. The teacup that she had yet to put into her mouth shattered with a loud crack. She did not seem to notice the boiling hot tea spilling onto her hand. It was said that the alchemy technique came from the 100 territories. This meant that Mo Nianchen was the only one in the entire Cloud territory who knew how to concoct pills. Now that Mo Nianchen had left, there was no one to guide the young man, but the young man was able to demonstrate the technique that Mo Nianchen was so proud of. That's impossible. I've seen Master use this alchemy method before, but I couldn't learn it at all. How did he learn it? Jiang Hong kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe his eyes. This young man isn't as useless as I thought. Everyone in the square was shocked. Not only did this youth not tarnish his mother's name, but he even made his mother's halo even more dazzling. Rise! At this moment, a low voice was heard. Under everyone's gaze, the young man raised his hands and all the herbs on the table flew into the mysterious seal in midair. Then, he began to refine them. It's him. The shock in the crowd's hearts hadn't disappeared yet, but they were shocked again. Previously, Jiang Hong had used the 18 spirit tempering techniques to refine 30 spiritual herbs at the same time. But now, the young man was refining all the herbs. There were almost 100 of them. Could it be that the young man's soul power was able to refine hundreds of spiritual herbs at the same time? This is Master's 99 spirit tempering techniques. As Mo Nianchen's disciple, Jiang Hong was very familiar with the mysterious spirit tempering techniques. But what he found unbelievable was that the young man had never seen his mother before. How did he learn his mother's technique? First, it was the alchemy technique without a furnace. Then, it was the 99 spirit tempering techniques. He couldn't figure it out at all. He didn't know that he had only taught Ammonienchen a few times, but Lin Ling had seen his mother refine pills countless times. How could they be compared? At this moment, the square was dead silent. Everyone's attention was on the young man. His hands are so fast. I think I can see Hallmaster Mo refining pills. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling's hands were as smooth as flowing water. It was pleasing to the eye. From time to time, he would refine a herb. At this moment, he was just like Ammonienchen. So similar, so similar. The crowd was in a daze. Lin Ling is indeed senior sister's son. Heavenly concubine also smiled. Everyone thought that Lin Ling wasn't fit to be Ammonienchen's son. But at this moment, Lin Ling at least proved that today was his stage. He, Lin Ling, didn't embarrass Ammonienchen. His flames are very strange. It seems to have two colors. The time he takes to refine the herbs is shorter than Elder Zhang's. But what kind of pill is he refining? The crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe as they stared ahead. Their words made Jiang Hong's face turn ugly. They were both refining. The young man had refined 100 herbs while he, Jiang Hong, had refined 30. But the young man's speed was faster. At this moment, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The funny thing was that not long ago, Jiang Hong was proud of his pill furnace in front of the young man. How ironic. However, Jiang Hong did not know what kind of elixir Lin Ling was refining. After all, the combination of over 100 types of spirit herbs and the refinement made people guess that Lin Ling was refining the heavenly crystal elixir. However, with the bone-forging ginkgo, people guessed that Lin Ling was refining a bone-forging elixir. Maybe he's deliberately mystifying things. He only knows the first half of the pill refining technique, but not the second half. So he's trying to please the crowd by refining all the herbs. Jiang Hong said coldly. Even now, he still didn't believe that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were better than his. But just as he finished speaking, the mysterious seal in front of him began to refine hundreds of herbs. 3 unformed pills gradually appeared. 3 types. Everyone saw clearly that the young man was refining 3 types at the same time. What? Jiang Hong roared. That young man was very ambitious and terrifying. He was arrogant enough to refine 3 types of pills at the same time. Was he trying to slap him in the face? Impossible, he'll fail. Elder Wu muttered to herself. She frowned. The young man wasn't just slapping Jiang Hong's face, he was slapping her face and everyone in the ice palace. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the front. The mysterious fire melody swayed as if it couldn't suppress the mysterious power of the 3 types of pills. It was about to explode. Sure enough, refining 3 types of pills at the same time. The heat isn't enough. He's playing with fire. Elder Wu said coldly with a tone of disdain. That young man was arrogant and he was going to have a taste of his own medicine. The higher the grade of the pill, the stricter the requirements for the heat. It was said that in ancient times, when those earth-shattering divine pills descended, the refining method was even stricter and the flame needed to be divine fire. Chapter 436. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 3 elixirs at the same time, serves him right. The melody of fire is about to collapse. His fire isn't strong enough. Jiang Hong sneered and felt relieved. Previously, the youth was very scary and kept on displaying his mysterious techniques, which made Jiang Hong afraid that he would lose. Fortunately, the youth overestimated himself and wanted to show off. Ultimately, it was all for naught. Explode. After taking a closer look, Jiang Hong suddenly muttered to himself. Boom! As expected, under his voice, the mysterious melody of fire couldn't suppress the elixir's power and finally exploded. Countless flames blossomed and turned the entire plaza into a volcano. No one saw that when the melody of fire was about to explode, a mysterious green flame surged out and spiraled in midair like a demonic dragon. It formed a mysterious runic seal. It was the melody of fire. This melody of fire was even more terrifying than the previous two. It was a pity that no one saw it. Everyone only saw the flames in the plaza and the thick smoke. Could he have been killed by the flames? Jiang Hong's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Lin Ling. Not far away, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes were flickering. She was extremely worried. She knew that this was a crucial moment as it concerned Lin Ling and his father's reputation. It also concerned her senior sister's judgment. Lin Ling will never embarrass senior sister. Soon enough, the heavenly concubine was determined. She believed that if the youth could create a miracle in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he could do the same in the Stone Saint Kingdom. The youth would never let senior sister down. At this moment, in the plaza, the thick smoke was billowing. The flames gradually dispersed, and a slender figure gradually appeared in the plaza. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The youth actually didn't die. You are still alive. You are considered lucky. Next time, please look at yourself clearly. Don't try to show off and risk your life. If you die, how am I going to answer to Nianchen? Seeing the youth's blurry figure appear, Elder Wu muttered to himself and finally felt relieved. On the side, Jiang Hong shook his head and said indifferently, "Everything that you did previously was very dazzling. A pity that it was all in vain. All of this is very ironic. Release the elixir." Right at this moment, a low voice echoed. The billowing thick smoke quietly dispersed, and the slender figure became clearer. Under everyone's gazes, the young man's face was calm and tranquil. A mysterious seal floated in front of him. It was the melody of fire, but at this moment, the melody of fire seemed even more terrifying. It was formed by a strange green flame dragon. The flaming dragon seemed to be alive as it roared and emitted an ancient aura. If the melody of fire was compared to a pill furnace, then the green flame dragon would be the pill fire and the green flame dragon would be the king body world purifying demonic flame. At this moment, Jiang Hong's 9-hole dragon flame furnace was extremely small compared to it. Of course, the most terrifying, the flaming dragon. Flaming Studios. Full flaming. FL flaming. The is to the flaming. To the swish tote this moment, the medicinal pill at the dragon's tail flew out, emitting a white light. Endless spiritual energy pervaded the air like water. Heaven flying flies is fulto FL to be to the heaven to be had FL flies to FL flies FL. This pill is very expensive. The crowd's faces stiffened. The young man had humiliated them with his pills. Did they have the right to laugh at the young man's greed for the benefits of the ice palace? Release the pill. The calm voice spoke again. A silver medicinal pill slowly floated out from the dragon's body. On the surface, the medicinal pill looked a bit ordinary. However, this was only the beginning. In the next moment, ripples began to blossom. There were a total of 6 ripples. This was a 6th-grade medicinal pill. He succeeded. Everyone's hearts trembled. To refine 3 types of pills in one go, and to even successfully refine a 6th-grade pill, this youth was no longer weaker than Elder Jiang. Chi. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky roiled over, and an unexpected event occurred. A bolt of lightning that was thick as a finger descended from the sky and smashed heavily onto the silver medicinal pill. Rumble. In mid-air, lightning snakes slithered around. The silver pill let out a dragon's roar. Endless lightning wrapped around the pill, causing a silver lightning dragon to swim out of the pill. Then, it circled around the pill before slowly disappearing into the pill. 6th grade bone forging silver dragon pill. Heaven rank, heaven rank. Looking at this scene with dumbfounded expressions, the crowd felt as though they saw the birth of a miracle. It was rumored that once an elixir reached the 6th grade, it would produce a heaven tier grade. It would then attract the baptism of the heaven and earth's thunder calamity, cleansing the body of the ordinary elixir and turning it into a heaven elixir. 6th grade heaven tier elixirs were extremely rare. As an alchemist, Jiang Hong was the clearest about all of this. He opened his mouth wide and was in a daze. They were both bone-forging elixirs, but his 6th grade bone-forging green gold pill was only at the mystic tier. However, this youth was refining a heaven tier elixir. How could his elixir be compared? Completely incomparable. Plop. He sat down weakly and still couldn't believe his eyes. He had lost to that youth. That youth was so young, but how could he refine such a terrifying elixir? Of course, if he knew that in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, even Fang Mozhui and He Yen Shan had to consult Lin Ling, he would definitely believe his own eyes. Release the elixir. The 3rd elixir flew out. This elixir wasn't at the heaven tier grade, but it had 7 elixir patterns on the surface. This meant that this elixir was a 7th grade elixir, and it landed in the hands of the heavenly concubine. 3 elixirs. One was priceless, one was at the 6th grade of the heaven tier, and the other was at the 7th grade. The most terrifying thing was that these 3 elixirs were refined by this youth at the same time. Who in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, or even the Cloud region had such strength? Even Mo Nianchen in the past couldn't do it. Lost. The Ice Palace Hall had lost, and everyone had nothing to say. They were all sincerely convinced. In the past, my mother was your master, and I was your master's son. However, you didn't have any respect for me and kept on humiliating me. Is this how you respect your master? In the silence, Lin Ling slowly walked up from the plaza and stood in front of Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong's face turned pale, and he couldn't say a word. Kneel down. The calm voice with an unquestionable tone echoed out again. Jiang Hong's eyes narrowed. He wanted to kneel down to this youth. Paw. A slap landed on Jiang Hong's face. Jiang Hong's face stiffened, and he couldn't react in time. You said that my father and I were trash and not worthy of my mother. Now that you've lost to me, does that mean you're worse than trash? Lin Ling looked at Jiang Hong coldly. Furthermore, as a disciple, do you have the right to make such a decision? Jiang Hong raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with anger, but for some reason, when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, he felt a sense of fear. It was as if the person standing in front of him wasn't this youth, but his master, Mo Nianchen. Kneel down. The cold voice echoed again, and the entire plaza fell silent. Mo Nianchen. The Ice Palace Hall Master of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She was also the strongest existence in the Ice Palace Hall. She was the holy goddess that everyone worshipped. Chapter 437. Like mother, like son. Heaven class elixir, using the lightning to cleanse the body, turning it into a heaven elixir. I lost in the end. Do I have to kneel? Jiang Hong lowered his head and mumbled to himself. He had heard what the young man said. He had tried his best to chase Lin Ling away because he thought that the young man was not qualified to be his master's son. Now that he had lost to the young man, did that mean that he was not qualified to be Lin Ling's mother's disciple? Furthermore, the young man said that he had no right to deny his master's foresight and decision. He did not think so in the past, but now, he had no right to decide. What did it have to do with him who his master was with? However, what he found hard to believe was that the young man had actually refined a heaven class, 6th grade elixir. Not only did he not embarrass his mother, he was even more dazzling than her. One had to know that in the cloud region, heaven-class elixirs were very rare. It could even be considered a miracle. Take He Yen-shan from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for example. Back then, he had refined an ungraded essence returning elixir into a heaven-class elixir. This had made him famous in the three kingdoms. However, the young man's difficulty was even higher. He had refined a 6th grade elixir into a heaven-class elixir. Thus, it was obvious how terrifying this was. Didn't my mother teach you that a man should take responsibility for his actions, be magnanimous, and be willing to accept defeat? The cold voice rang out again, causing Jiang Hong's eyes to flicker. Faintly, he seemed to hear his master reprimanding him. He raised his head. Under the sunlight, the young man in front of him had an indifferent expression, but that handsome face of his actually overlapped with his master's pure and holy figure. Master, this disciple knows his mistake. Put on. Jiang Hong knelt down and lowered his head. These 3 words were soft, but they were heavy like a mountain. It seemed like he was apologizing to his master, but also to the young man. In his heart, his master was perfect. However, at this moment, in his heart, the young man had completely suppressed him in the field of elixir. It made him feel like he was facing his master. He also knew that the pride of Mo Nianshan's son was not something he could bully. Elder Jiang has knelt down. Everyone in the plaza was shocked. Elder Jiang Hong, who had always looked down on the young man, was actually the first to admit defeat and kneel down. This scene was completely different from Elder Jiang's high and mighty bullying from before. For mother's sake, I won't pursue the matter this time, but this is the last time. Lin Ling lightly said. His words caused Elder Jiang Hong's body to tremble. But for some unknown reason, not only did he not feel any resentment, he even revealed a happy smile on his face. The crowd was shocked once again. Elder Jiang seemed to be overjoyed by the young man's generosity. Could it be that he really treated the young man as Hall Master Mo, as his own master? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling looked at Elder Wu. I know you don't like me, but I don't care. I also know that as an elder, you want your son to be successful, so you have high expectations for my mother. However, after my mother fell in love with my father, she abandoned everything and disappointed you. Therefore, you hate me, and you hate my father. That's right. Although you defeated Jiang Hong, that only proves that your talent in alchemy is not bad. It doesn't mean that you and your father can make up for everything. If it weren't for the two of you, your mother would have been able to go even further. Elder Wu said as he looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. This young man was indeed very powerful. She was extremely surprised, but for her to approve of this young man, it was impossible. Every parent and elder thinks that they have paved the path for their juniors, so the juniors should be grateful. However, they have never thought about whether the juniors want to walk that path. They also don't know that the juniors are also humans, not puppets. They also have the right to choose their own lives, and they also have things that they like. My mother and father loved each other. Although the two of them couldn't walk together in the end, they once had each other, and that's enough. Lin Ling looked at Elder Wu mockingly, and said word by word, you will never understand these things. You only think about yourself. I feel sad for you. Shaking his head, Lin Ling slowly left. His words caused Elder Wu to tremble, and an indescribable feeling of discomfort rose in her heart. Yes, every elder wanted their son to be successful, and wanted their juniors to have a brighter future. Therefore, she had also paved the path for Mo Nianshan, looking forward to seeing his future glory. However, she had never asked Mo Nianshan if he liked these things, and did not know what Mo Nianshan wanted. When Mo Nianshan loved someone, he did not want them to last forever, but to have them once. Even if they were separated by life and death, even if he had to abandon everything, Mo Nianshan would have no regrets. Mo Nianchen was not a puppet, but a human with blood and tears. Am I wrong? Elder Wu muttered to herself, and her despondent look made the crowd gasp. That young man was so powerful, with just a few words, he had made the respected Elder Wu fall into a trance. I'm not wrong, I'm thinking for Nianchen. Suddenly, Elder Wu raised her head, and looked coldly at Lin Ling who was leaving. What right do you have to criticize me? You're just an inexperienced junior, and I'm the third person in the Stone Saint Nation. What right do you have to think that I'm pathetic? Although she knew all this, Elder Wu found it hard to accept her mistake. She had the same mentality as all the elders, stubborn and persistent. What a joke, is the third person in the Stone Saint Nation that powerful? However, her anger was only met with Lin Ling's disdainful laughter. I'm the King of Yunhai. King of Yunhai. That sentence made the veins on Elder Wu's weathered face bulge. The young man was mocking her, and she knew that she was just trying to show off. In fact, she was indeed pathetic. There's nothing to stay here, I'll leave in 7 days. The soft voice was filled with mockery, and once again spread throughout the entire square. The square was silent, and everyone had mixed feelings. They knew that this time, it was not the ice temple that chased the young man away, but the young man did not want to stay. They thought that the young man was not worthy to be Hall Master Mo's son, but now, the young man's alchemy skills had already surpassed Hall Master Mo. The brilliance he possessed was not any weaker than Mo Nianchen's. Like mother, like son. Lin Ling, you're so powerful. You seem to know all the alchemy knowledge that senior sister knows, and you're even better than senior sister. Ignoring the people from the ice temple, Heavenly Concubine caught up to Lin Ling from behind, and then said in surprise. She could not see through this young man anymore. Lin Ling smiled slightly, but did not say anything. Those people thought that you were not worthy to be senior sister's son, but now that you've shown that your alchemy knowledge is even better than senior sister's, they are all silent. It's the same as slapping their own faces. Heavenly Concubine curled her lips when she thought of the silence of the people in the square. She knew that everyone was regretting it. After all, alchemy was closely related to martial artists. Lin Ling's alchemy knowledge was so strong, and the Ice Temple had given up on Lin Ling, which was equivalent to giving up on another Mo Nianchen. Chapter 438. Dragon Bone Forging. What kind of pill is this? Can't you tell me more? Annoying, you just like to keep me in suspense. Do you know that according to seniority, I'm your aunt? Hearing this, the Heavenly Concubine's heart was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shrugged, meaning that he had nothing to say until the time was right. Heavenly Concubine, I know that you've always wanted to prove yourself. Unfortunately, your talent is limited, which makes you feel very unsatisfied. However, I will tell you that in 10 days, you will break out of your cocoon and become a butterfly. As for how high you can reach in the future, that will depend on your own luck. Lin Ling finally revealed a little. The 7 Revolutions Awakening pill was a pill that his mother had prepared for the Heavenly Concubine. It seemed to be used to awaken the Heavenly Concubine's innate spirit body. As for how much it would awaken, Lin Ling didn't know. He was just finishing his mother's unfinished business. After saying this, Lin Ling slowly left. Under the sunlight, his slender body looked extremely free and unrestrained. At the same time, his calm voice sounded, I'm leaving the Ice Palace. In 10 days, I will find you. The Heavenly Concubine stared blankly at the pill in her hand. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she cherished it even more. She had a feeling that the reason Lin Ling stayed in the Ice Palace was because he wanted to refine this pill for her. Thank you. After softly saying this, the Heavenly Concubine didn't hesitate to swallow the pill. After leaving the extreme ice city, Lin Ling was like a lone cultivator. He walked slowly under the heavens and earth. He looked at the blue sky and the refreshing wind and couldn't help but smile. He liked this kind of free and natural feeling very much. Mother has left. She should be in the 100 territories. When I'm strong enough, I will definitely go find her. Lin Ling appeared on top of a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. He looked at the distant clouds and the endless rivers and mountains before sitting down cross-legged. Oh right, the mysterious old man from the cloud auction. During the cloud auction, the mysterious old man was the host of the auction. He gave Lin Ling a set of soul force cultivation martial arts and told Lin Ling that when he reached the heavenly spirit realm, Lin Ling could find him. Mother-child worm. Lin Ling took out the mother-child insect from his rune bag and discovered that this insect was slightly different. Its life force was extremely vigorous. It seemed like the things in the 100 territories were much more powerful than those in the cloud territory. It's you, little friend. You've reached the heavenly spirit realm. The old man's voice came from the mother-child insect, and Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right, senior, I'm in Stone Saint Nation now. Amazing. How long has it been? You've really reached the heavenly spirit realm. Your talent is terrifying. Are you in the Stone Saint Nation? Good, I'm here too. I'll come find you immediately. The old man's voice came from the mother-child insect, but it was filled with satisfaction and excitement. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had a good impression of the mysterious old man, and he felt that the old man had no ill intentions towards him. Therefore, Lin Ling went to find him. Soon after, Lin Ling took out the bone-forging silver dragon pill, and his eyes flickered. This pill was priceless. It seemed like it couldn't increase a cultivator's strength, but it could strengthen their foundation. It could increase a cultivator's ability to fight above their level. I've already opened 8 gates. Now, I need to forge my bones and stabilize my foundation. Only then will I be able to go further in the future. Without hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the pill. Rumble. A deafening dragon's roar sounded. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he discovered that he had swallowed a thunder dragon. It was terrifying. Moreover, the thunder dragon that had experienced the baptism of heavenly thunder, after entering his body, rushed towards his bones. Pain. In the next moment, sweat dripped down Lin Ling's forehead. It was as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. Bone forging was actually so terrifying. Suddenly clenching his teeth, Lin Ling stabilized his mind and resisted the bone-crushing pain. He was very clear that only by enduring the most bitter of hardships could one rise above others. Pain. Time slowly passed. If someone was here, they would be shocked to discover that the youth sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak was trembling from time to time. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was a terrifying torture. Without a certain amount of willpower, an ordinary person would not be able to endure it. Of course, after the storm, what came was a rainbow. When all the bones were shattered and reassembled, Lin Ling's bones had turned silver. Not only were they hard, they were tough. This was the legendary silver dragon bone. After his bones became tyrannical, it could greatly increase Lin Ling's defense. In the face of a martial artist's terrifying martial arts, his resistance was even stronger. 3 days passed. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. His eyes flashed and he smiled. Bone forging succeeded. Afterward, he took out the heaven crystal elixir and looked at it with some reluctance before swallowing it again. This elixir might seem small, but it was comparable to the entire wealth of the heaven mystic's kingdom. After all, it was refined with all of Lin Ling's mid-grade spirit crystals. After this breakthrough, I will definitely reach the mid-stage of the heaven spirit realm. When that time comes, I won't fear anyone in the heaven spirit realm. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anticipation. While Lin Ling was cultivating, the situation in Shishingguo was turbulent. The vermilion bird divine martial tomb had spread throughout the 100 regions. A large number of genius martial artists had arrived at the Stone Saint Nation. They wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb and become famous in the 100 regions. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb was the tyrant body among the king bodies. It was also the pinnacle among the king bodies. Who wouldn't yearn for it? At this moment, in the Extreme Ice Palace, Elder Extreme Ice stood by the window and looked indifferently into the distance. The emergence of the Great Treasure inheritance has changed the world. The appearance of the Great Treasure in the Stone Saint Nation is not beneficial to the Stone Saint Nation but harmful. He muttered to himself with a smear of uneasiness in his eyes. Old man, your intuition is pretty good. A man's wealth is his own ruin. What qualifications does trash have to obtain the inheritance? Right at this moment, a cold voice echoed behind Elder Extreme Ice, causing him to narrow his eyes. This person was very powerful. He had unknowingly approached him, but he didn't notice at all. He turned around and saw that a black figure had appeared in the room at some point in time. This person was sitting on a chair and seemed to be the host, calmly drinking tea. He was very young, about 18 years old. His long hair was flowing, and there was a sword hanging on his waist. His every movement carried a frivolous arrogance. Who are you? Elder Extreme Ice frowned and asked. This youth was very rude and came uninvited. Although his cultivation was only at the peak stage of the heaven spirit realm, he gave him a lot of pressure. This made him guess that this youth was a possessor of the monarch body. I am Qingchuan Ming from the Azura region of the middle 3 regions. The youth took a sip of tea and said, my purpose here is very simple. I want to unify the Stone Saint Nation and find the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb for me. You have no conditions to refuse. You have to know that in the Azura region, I am the ruler of a region. What? Elder Extreme Ice's expression changed. The 100 regions were divided into 3 regions, the lower 3 regions, the middle 3 regions, and the upper 3 regions. Without a doubt, the upper 3 regions had the strongest cultivators. After all, there were 100 countries in the upper 3 regions, and the Cloud region only had 3 large countries. Chapter 439. Old Man Huayang, the Extreme Ice Palace, the Extreme Hall has agreed to work for me. They're very sensible, so I'll help them. Only the Extreme Hall exists in the Stone Saint Nation. I'll wipe out the rest. The young man muttered to himself as if he was talking about something very normal. Impossible. The Extreme Ice Palace has existed since ancient times. The Extreme Hall and the Ice Palace have always coexisted. Do you want to eliminate the Ice Palace and let the Extreme Hall rule the Stone Saint Nation alone? Old Man Extreme Ice shook his head. Whoosh! In the next moment, an aura from hell bloomed. Old Man Extreme Ice felt a cold sword hanging on his neck. At the same time, a voice came from behind him, do you want to die? It was a terrifying strength. Old Man Extreme Ice was a King Spirit Realm expert, while the young man was only at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm. However, he was suppressed in one move. His sword was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Were all geniuses from the 100 realms so terrifying when fighting above their level? I can promise you, but if I eliminate the Ice Palace, I'm afraid the thousands of cultivators in the Stone Saint Nation will be dissatisfied. So, I'll find an excuse to cancel the Ice Palace. Old Man Extreme Ice said with cold sweat on his forehead. Up to you. The tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Emperor hasn't appeared yet. I'll play along. It'll be best if I meet the #1 genius of the Cloud Realm, Xing Fifan. I want to slap his face. The cold and ethereal voice made Old Man Extreme Ice tremble. When he looked back, the ghostly young man had already disappeared. What a powerful genius. Old Man Extreme Ice's pupils constricted. Then, he ordered his subordinates to send out a message. 7 days later, the Extreme Hall and the Ice Palace would meet for a summit. In this world where the strong were respected, Old Man Extreme Ice knew that canceling the Ice Palace was unfair to the Ice Palace. At the same time, it would break the legacy of the Stone Saint Nation. However, for his life, he had no other choice. The wind came from the horizon. The young man sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. At a certain moment, a terrifying aura bloomed. It was the power of fire. Although the fire couldn't be seen, the peak of the mountain was like a volcano erupting. The air became misty. I've finally reached the middle stage of the sky spirit realm. A clear voice sounded from the top of the mountain. The young man stood up. He was like fire, and his aura was surging. With the world-cleansing demonic flame and 3 flames in one body, there are very few in the sky spirit realm who can shake me with my current strength. Boom! Ripples of green flames blossomed from the surface of the youth's body, causing his long hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. It was as if a flame demon king had descended. Then, 2 other flames appeared on the youth's sword, adding fuel to fire. The young man seemed to have vaguely grasped the true essence of heaven and earth fire. The true meaning of fire, you actually comprehended it. At this moment, a surprised voice came from afar. An old man stepped on the void and walked over quickly. He then looked at the young man in shock. Mid-sky spirit realm with 10% of the true meaning of fire. Lin Ling, you're even more terrifying than I thought. The young man was slightly taken aback by the person who had arrived. When he looked at the old man, he finally smiled. Senior, you're finally here. The young man was Lin Ling. Even though he was completely confident in his own strength, he was still surprised when he saw the old man because he still couldn't see through the old man. Moreover, he actually didn't notice the old man when he appeared beside him. What a terrifying strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling had a feeling that the old man had no ill intentions towards him. Just call me Old Man Huayang, no need to be so polite. The old man looked at Lin Ling with a smile. The last time he met Lin Ling, he'd had the thought of appreciating the young man's talent. But after meeting him again, he realized that he'd underestimated the young man. The young man's potential was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. The young man was at the mid-sky spirit realm, which could only be considered ordinary in the 100 realms. However, the young man had comprehended the true meaning of fire, which was 1 in 10,000. After all, if a sky spirit realm cultivator wanted to advance, as long as they had a good background and endless cultivation resources, they would break through sooner or later. However, the true meaning of martial arts wasn't something that could be comprehended with cultivation resources. It depended on one's talent and comprehension of one's innate spirit body. What I comprehended earlier was the true meaning of fire. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He'd heard of the true meaning of martial arts, but he'd never thought that he'd comprehend such a legendary thing. Truth, the true meaning. In any path of martial arts, once you comprehend the true meaning, you'll return to the natural state. The strength of the true meaning can be traced back to the extreme power of heaven and earth. Seeing Lin Ling's blank expression, Old Man Huayang smiled helplessly. Maybe this kid didn't even know that he'd comprehended the true meaning of fire. Look! He pointed his finger, and a dazzling light shot out from his finger. The light wasn't big, but it was extraordinarily sharp. Whoosh! The light shot into the distance and penetrated dozens of mountains, leaving a finger-sized hole in the hard rocks of the mountains. However, the entire ancient green mountain remained unscathed. Lin Ling stared blankly into the distance and sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, he could destroy a mountain, but he couldn't destroy a mountain and penetrate dozens of mountains at the same time. The power of the attack could reach thousands of miles away. This was the suppression of power to the extreme, without a single bit of waste. This was a true martial art. This is the mystery of the true meaning of martial arts. Truth, everything is truth. Old man Huayong smiled, which made Lin Ling frown slightly. He seemed to have understood something. In the lower 3 regions of the 100 territories, your talent is very terrifying. You're qualified to go to the rainforest sacred land. However, there are rumors of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb in the Stone Saint Nation. Therefore, after the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb is over, I'll take you to the rainforest sacred land. Old man Huayong said again. Senior, are you interested in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance? Lin Ling asked curiously. Old man Huayong shook his head. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Body is a king physique. However, my age has already fixed my king physique, so it's useless even if I get it. However, you seem to be able to, and you're also a fire elemental talent. Yes. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling, and his eyes shone brightly. The young man's perception was very strong, and his king physique was also not bad. However, compared to the geniuses of the 100 territories, he still lacked a foundation. However, if he could get the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance, then he could rise in the 100 territories. You and I hit it off at first sight. This Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance, I'll help you a little. Old man Huayong laughed. He thought highly of Lin Ling, and since he had decided to help him, then he would do his best to help him. He also didn't want to see a real genius being buried. Thank you, Senior Huayong. Thank you. Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy, and he bowed gratefully. Then, the two of them started to talk. It had to be said that in this world, the weak were prey to the strong, and people were cold and warm. However, there were still some sincere people. Although these people hadn't met for a long time, they felt a sense of déjà vu after meeting them. Old man Huayong and Lin Ling were the same. Perhaps, they had the same personality and will. Chapter 440. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 2 halls converged the next morning, the sun shone brightly and the sky was blue with white clouds. At this moment, the Extreme Ice City was bustling with noise and excitement. Not long ago, the mysterious Extreme Ice Old Man had summoned the world as if he had something important to announce. Many experts from the Stone Saint Nation came to the Extreme Ice City to see what the strongest expert of the Stone Saint Nation, Extreme Ice Old Man, had to announce. The Extreme Ice City Square was filled with people. A large number of martial artists had gathered there, and if one looked carefully, the weakest among them was at least at the Earth Spirit Realm. There were even quite a number of Heaven Spirit Realm experts. There were several rows of seats in the vast square, and all the top experts of the Stone Saint Nation were seated there. Is that Extreme Ice Elder? Many people looked at a black-robed elder with flickering eyes. Extreme Ice Elder's name was known throughout the 3 kingdoms, but very few people had the chance to see him. This time, Extreme Ice Elder had finally appeared in front of everyone. This made many martial artists realize that what was going to be announced today was probably very important. Gu Yan is here too. Right at this moment, the crowd exclaimed. A middle-aged man was sitting not far away from Extreme Ice Elder. He was handsome like jade, and his brows were sharp like blades. Just sitting there quietly, he emitted an aura that made it difficult for people to breathe. Gu Yan, the Extreme Hall Master, was an expert who was on par with Emonyenshin of the Ice Hall. Of course, before Emonyenshin went to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Gu Yan had always been weaker than Emonyenshin and was defeated by Emonyenshin. There was only one time when Emonyenshin returned from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and seemed absent-minded, which allowed Gu Yan to succeed in a sneak attack and defeat Emonyenshin. From then on, Gu Yan became the second strongest expert in the Stone Saint Nation. After that battle, the Extreme Hall's fame had faintly suppressed the Ice Hall. Especially after Emonyenshin went missing, the Ice Hall's fame plummeted. Gu Yan, other than Extreme Ice Elder, is invincible. Furthermore, the Extreme Hall has the 6 Knights Genius Camp. The Ice Hall is indeed inferior to the Extreme Hall now. Someone sighed. Subsequently, many people realized that Gu Yen seemed to be very respectful to a black-robed youth, and even Extreme Ice Elder was the same. Everything could be seen from the seats that they arranged. That black-robed youth seemed to be sitting on the same level as Extreme Ice Elder. Who is that young man? I've never seen him before, but his cultivation is terrifying. He's at the peak of the sky spirit realm at such a young age. Many people were secretly surprised and felt that something big was about to happen. It's just a small sect, and you're actually late. Wasn't he putting on too much airs? Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded from the highest seat, and it was the black-robed young man who spoke. There were countless cultivators here, and even cultivators of the sky spirit realm didn't dare speak carelessly. However, the young man had dared to ignore the countless cultivators of the Stone Saint Nation and speak arrogantly. There was indeed another layer of meaning behind this. Obliterate him, waiting any longer is a waste of time. The black-robed youth said again, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Your Excellency Clear Spring, I have already agreed to your conditions. However, if I act rashly without a convincing explanation, it will be very difficult to satisfy the people of Stone Saint Empire. At that time, rumors will spread, and that will not be good. The Extreme Frost Elder said bitterly. The Ice Palace was indeed going to be devoured. However, if he were to suddenly devour this ancient palace, people would definitely gossip. At that time, people would say that he was afraid of death and was forcing the Ice Palace to disappear in order to satisfy the experts of other domains. Then, what dignity would he have left? That was why Old Man Extreme Frost had called for today's summit. I don't mind if you all play the summit. It's just passing time anyway, but I don't like waiting for people. The black-robed youth said indifferently. He seemed to have the power to make the Ice Palace disappear at any time, but in order to pass time, he wasn't in a hurry to act. He was slowly enjoying the summit of ants. However, he didn't have the patience to wait for people. The people of the Ice Palace are here. Right at this moment, a large number of people arrived. The person in the lead was Elder Wu, and the second in line was the Heavenly Concubine and Jiang Hong. After they arrived, they glanced at the people in the square and were secretly surprised. No one from the Ice Palace was clear about Old Man Extreme Frost's goal this time. It's the 10th day. Lin Ling said he would come find me. The Heavenly Concubine had always been intelligent, so she naturally sensed the uneasy atmosphere. However, at the same time, she also thought of her senior sister's son, Lin Ling. Elder Wu, your Ice Palace is very arrogant, making all the cultivators of the Stone Saint Nation wait for you. Could it be that you think the Stone Saint Nation belongs to your Ice Palace? Right at this moment, a light voice was heard. It was the Extreme Hall Master, Gu Yen. This happened suddenly, and you didn't inform us beforehand, so we came late. Here, the Ice Palace apologizes to everyone. Elder Wu looked deeply at Gu Yen, then bowed to the people in the square. You think nothing happened just because of an apology? Elder Wu, your Ice Palace is declining more and more. Gu Yan's disdainful voice floated out again. Who do you think you are? With Old Man Extreme Frost here, is it your turn to speak? Also, when my master was here, why didn't you dare to be so arrogant? Right at this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was Jiang Hong's voice. He hated the man who ambushed his master and seriously injured him. Then who do you think you are? A mere elder dares to speak to me. Men, kill him. Gu Yan's cold voice spread throughout the square, shocking the crowd. Gu Yan seemed to be even more arrogant than before. He wanted to kill the people of the Ice Palace in front of Old Man Extreme Frost, as if he didn't put the Ice Palace and Old Man Extreme Frost in his eyes. When Mo Nianchen was here, Gu Yan didn't dare to be so arrogant. Many people had a vague guess that Gu Yan must have a huge backing, which was why he was so arrogant. Alright, you might be late, but you are still here. Old Man Extreme Frost spoke indifferently, interrupting the two of them. Elder Wu looked deeply at Old Man Extreme Frost, then led the people of the Ice Palace to a corner of the square. She also felt that something was wrong. After all, in the past, Old Man Extreme Frost was like a supreme elder who was in charge of the order of the two palaces. But today, Old Man Extreme Frost was obviously helping the Extreme Palace. Today, the two palaces are gathered here to announce something. Considering that the Extreme Palace and Ice Palace have existed for 1,000 years, it would be difficult to reconcile the matter of the Stone Saint Nation. Hence, we want to merge the two palaces into one. After a moment of silence, Old Man Extreme Frost finally spoke. The square was silent, and in the next moment, there were waves of voices. The Extreme Frost Palace had both the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace. This was something that had been passed down for 1,000 years, just like the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Today, Old Man Extreme Frost actually said that he wanted to change the situation. Only one palace could exist, and the other palace had to be devoured. This was equivalent to the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom being overthrown. This was a major event in the world. Old Man Extreme Frost, it isn't good to suddenly change the 1,000-year-old inheritance. Elder Wu frowned, and her words made many people nod. Indeed, this decision was too abrupt. Trash, there is no need for it to exist. Before Old Man Extreme Frost could speak, Gu Yan's sneer echoed, causing Elder Wu's eyes to narrow. She suddenly had a feeling that it might be the Ice Palace that was about to be devoured. This should be the purpose of the two palaces gathering today. Chapter 441. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios' despicable move, then, I wonder what Elder Extreme Frost means. Which hall will be cancelled? Elder Wu frowned and asked. Her words made many people's eyes twinkle. They were also curious. Elder Extreme Ice shook his head and sighed. Ice Hall. Elder Extreme Ice, you are too much. How are you going to answer to everyone in the Stone Saint Nation? How am I going to answer to Emonienshin? Although she had guessed it, Elder Wu still couldn't accept the truth. What did Elder Extreme Ice think the Ice Hall was? Did he think he could cancel it as he wished? The Ice Hall is the wind vane for the thousands of martial artists in the Stone Saint Nation. There should be countless experts, but you are all old and weak. May I ask how strong your hall master is? How many experts do you have in the Ice Hall? Elder Extreme Ice said indifferently. Everyone's eyes flickered. After Emonienshin left, the Ice Hall had indeed declined. Weaklings don't have the right to exist. Compared to our Extreme Hall, your Ice Hall is trash. Apart from you old fart, are there any other experts? Beside him, Gu Yan also spoke coldly. In front of countless people, he called Elder Wu, the third strongest person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, an old fart. You! Everyone in the Ice Hall was furious. Gu Yan from the Extreme Hall was too much. Elder Extreme Ice didn't even do his duty and treated the two halls fairly. Instead, he sided with the Extreme Hall. They are bullying us. If Hall Master Mo was still here, would they dare to speak like this? Everyone felt indignant for the Ice Hall, but there was nothing they could do. In this world, strength was everything. Without strength, there would be no dignity and no right to speak. Today, the Ice Hall had no leader. No wonder others wanted to bully them. Elder Wu, let me ask you. Is there anyone in the Ice Hall who is a match for my 6 Knights Genius Camp? Heavenly Concubine. Just trash without any martial strength. She only has the legendary innate spirit body that can predict the future. She looks good but is useless. Elder Wu. Jiang Hong. Just an alchemist. Apart from refining elixirs, what else can he do? So, you bunch of trash, what right do you have to exist? Elder Wu. Gu Yan's mocking voice sounded again. He wanted everyone to think that there was no need for the ice hole. The people of the ice temple clenched their fists. In the past, they were sacred and noble, but today, they were humiliated to the point that they were speechless. At this moment, they missed their former temple master, Mo Nianchen. Cancel the ice palace, you're already sunset. Senior Extreme Frost sighed as well. A sense of sorrow spread out. At this moment, Ice Hall gave off the feeling of an old man past his prime. During the Battle of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, all the experts of the Ice Temple went out. 53 experts of the Sky Spirit Realm died to protect the Stone Saint Nation. Also, when Elder Extreme Ice was breaking through to the Sky Spirit Realm, he was at a critical juncture of life and death. It was Whole Master Mo who refined the 9 Circles creation pill and saved your life. Also, the Ice Temple has always provided the cultivation pills for the Extreme Hall. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, causing the square to quieten down. Everyone looked over and realized that the one who spoke was the nominal heavenly concubine, who could be called trash. The heavenly concubine seemed to be unwilling and was still stubbornly fighting for it. When Whole Master Mo was here, she gave her heart and soul for Shi Xinguo. After she left, you all bullied her, even wanting to swallow her pride and humiliate her disciple. Extreme Ice Elder, are you really a grand elder who upholds justice? The heavenly concubine spoke word by word. She was unwilling. The Ice Palace was her home and had her memories. She didn't want it to be cancelled and swallowed up because of a single sentence. The Ice Temple has contributed a lot to the Stone Saint Nation, but it is really unfair to cancel it. Everyone started to discuss. They just realized that the Ice Temple was glorious and dazzling in the past. Bastard! When Gu Yan saw that everyone's emotions were affected, he couldn't help but get angry. He spoke to a youth beside him, Tan Lang, you are the second-ranked prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You escaped from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and joined our Stone Saint Nation. You want to become one of the members of the 6 Knights Genius Camp and become famous in the 3 kingdoms. Sure, there is a chance now. The 6 Knights Genius Camp, the number 1 circle of prodigies in the Cloud region. I am very interested. The youth beside him sneered and walked out. When he arrived at the plaza, he went straight for the heavenly concubine. If the Ice Temple wants to be abolished, then so be it. Who asked you to speak so much nonsense? His cold voice drifted out along with his attack, causing the pupils of the crowd in the square to constrict. The Extreme Hall didn't want the heavenly concubine to speak too much and cause everyone to feel injustice for the Ice Temple. Hence, they asked someone to make a move on the heavenly concubine. Die! The spirit aura surged and turned into a wolf-shaped demonic beast, which pounced on the heavenly concubine. Looking at the surging power, it seemed like the person was going to kill. So despicable. Everyone was dissatisfied. The Extreme Hall's move was very ugly. After all, if they wanted to swallow the Ice Temple, they should just do it domineeringly. Why did they have to hypocritically hold a summit as if they wanted to convince everyone to be fair? However, during the summit, they didn't allow anyone from the Ice Temple to speak. Once they spoke, they would be killed. If this wasn't despicable and hypocritical, then what was? Heavenly concubine. Elder Wu's eyes narrowed and he shouted anxiously. He wanted to save the heavenly concubine, but he was too far away. Gu Yan, the heavenly concubine is dead. The Ice Temple won't let you go. Jiang Hong's eyes also turned red. The Extreme Hall had gone too far. Unfortunately, their words only received a cold smile from Gu Yan. Tan Lang, the genius who attacked the heavenly concubine, turned a blind eye to it. A terrifying killing intent surged towards the heavenly concubine, causing her beautiful eyes to widen. However, she, who had no martial power, was helpless at this moment. She was unwilling. She only had a firm martial heart, but she didn't have the corresponding talent. Paw paw paw. The wolf-shaped demonic beast surged forward, hiding a fist filled with killing intent. The heavenly concubine's long hair fluttered in the wind. However, when it got closer and closer to the heavenly concubine, suddenly, a figure turned into an afterimage and quietly appeared in front of the heavenly concubine. A flaming fist struck out at the same time. Bang! The two fists collided, and a dull sound rang out. Under countless gazes, the eyes of the youth who launched the sneak attack narrowed. The wolf-shaped demonic beast formed by his fist was instantly burned into nothingness. Moreover, the fire was extremely terrifying. When it surged and burned, the youth's right arm was also burned into nothingness. Who? The square was silent. Everyone looked at the person in front of the heavenly concubine, and their expressions became interesting. That youth was very unfamiliar. He had a slender body and a handsome face. At this moment, his cold eyes were indifferently looking at the youth in front of him. Who was this youth? At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with curiosity. It's him. On the ice temple's side, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. He had returned. Especially Elder Wu. Her eyes constantly flickered and quietly became moist. When the ice temple was in decline, everyone was watching a good show. However, at the most critical moment, the youth who came to see his mother didn't fear power and resolutely took action, finally saving the heavenly concubine. Who are you? On the square, an angry voice rang out. It was Gu Yan. What did it mean? I received your sword move. Tan Lang frowned slightly. During the 100 Generals tournament, Lin Ling defeated Hing Tianqing and swept through all the prodigies until the second-ranked prodigy. All of them admitted defeat, but they had to endure the humiliation and receive Lin Ling's sword move. Furthermore, they couldn't block it. It was precisely because of this reason that they were able to survive. This youth in front of them said that Tan Lang received his sword move before. This meant that, you are. Tan Lang's eyes congealed, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He recognized Lin Ling. Apologies, I admit defeat. I will not interfere with the matters of the Stone Saint Kingdom anymore. Without saying anything else, Tan Lang quickly bowed with cupped hands and turned to leave. Lin Ling actually came to the Stone Saint Kingdom. Furthermore, he wanted to challenge Lin Ling previously. This was simply courting death. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the present age. How could he be a match for him? Since you are here, why the rush to leave? Lin Ling spoke coldly. With a wave of his right hand, the cloud-patterned black sword slashed out a blazing flame sword slash which went straight for Tan Lang. No, wait. I was wrong earlier. The terrifying flame force came, causing Tan Lang to stop in his tracks. His eyes widened as he spoke anxiously. It was a pity that everything was too late. Previously, Lin Ling let him go. This time, he thought that he was the #2 prodigy and wanted to kill the heavenly concubine so that he could enter the 6 Knights prodigy camp. Lin Ling would never let him go. Swish! Wherever the sword light passed, Tan Lang couldn't block it. His head fell off, and his entire body started to burn. Dead? Everyone looked at this scene quietly and was astonished. They thought that there would be a huge battle, but who knew that the #2 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't even have the heart to fight? He only wanted to escape when he met that youth. What was going on? Son of Mo Nianchen. Who are you? The silence didn't last long. Gu Yan's angry voice echoed again. He thought that the youth was overestimating himself and wanted to stop the Extreme Hall's ambition. He would definitely die in the hands of Tan Lang. After all, Tan Lang might not be comparable to the 6 Knights Prodigy camp, but his strength was still one of the top in the Cloud region. He didn't expect that Tan Lang didn't even have the heart to fight when he met this youth. It was extremely embarrassing. Ignoring Gu Yan's question, Lin Ling looked at Extreme Ice Elder indifferently. Extreme Ice Elder, I heard that you are the Extreme Ice Hall's Grand Elder. You have always been fair. However, after meeting you today, you don't live up to your reputation. Young man, I know what you want to say. However, in this world, the strong are respected, and the weak are eliminated. The Extreme Ice Hall has already declined. It should be eliminated. This is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. Looking at the youth quietly, Extreme Ice Elder spoke slowly. This youth was Emo Nyenchen's son, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, Emo Nyenchen's background wasn't simple. The strong are respected, and the weak are eliminated. Does this mean that when you grow old, I can step on your face and humiliate you? Lin Ling spoke coldly. This. Extreme Ice Elder's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't say anything. Previously, he had said that the weak would be eliminated. Since the Extreme Ice Hall had declined, they were like an old man past his prime. Therefore, if they were to be eliminated, Extreme Ice Elder wouldn't be able to escape the rules of life, old age, sickness, and death. When that time came, wouldn't everyone be able to humiliate Extreme Ice Elder? The crowd understood what he meant, and they all shook their heads and smiled. It's best if you don't deceive yourself and others. Lin Ling sneered. You said that the Extreme Ice Hall wanted to take over the Extreme Ice Hall because the Extreme Ice Hall had declined. However, you haven't seen it with your own eyes. How can you be so sure? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yan's arrogant laughter rang out. Other than that old bastard Elder Wu, the rest of the people in the Ice Palace are just a bunch of useless people. This is something everyone knows. Young man, I know you want to join the sect your mother left behind, but you are not qualified yet. Chapter 443. 3 battles to settle the situation. Elder Extreme Frost nodded and said, in the world of martial artists, strength is everything. Therefore, this battle is very fair. If you lose, you can only say that you're not as strong as your opponent. Their voices silenced the entire square. Although on the surface, this was indeed a fair battle, and the loser would be devoured. But in reality, the outcome of the Ice Palace was already a foregone conclusion. After all, the G Palace had the 6 Knights Genius Camp, and they were the second strongest genius in the Cloud Realm. On the other hand, the Ice Palace didn't have anything. Their only registered palace master, the Heavenly Concubine, was an ordinary person without any martial strength. Instinctively, everyone looked at the young man in the blue and white robe. The young man's arrival had broken the Extreme Hall's arrogant ambition and won a chance for the Ice Temple's survival. However, that was all there was to it. Son of Emo Nyenchen, you're very powerful. However, I'd like to see if you can change the fate of the Ice Temple. At this moment, Gu Yan's cold laughter could be heard. He did not have a good impression of Emo Nyenchen. Therefore, he could not wait to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and did not say a word. He then brought the Heavenly Concubine back to the Ice Temple. Thank you. Looking at the young man walking over, everyone in the Ice Temple was moved. Not long ago, they had bullied the young man. However, the young man had saved them and restored the last shred of dignity of the Ice Temple. This made them feel extremely guilty. I'm sorry. I was too rude to you before. I never acknowledged your identity. However, I'm convinced now. Jiang Hong said respectfully. In his heart, the young man was as sacred and proud as his master. Alright, let's talk about the rest later. Now that there are 3 people fighting, who's stronger among the younger generation? Lin Ling smiled and did not dwell on the topic. Among the younger generation, only Jiang Hong is stronger. Elder Wu seemed to be afraid to look Lin Ling in the eyes as she said calmly. When Lin Ling had reprimanded her, she had been thinking about it for the past few days. It was then that she realized that her hope for Mo Nianchen to be successful was just wishful thinking on her part. She had no right to dictate Mo Nianchen's life, nor did she have the right to criticize Mo Nianchen's taste. However, even though she knew, she stubbornly refused to admit it. Until today, when this young man appeared out of nowhere and helped the Ice Palace regain a chance of survival, the guilt in her heart grew even stronger. Lin Ling nodded at Elder Wu, then looked at the heavenly concubine and said, "Heavenly concubine, you go out as well." Heavenly concubine, she has no martial strength at all. Everyone stood up. Lin Ling chuckled. That was in the past. Not necessarily now. After that, he didn't explain much and continued, among the 3 matches, you only need to win 2 matches. Therefore, the third person may not need to fight. Everyone sighed in their hearts. This was the only way. However, they weren't optimistic about it. After all, everyone knew how powerful the Extreme Hall was. The 6 Knights Genius Camp was famous in the cloud domain. However, they had no choice but to fight with their backs to the wall. They could only resolutely charge forward. Which trash will fight in the first match? After a while, a faint voice sounded above the vast square. Then, everyone felt the ground tremble as a young man strode towards the square like a bull demon. The young man was burly and was almost 2 meters tall. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent. 6 Knights Genius Camp, the 5th Knight. In the 6 Knights Genius Camp, every one of them had martial arts that made them famous, and each one was stronger than the other. For example, the 6th Knight specialized in dark martial arts, the 4th Knight specialized in Yin martial arts, and the 5th Knight specialized in Ox demon martial arts. It's like a giant bull demon has come to the square. Feeling the surging power, everyone in the square was shocked. I don't understand. Why do we have to fight against these weaklings? We can just kill them directly. This is a waste of time. The 5th Knight's voice was as deep as thunder as he looked coldly at the people from the Ice Palace. Did the arrival of Mo Nianchen's son boost your confidence? Unfortunately, Mo Nianchen wasn't a match for Palace Master Gu Yan in the past. What can that bastard change? The 5th Knight's voice was filled with mockery. You're courting death. A figure flew out and landed on the square. It was Jiang Hong. I'll fight the first battle. Anyone who insults my master must die. Jiang Hong's eyes were red as he stared coldly at the 5th Knight. Mo Nianchen's son is trash. Mo Nianchen's disciple is even more trash. Fight! The 5th Knight spewed out black smoke from his nostrils as an illusion of a bull demon appeared behind him. It was extremely terrifying. He took a step forward and the ground cracked as he charged towards Jiang Hong. Bang! 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 Not only was his body huge, but his speed was also extremely fast. Wave fist. Looking at the 5th Knight charging towards him, Jiang Hong's pupils constricted. Spiritual energy burst out from his body as waves surged out from his fist. He then threw out a punch. This was a great concept martial art, and it was at the complete realm. Pop! Pop! Endless waves surged out, turning the square into a vast ocean. Trash martial art. At this moment, there seemed to be a demon hiding in the ocean. It ignored the waves and rushed out. Bang! In the next moment, a burly figure appeared in front of Jiang Hong. A huge arm grabbed Jiang Hong's neck and slammed him heavily onto the ground. You can't even block one attack. What's the use of the Ice Palace? After slamming Jiang Hong onto the ground, the 5th Knight's huge foot stomped down heavily, causing Jiang Hong to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Hong was an alchemy master after all. Even though he had reached the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he was no match for the sixth Knight Genius camp. The Extreme Hall won the first battle easily. It seems like the Ice Palace can't escape destruction. Looking at this scene, many people sighed and shook their heads. The difference in strength was too big. Bang! 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 Even though Jiang Hong had lost, the fifth knight didn't seem to plan on letting him go. He kept stomping on Jiang Hong's face as if he wanted to humiliate Jiang Hong before killing him. Enough. He has already lost. Do you still want to kill him? At this moment, Elder Wu's voice rang out. She gently slapped out, interrupting the fifth knight's humiliation of Jiang Hong. Old man, it's your turn next. The fifth knight kicked with his right leg arrogantly, sending Jiang Hong flying. Elder Wu caught him in midair. Grandma Wu, I'm sorry. I've lost. Jiang Hong's bones were broken, but he still apologized. This made Elder Wu's heart ache. Although the Ice Palace had declined, these disciples were all good. Mo Nianchen had brought up disciples with integrity. The next one is the honorary hall master called Heavenly Concubine, right? TSK, I love to fight with beauties. The fifth knight licked his lips, ignoring the angry gazes of the Ice Palace disciples. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, Do you think the Ice Palace has any hope after 3 battles? What a joke. I'll take care of the remaining 2 battles. They're all dead. You're next. Today is the end of the Ice Palace. Only the fifth knight's voice could be heard in the square. However, it was undeniable that today was the end of the Ice Palace. I'm not interested in knowing if today is the end of the Ice Palace. However, I know that today is your end. Chapter 444. Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Everyone could see that the outcome was set. But the young man said that fifth knight would die today. He was too arrogant. Heavenly Concubine, I command you in the name of Mo Nianchen. You must win the next 2 battles. Kill the scum who dared to humiliate my mother and the Ice Temple. Lin Ling looked at Heavenly Concubine and said coldly. In the name of Mo Nianchen. Everyone in the Ice Temple was in a daze. They could vaguely see Hall Master Mo in the past. But could Heavenly Concubine really win? I will not lose, Hall Master. Yes. Heavenly Concubine said firmly. The young man seemed to have become the new Hall Master of the Ice Temple, and Heavenly Concubine, the Hall Master in name, had acknowledged his identity. Where did the young man get the confidence to take on the position of Ice Temple Master in front of everyone? Heavenly Concubine was weaker than Jiang Hong, but the young man wanted Heavenly Concubine to kill fifth knight. What a joke. Ha, Mo Nianchen, you were the pride of the Stone Saint Nation, but your son is an arrogant idiot. Lamentable, a pure goddess, but your descendant is so down and out. Ha. After a moment of silence, Gu Yan laughed loudly. Many people from the Extreme Hall also laughed. Mo Nianchen's son not only failed to save the Ice Temple, but also became the laughingstock of the Stone Saint Nation. Heavenly Concubine, fight. Yes. Heavenly Concubine ignored the laughter and walked towards the square. She believed in Lin Ling. If Lin Ling said she could win, she would definitely win. You trust him too much. He is not Mo Nianchen, he cannot change anything. Poor you, who is about to die, don't know anything. Fifth Knight shook his head as he looked at the young lady walking towards him. But you are also a beauty, so I will give you a chance. Follow me and I will spare your life. Shut up, bull, I will always believe in him. Heavenly Concubine said coldly. Her frail body stood firm. Many people's eyes flickered. This young lady's trust in Mo Nianchen's son had reached a state of blindness. Unfortunately, the young lady did not recognize the reality. If you believe him, then die. Ox demon touching horn. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the sixth knight's face. He had killed many people, but he had never killed a beauty, especially a beauty like the heavenly concubine. Bang bang bang. His feet moved slightly, causing the ground to tremble. He was proficient in close-range attacks, defense, and attack. His strength had reached millions of pounds. The ox demon's martial art is rumored to have the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. It is a martial art comprehended by an expert in the 100 territories after watching the growth of the ox demon. After the fifth knight comprehended it, he stepped into the sixth knight's genius camp. The crowd looked at the tall and sturdy figure, and their hearts trembled. He then looked at the heavenly concubine and could not help but shake his head. That young girl could be considered trash. She only had the ability to predict the future. She was even inferior to Jiang Hong. How could she block the ox demon's martial arts? Bang! Powerful astral winds swept out like the horns of a demon ox as they rushed towards the heavenly concubine. Before they even got close, the heavenly concubine spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body flew back like a kite and fell to the ground. Although she was not strong, because of her ability to predict the future, she had already sensed that the sixth knight's attacks were stronger. She avoided the most terrifying power, but she was still affected by the aftershocks and was heavily injured. TSK, Honorary Palace Master. Trash. Bang. The fifth knight stomped on the ground. The ground was like layers of waves as it rushed towards the heavenly concubine again. Ox tremor. This martial art was like a demon ox. Its hooves heavily stomped on the ground, causing waves to appear on the ground. Heavenly concubine. Everyone in the ice palace shouted. The heavenly concubine had luckily avoided the first attack, but the second attack was very difficult. Admit defeat. If this continues, the heavenly concubine will die. Elder Wu's eyes became wet. She wanted to rush out to save the heavenly concubine. There was no chance of winning the heavenly concubine's battle. However, just as she moved, Lin Ling stopped her. It's not time yet. What are you doing? Do you want the heavenly concubine to die? Elder Wu's aged eyes narrowed as she roared. She really did not understand what Lin Ling meant. Do you see that? You are about to die, but the person you trusted did not even care about you. He only wanted to watch you die. You trusted him, and now you regret it. When the fifth knight heard Lin Ling's words, he could not help but laugh. Many people in the square nodded. That young man had tempted the heavenly concubine to overestimate herself and fight. He wanted the heavenly concubine to not admit defeat even if she died. It seemed very heartless. Could it be that because he was Imo Nyenchen's son, the young man was too arrogant to recognize himself? Pop! 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 Layers of earth waves rushed towards the heavenly concubine, causing the heavenly concubine's bones to shatter. Her beautiful body was sent dozens of meters away. Blood splattered everywhere. It was unbearable to watch. The young lady was no match for him. It was like a mantis trying to stop a car. You still have one breath left. Then, let's end you. The fifth knight stared at the young lady in the distance. His body trembled, and his body became even more muscular. Black fog spread out, and two spiritual chi horns grew out from his head. Sky-piercing break. Two dragon-like auras came out from the fifth knight's nose. It turned him into a bull and charged towards the heavenly concubine. He wanted to smash her into pieces. Die! Bang! 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 He was on all fours on the ground, as crazy as a bull. It was said that this martial art could allow him to smash through a mountain. Back then, He had used this martial art to sweep through hundreds of geniuses in the Stone Saint Nation before finally entering the 6 Knights Genius Camp. Primal brute force. Not good, I can't stand firm. Under the frenzied attacks of the 5th Knight, some of the weaker people in the square couldn't even stand steadily. Their hearts were trembling with fear. However, their gazes all landed on the frail young girl. They sighed in their hearts. This move would definitely cause the death of this young girl. Heavenly concubine. Everyone from the Ice Temple roared. Why are you stopping me? Is it because our Ice Temple looked down on you and humiliated you? Is that why you want to take revenge? Elder Wu looked angrily at Lin Ling. She wanted to save the heavenly concubine a few times, but she was stopped by the young man. The young man was heartless. Jiang Hong and the rest were also looking at Lin Ling. But what surprised them was that the young man's face was calm. His eyes were flickering constantly, as if he was unmoved. Just when they wanted to blame the young man again, a calm voice came out. Only at the moment of death can a person's potential be stimulated. Heavenly concubine, your time has come. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. That voice seemed to come from the horizon. It was ethereal and dreamy, but it made everyone from the Ice Temple tremble. They seemed to have heard Hall Master Mo's voice. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Hall Master Mo said that the heavenly concubine would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly one day. Could it be? First revolution, open the purple palace. Second revolution, open the heavenly punishment. Third revolution, open the bipolar. Fourth revolution, open the heaven's eye. Fifth revolution, open the life embryo. Sixth revolution, open the sovereign's way. Seventh revolution, open the Gemini. The cold voice came out in the silent square like the might of the heavens. Under thousands of gazes, the blue-white young man's long hair fluttered. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His hands formed a complicated seal. Mysterious seals flew out from his palms. They crossed the sky and heavily imprinted on the heavenly concubine's body. Chapter 445. Seventh Revolution Unsealed. What's going on? The crowd's pupils constricted as they subconsciously looked at the heavenly concubine. Their expressions instantly became very interesting. At the same time, the heavenly concubine on the ground released circles of ripples as mysterious runes floated out. After the 7th revolution, her body floated up as her eyes were slightly closed. A terrifying aura was released. 7th revolution, awakening. A cold shout came out of the young man's mouth once again. It was as if he had broken some kind of seal or unlocked some kind of shackle. Boom! There was an explosion in the square as the terrifying aura of a king body erupted. Under countless gazes, the young girl floated in the air as her body emitted a black and white light. Moreover, a mysterious black and white pair of fish kept circling around the young girl. Then, the young girl floated down and stood quietly on the square. She stretched out her soft and boneless hand and gently pressed down. Bang! At the same time, 5th Knight, who had transformed into a bull demon, charged over. However, when he collided with the small hand, the force that could break a mountain was like a stone sinking into the sea. Your bull demon's strength is very strong, but the left corner is flawed. The spirit energy in the right corner is uneven. It seems like a huge force, but it's actually not that strong. A soft voice came out of the young girl's mouth as she slowly opened her eyes. One side of her beautiful eyes was actually black while the other side was white. The most terrifying thing was that the young girl's gentle pat had blocked 5th Knight's attack. 5th Knight's body was trembling as his head was gently pressed down by the young girl's hand. He previously felt that the powerful bull's charge was being absorbed by a mysterious force after meeting the young girl. What was this? Infinity is Tai Chi. Tai Chi gives birth to Yang. Extreme movement gives birth to stillness. Stillness gives birth to yin. The calm voice with a hint of holiness came out again, destroy. A 8 trigrams diagram appeared behind the young girl. The young girl's hand was like willow catkins and waves. It looked soft as if it had no bones, but it faintly carried the true meaning of martial arts. Boom! With a gentle wave, Fifth Knight's body exploded and turned into ashes. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Silence. The entire square was silent. Fifth Knight of the Extreme Palace's 6 Knights Genius Camp was instantly killed in one move. What kind of martial arts did the heavenly concubine use? Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. At this moment, they realized that the Hall Master of the Ice Palace was very dazzling. She entered the 6 Knights Genius Camp in one battle. What is going on? Over at the Ice Palace's side, everyone's eyes were wide open. Jiang Hong muttered to himself as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. The heavenly concubine, who had always been powerless, actually killed the 5th Knight in one move. 7 Awakening 7 Transformation Awakening Pill. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his words causing Jiang Hong and the others to gulp. Suddenly, they remembered the competition between the young man and Jiang Hong not long ago. At that time, the young man had concocted a kind of 7th grade pill, but they didn't know what kind of effect it had. Jiang Hong said with difficulty. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this young man. Furthermore, he had underestimated him thoroughly. I'm sorry. Elder Wu was excited. She looked at Lin Ling and said softly. Previously, she thought the young man was heartless and didn't care about the heavenly concubine's death. Who knew that the young man was helping the heavenly concubine break out of her cocoon and become a butterfly? The Hall Master of the Ice Palace had always been a good-for-nothing. Everyone knew that. But now, who dared to say that? It's fine. The heavenly concubine's bloodline will only be awakened at the moment of life and death. It is right for you to be worried about her. Lin Ling nodded and felt happy for the heavenly concubine. I am just doing what my mother didn't do. I didn't expect the heavenly concubine's bloodline to be so terrifying. Lin Ling wasn't sure about the strength that the heavenly concubine had displayed, but he guessed that those who had awakened their bloodline shouldn't be weak. Everything in front of him proved that the heavenly concubine's innate talent spirit body wasn't weak. In this world, innate talent spirit bodies were extensive and profound. Things that weren't seen in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were slowly appearing in the 100 regions. She must have borrowed the power of some pill. 3rd Knight, kill him. On the Extreme Hall side, Gu Yen frowned. He didn't know what had happened, but he was unwilling. A former trash of the Ice Palace had actually killed the 5th Knight today. This was equal to slapping the Extreme Hall in the face. Look at her delirious appearance. She must have taken some pill that squeezed out her potential. I will fight this battle. A youth with a long sword on his back walked out. He was the 3rd Knight of the 6 Knights Genius Camp. It had to be known that in the 6 Knights Genius Camp, the higher one was, the stronger one was. Currently, the 3rd Knight was ranked 4th in the Cloud region. He was below the 1st Knight, 2nd Knight, and a Saint Extraordinary. I am different from the other 6 Knights geniuses. I don't have a powerful innate talent spirit body, nor do I have profound martial arts. I only have the sword. After leaving the square, the 3rd Knight pulled out his sword. A strange atmosphere rippled out. At this moment, he seemed to incarnate into the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 seasons sword art. This was a profound sword art that came from the rainforest holy land of the 7 profound martial house. It was said that this sword art could cultivate the true meaning of the sword. With this sword art, even if the 3rd Knight didn't have a formidable talent, he could still show disdain for all heroes. Do you want the heavenly concubine to come down? Seeing the third knight walk out, Jiang Hong was a bit worried. He asked Lin Ling unknowingly. He had already taken Lin Ling as the backbone of the group, as well as the Ice Temple's temple master. The other Ice Temple disciples were also the same. They all looked at Lin Ling. After all, the Ice Temple had been on the brink of life and death. But after this youth had appeared, he had reversed the situation, faintly suppressing the Ice Temple. To break through the cocoon and become a butterfly, it's not as simple as that. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Jiang Hong and the others were reassured. They were no longer worried. They subconsciously believed that this youth was the military advisor behind the scenes, and that everything was under his control. I don't know what happened to the heavenly concubine. She defeated the fifth knight with a single move, but now that the third knight has appeared, will the heavenly concubine be lucky enough to win? I heard that the heavenly concubine ate some pill that squeezed out her potential. But the pill has a time limit. I'm afraid that the pill's effect has already worn off. At this moment in the square, the crowd was discussing. With regards to the heavenly concubine's sudden burst of strength, they felt that it was unreal. After all, the heavenly concubine didn't have any martial strength in the past. And the third knight's name had already spread throughout the Stone Saint Nation. So, the crowd was more optimistic about the third knight. For seasoned sword art. The elegant sword art was displayed. The mysterious illusion of the four seasons appeared in the square. The wind of spring, the flame of summer, the warmth of autumn, and the cold of winter. The beautiful sword art locked onto the heavenly concubine from any angle, as if it wanted to cut her down. What a fast sword! I can't even see it clearly. Also, the four great concepts of spring, summer, autumn, and winter have reached perfection. Looking at those swords, the crowd exclaimed. Your sword is very flashy, but it lacks the sharpness of a sword. A swordsman's goal is to kill. The four-season sword art is a sword art for women. Chapter 446. Reversing heaven and earth. Speak. Who doesn't know how to do it? Take my sword before you speak. Sword energy gushed out and shot straight at the heavenly concubine. Under countless gazes, the heavenly concubine did not move. However, she gently took a step forward and seemed to break the sword concept, causing the third knight's sword to disappear without a trace. How is this possible? The third knight's pupils constricted. He had an unfathomable feeling in his heart. It was as if the girl in front of him had seen through his sword. I used to have the ability to predict the future, but I could only be considered a mortal. I couldn't predict a martial artist stronger than me. But now, I seem to be able to predict your moves and see through your martial arts. A soft voice floated out from the heavenly concubine's mouth, causing the third knight's body to tremble. The ability to predict the future and see through martial arts. Could it be that this girl had already predicted his martial arts trajectory? Predicting the future of martial arts, what a terrifying ability. In the distance, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Like this, the heavenly concubine also fell into an undefeatable position. Impossible. The mysteries of martial arts are endless. How could it be seen through? Take my sword, great four-seasoned sword art. The third knight roared. The sword in his hand became even more dazzling. The four seasons reincarnation appeared and turned into a sharp sword. It crossed the sky and shot towards the heavenly concubine's forehead. This sword was very terrifying. It was sharp and could pierce through everything. It's useless. I have an extra memory in my mind. It allowed me to calculate that you will never be my opponent. I can absorb your attack and increase my cultivation. I can even receive feedback. The cold voice came out from heavenly concubine's mouth again. Her hands drew a circle and a mysterious twin fish 8 trigrams diagram appeared. It stopped the sword that was shooting towards her forehead and was sucked into the twin fish 8 trigrams diagram. Then, a terrifying suction force came out and sucked away third knight's cultivation. At the same time, the heavenly concubine released the aura of a heavenly spirit origin pill. It was extremely dazzling. She actually absorbed the opponent's spiritual energy and used it to break through. Looking at this scene, the crowd went crazy. What ability did the heavenly concubine use? It was so terrifying. How could this be? Impossible. The third knight roared. However, the heavenly concubine coldly said, "He said that anyone who insults senior sister will die." Using softness to overcome strength. Die. She gently pushed out her hand as the 2 black and white fishes revolved around her hand. She gently patted third knight, causing third knight to have a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. After that, when she patted third knight's body trembled as a twin fish 8 trigrams mark appeared on his chest. He could faintly sense that the power that had struck him was actually his 4-seasoned sword technique. This meant that the girl had used the power of the third knight to kill him. Bang! The next moment, he to turn. To overcome defeat to absorb to return. 2 trigrams. Many people widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe everything before their eyes. This was all too surreal. Just what did that youth open for the heavenly concubine? Why was the heavenly concubine's strength so terrifying? It. King body. The heavenly concubine actually awakened a king body. It had to be known that in the cloud domain, there were currently only 2 people with king bodies. One was the sacred domain Xing Fifan, and the other was the genius Lin Ling who appeared out of nowhere. Now, there was a third one. The legendary king body. It was a spirit body that could suppress all. This was the first time many martial artists in the Stone Saint Empire had seen such a king body. But this terrifying talent left one in awe. King body. Hee. My auntie is quite fierce. Lin Ling was also surprised. Although he also had a king body, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. The heavenly concubine was much luckier than him. She had a king body hidden in her bloodline. As long as she awakened it, the process would be much easier. Twin fish Tao body. Using softness to overcome strength. It can resolve any attack. Moreover, it can predict the future. What an abnormal king body. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. He guessed that the heavenly concubine's king body was even more terrifying than his world-purifying demonic flame. If the heavenly concubine was like this, then what about the 100 territories? Wouldn't there be even more terrifying geniuses? King body. It's actually a king body. Elder Extreme Frost muttered to himself. At this moment, he suddenly smiled bitterly. He wanted to use the Ice Temple's decline as an excuse to cancel the Ice Temple. But now, the Ice Temple's heavenly concubine had slapped him in the face in front of everyone. The Ice Temple had a king body. She was the 3rd person in the Cloud region to have a king body. Who could cancel the Ice Temple? Who had the right to do so? Everyone in the square suddenly thought of this. They couldn't help but look at Elder Extreme Frost with a mocking smile on their faces. With the appearance of a king body, what else could the Ice Temple and Elder Extreme Frost say? Was the Ice Temple still trash? Moreover, the Ice Temple had won 2 out of the 3 battles. This meant that they were stronger than the Ice Temple. Then, would they still dare to take over the Ice Temple? I didn't expect that the Ice Temple's survival would be reversed by the heavenly concubine alone. The crowd sighed inwardly as they looked at the holy girl. But then, one of them said in surprise, the one who changed the Ice Temple was Imo Nyinchen's son. As soon as this voice was heard, everyone in the square looked at the young man in the blue and white robe in the distance. At first, the young man wanted to save the ice temple, but everyone thought it was a big joke. But now, they realized that the young man's words were the truth. The young man was like the mastermind behind the scenes. He seemed to have everything under his control. Mo Nyenchen's son is so powerful. Many martial artists were secretly surprised. Although the light at this moment belonged to the heavenly concubine, in fact, it was the young man who made it happen. Although the young man looked ordinary from afar, in many people's hearts, the young man was extremely dazzling. As for the people from the ice temple, they were all looking at the young man. They were so emotional that they couldn't speak. The young man came from the distant heaven mystic's kingdom to visit his mother, but they all looked down on him. They thought that the young man had let down his mother. But at this moment, the young man told them that the young man also had Mo Nyenchen's pride. "I'm sorry." Many people had the same sentence in their hearts. They felt even more guilty. The ice temple has lost. I think you have nothing to say. Lin Ling didn't know what the people from the ice temple were thinking. He looked at the extreme ice elder in the distance and said. The extreme ice temple was in silence. Everyone was silent. They looked at the heavenly concubine who was like a saintess. But in the end, their eyes fell on the young man. They knew that although the heavenly concubine looked like the main character today, it was actually the young man. The young man had reversed the situation and changed everything. Mo Nyenchen's son. I'm so angry. He isn't strong, but he knows a lot. Chapter 447. Lin Ling, attack. If we don't get rid of her today, the extreme hall will be swallowed by the heavenly concubine in the future. We must kill her before she matures. Gu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at the first knight and second knight and said, although the heavenly concubine is strong, she is just awakened and her foundation is still solid. Only Elder Wu from the Ice Palace is a tough nut to crack. If we kill her, the Ice Palace will collapse. What do you mean? The first knight looked at Gu Yan and asked. Kill Elder Wu first. Without her, the heavenly concubine and the Ice Palace will have no experts to support them. They will die. Gu Yan said coldly. His words made the first knight and second knight nod. Elder Wu was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm and her strength was terrifying. However, if the three of them worked together, they would have a high chance of killing her. Once Elder Wu died, the Ice Palace would be defeated. Attack! No one can stop the three of us. The three of them looked at each other and nodded coldly. After which, Gu Yan's body moved and shot towards Elder Wu. The first knight and second knight followed closely behind her. In this world, only the strong can control everything. Although the Ice Palace has won, they won't have the last laugh. If you want to blame someone, blame your hall master Mo for not being here. The loud roar was accompanied by rolling murderous intent. Everyone in the square was stunned. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. The extreme hall seemed to have disregarded their reputation and shamelessly attacked together. Obviously, the heavenly concubine's awakening of the heavenly concubine's king physique made the extreme hall feel great pressure. Therefore, they wanted to kill the heavenly concubine today. How shameless! Many people frowned when they realized the extreme hall's intention. At this moment, many people realized that the extreme ice elder was silent and didn't stop them. Instead, he just stood by and watched. As a grand elder, the extreme ice elder was known for his fairness. However, it seemed that he didn't live up to his reputation and was extremely hypocritical. If the extreme ice elder wanted to take over the Ice Palace, then he could just do it by force. There was no need for a summit or a shameless battle. It was useless even if the Ice Palace won. Gu Yan, the first knight and second are attacking together. Are they trying to kill the heavenly concubine? Many thoughts flashed through the crowd's minds, but they still stared at Gu Yan and the other two. However, in the next moment, they realized that the three of them seemed to be targeting Elder Wu. Obviously, Gu Yan and the others were extremely cunning. They knew that as long as Elder Wu died, the Ice Temple wouldn't be able to stop the Ji Hall with the heavenly concubine, who hadn't grown up yet. At this moment, everyone from the Ice Palace was still immersed in joy. They thought that the heavenly concubine had won and that the Ice Palace's glory had reappeared. They had escaped a calamity. It wasn't until the surging killing intent assaulted them that they realized that they had underestimated the despicableness of the extreme palace. Grandma Wu, Grandma Wu. Heavens is studio of studio of tease. Studio elder no. Studio elder studio hole. Studio. Of studio is, s is. Studio ice is. Is. Let's go. Everyone from the Ice Palace, leave the extreme ice city immediately. In this short period of time, Elder Wu's heart was filled with uneasiness. She knew that she would not be able to escape this calamity. Therefore, the first thing she thought of was the people from the Ice Temple. These people were all Mo Nianshan's disciples. How could they die here? Qing Luo Wu Shan. After that, an explosive roar came from the old woman's mouth. Her aura of the peak of the sky spirit realm was released, and her spirit chi transformed into a fluttering robe that kept spiraling. Old bastard, your end is here. In the distant sky, two afterimages appeared. They also released the aura of the peak of the sky spirit realm. Gu Yan's body split into two and pounced on Elder Wu from the left and right. Yin and yang profound palm. Pop. Pop. The air was turbulent as two gigantic palms slammed towards Elder Wu from both sides. Rumble. However, that terrifying attack was blocked by Elder Wu's fluttering spirit chi robe. Even so, Elder Wu's chi and blood still surged, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She was already old. Although her cultivation level was similar to Gu Yan's, her strength was still slightly weaker than Gu Yan's. After you die, the Ice Temple will no longer have any strong cultivators. However, at this moment, two figures shot over from the front. It was the first knight and the second knight. The three of them joined forces to bully Elder Wu. Elder Wu could block Gu Yan alone, but she couldn't block the first knight and the second knight. Gu Yan, you're despicable. Elder Wu's mind was in turmoil as she watched the two geniuses attack her. In a short moment, she thought of many things. She thought of her favorite disciple, Mo Nianshan, the heavenly concubine, and Mo Nianshan's son. She also thought that she had been happy too early. The extreme hall came with murderous intent. How could they keep their promise? How could they admit defeat after losing? She could only hope that the people of the Ice Temple could leave the Stone Saint Nation safely after her death. She also hoped that the extreme Ice Elder would spare the lives of the disciples of the Ice Temple for the sake of their many years of friendship. When a person was about to die, she didn't think of herself, but her juniors. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Elder Wu's eyes became blurry. The two figures filled with murderous intent were getting closer and closer. She could even hear the anxious shouts of the disciples of the Ice Temple. However, at this moment, her vision darkened. The dazzling sun in the sky was blocked by a shadow. It even blocked the murderous intent of the first knight and the second knight. In a trance, the figure she saw wasn't tall and slender. However, at this moment, it was as heavy as a mountain. In a trance, she saw the right fist of the figure blooming with flames. At this moment, it was as dazzling as a comet. That figure was very familiar. It was the one she had always looked down on, the son of Mo Nianshan. Fiery destruction. A cold voice was heard like the wind. A fist formed by flames appeared in front of everyone's eyes with an aura that could burn everything. At this moment, many people stared at the terrifying fist. Their hearts trembled violently. They had always thought that the strongest person in the ice temple was Elder Wu. As long as Elder Wu died, the ice temple would completely collapse. However, they seemed to have forgotten about one person. It was Imo Nianshan's son, the young man who had been hiding behind the scenes. Rumble. The terrifying fiery fist swept out. 3 flames rippled, burning everything. The first knight and the second knight, who were charging from afar, narrowed their eyes. In their eyes, the legendary fist that swept across the world, battling the heavens, battling the earth, and the god of war appeared clearly before their eyes. The world in their eyes had disappeared. There was only the fiery fist that occupied the heavens and earth. Retreat. Without any words, the first knight and the second knight only had one word. They only wanted to retreat. That fist was terrifying. Boom! Wherever the fist passed, the square turned into a sea of fire. The clouds in the sky were also burned. Of the 2 from the 6 knights' genius camp, the second knight had the speed of the wind. Hence, he was able to escape faster. As for the first knight, who was ranked first and was only below the cloud region Saint Extraordinaries. Killed with one punch. Silence. The square was dead silent. Countless eyes looked at the young man standing in front of Elder Wu. Their hearts were beating violently. They thought that the most terrifying person in the ice temple was Elder Wu, and the one with the most potential was the heavenly concubine. Hence, once Elder Wu died, the ice temple would collapse. However, they didn't expect that the most terrifying person would be this young man. Chapter 448. Selection Paw. 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 The raging fire burned in the square. Everyone looked at the young man in the blue and white robe, who carried a huge sword on his back and had a flame burning in his left hand. Even Gu Yen stopped her attack and floated away. Her eyes were filled with surprise. The young man had hidden his strength so well. Judging from his strength, he was not weaker than the heavenly concubine. You saved me. Elder Wu mumbled to herself as she sensed that her life and death crisis had been averted. Suddenly, the guilt in her heart grew even stronger. When the young man had first arrived at the ice palace, she had been the first to dislike him. However, the young man had saved her twice at the brink of death. Plop. She knelt down. Her aged face was filled with emotion. She finally said something that she had been wanting to say for a long time, I'm sorry. Imo Nianshan was the most dazzling person in her heart. She had always thought that the young man was not worthy to be Imo Nianshan's son. However, she now realized that she was wrong. She should not have been so stubborn. She should not have looked down on the young man. Now, she did not even dare to look at the young man. She was too ashamed to face him. You've treated my mother well. That's enough. In my dictionary, as long as you're my family, I don't mind a little stubbornness. At least you're my friend, not my enemy. Looking back, Lin Ling smiled. That smile was carefree and bright. It made Elder Wu emotional. A line of tears flowed down her face as she nodded her head heavily. If the young man did not forgive her, then she had nothing to say. She brought all of this upon herself. Fortunately, the young man did not mind. He treated her as a family and a friend. Nianshan, you have a good son. Elder Wu smiled with relief. Lin Ling nodded and looked forward. The square was silent. Everyone was still shocked by the young man's appearance. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Going back on your words, despicable and sinister. Is this the sacred Ji Hall of the Stone Saint Nation? However, I already knew that the G Hall would not let this go. Since that's the case, the survival of the G Hall and the Ice Palace shall be decided by strength. The voice floated out, causing many people's eyes to narrow. That young man seemed to be aware of the Extreme Palace's shameless alliance, so he wasn't surprised at all. He even seemed to want to decide who would survive between the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace. He's so powerful. Since the beginning of the summit, he has reversed the situation. Even now, he seems to still be in control of everything. He has even walked from behind the scenes to the front. The crowd sighed inwardly. This young man was in his prime and was like a dragon among men. He attracted their attention. Who do you think you are? Are they qualified to decide the existence of the Extreme Hall and the Ice Hall? Old Man Extreme Ice's voice rang out. His expression was extremely ugly. That young man had disrupted his plans with the Extreme Hall 3 times. The most despicable thing was that the young man dared to ignore him, as if he wanted to decide the existence of the Extreme Hall and the Ice Hall himself. Shut up, old man. Do you still think that you are the supreme elder in charge of the 2 palaces? Lin Ling shouted coldly as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I know that you seem to be threatened by someone, but it has nothing to do with me. I only know that the Ice Palace was left behind by my mother. I want to protect it. So let me ask you, between the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace, which one do you choose? What? Old Man Extreme Ice is being threatened. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, they looked at the mysterious young man in the black robe and guessed what had happened. Old Man Extreme Ice's expression kept changing. He felt bitter in his heart. The young man had been silent all this time, making people think that he was just a so-so. However, the moment the young man drew his sword, the sharpness of it made it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, what did the young man mean? Could it be that he wanted him to make a choice? Interesting. Finally, there is a smart person in a small place like the Cloud region. However, Old Man Extreme Ice, he seems to be forcing you to make a choice. Don't make the wrong choice. After all, if you make the wrong choice, you might die. At this moment, the young man in the black robe's voice rang in Old Man Extreme Ice's ears. Old Man Extreme Ice's body trembled. One was Mo Nianchen's son, and the other was a genius from another region. If he made the wrong choice, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, was there a need to hesitate? Mo Nianchen's son was comparable to a genius from another region. After all, the young man in the black robe was the ruler of a region. The Extreme Hall. Cold. Old Man Extreme Ice's cold voice drifted out. He then explained, in this world, the strong are respected. No matter how close I am to the Ice Palace, it is not as important as my life. This is the general trend. It is not something you and I can change. Sigh. After he finished speaking, he looked forward to seeing Lin Ling's regretful expression. Moreover, the crowd in the square also looked at Lin Ling. Now that Old Man Extreme Ice had finally admitted that he would not let the Ice Palace survive, the young man should be very disappointed. After all, without Old Man Extreme Ice's final support, the Ice Palace could not survive. However, under the crowd's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He said indifferently, since you have made your choice, why do you need to talk so much nonsense? Do you still want to explain why you are afraid of death? I only hope that you will not regret it when the time comes. Sigh. Moreover, since you have made your choice, there is a clear distinction between friend and foe. Next, don't blame me for erasing everything because you have never talked about morality. Sigh. Erase everything. Sigh. The crowd's eyes narrowed. The young man did not show any regret. Instead, he wanted to kill everyone from the Extreme Hall to decide everything. Arrogant, this young man was too arrogant. He wants to kill the people from the extreme hole. Yes. On the ice palace's side, the hearts of the disciples surged. They felt that it was impossible. Do you think you alone are qualified to do so? Disdainful. At that moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Second Knight was holding his spear and walking over step by step. Looking at Second Knight, many people nodded. This young man wanted to dominate everything, but that was impossible. There were too many strong cultivators in the G Hall. Then, they heard the Second Knight say, "Previously, our target was Elder Wu, and that was why your sneak attack succeeded. But this time, I won't underestimate you. Last time, you slapped me. Fight me again, and we ended in a draw. This time, let's fight with our full strength." Yes. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura bloomed. Strong winds rolled and turned into a tornado. Second Knight seemed to have turned into a wind god. His aura seemed to be stronger than the heavenly concubines. Of course, this was normal. After all, the heavenly concubine had only awakened her bloodline for a short time, while Second Knight's foundation was obviously more solid. The 6 knights of the genius camp, each stronger than the other. However, Second Knight said that he had fought with the young man and ended in a draw. This battle will be very intense. Everyone in the square was discussing. 2 evenly matched opponents, this battle would definitely be exciting. However, some people laughed disdainfully. That young man wanted to dominate everything, but Second Knight had stopped him. What right did he have to say that he could dominate everything? End in a draw. If it wasn't for someone interrupting, you would be dead. Ignoring the voices in the square, Lin Ling looked at Second Knight and smiled disdainfully. Last time, when he fought with Second Knight, the Extreme Ice Elder had stopped him. At that time, because he had just arrived at the Extreme Ice Palace, he did not want to affect his mother. So, Lin Ling stopped. Chapter 449. Only one move. Ha, arrogant. I have seen countless geniuses in the 3 big countries, but you are the most arrogant. Last time, you were interrupted by Lord Polar Ice, but the one who escaped was you. Second Knight shook his head in disdain. Cut the crap and use your full strength. Bang! Rumble. He pointed his long spear, and it was as if the wind was stirring up the wind. That wind made the cheeks of many people in the plaza hurt. Then, they saw Second Knight shoot towards Lin Ling with his spear. Strong or weak, at this moment, it is clear. Bang! Many people stopped breathing and stared at the battle of geniuses. However, before the spear reached the youth, they heard a disdainful voice. Do you have the right to make me use my full strength? Bang! The youth seemed to be saying that Second Knight did not have the right to make him use his full strength. 6th Knight died in the Battle of 100 Generals, 5th Knight and 3rd Knight died in the hands of Heavenly Concubine, and 4th Knight, 1st Knight, and you. From now on, the 6th Knight Genius Camp will disappear. Bang! The cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, making Second Knight, who was shooting towards Lin Ling, narrow his eyes. Only now did he realize that he was the last person of the 6th Knight Genius Camp, and the dead 6th Knight geniuses were all related to the youth. Just as this shock rose, the Second Knight saw Lin Ling extend his left hand. A green flame danced on his palm, before it continued to grow. With a rumble, it transformed into a huge flame demonic dragon. Its cold and hot aura caused the pouncing Second Knight's heart to tremble violently. I said, you don't have the right to make me use my full strength. If you don't die after taking this move, you can leave here alive. Vaguely, Second Knight heard the cold voice. Flame Dragon. Rumble. The green flame dragon rushed out as if it came from the abyss, engulfing everything. This demon dragon was so terrifying that everyone in the plaza had difficulty breathing. It was very scary. What? Second Knight held his long spear and rushed towards Lin Ling. However, at this moment, he was also frightened. When his wind met the fire, it was as if the wind would be burned at any moment. This made him understand that when he fought with the youth last time, the youth did not use his full strength. Moreover, the strength he hid was more powerful than his hidden strength. Now that it exploded, there was only one thought in his mind. They couldn't block it. Wind barrier. Second Knight shouted, and astral winds rose from his body as if he was wearing astral wind armor, allowing the green flame demon dragon to pass by him. Then, he let out a sigh of relief, finally dodging that terrifying flame demon dragon. However, could the flaming devil dragon really dodge it? Destroy. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth once again. In the distance, the flame devil dragon circled around Second Knight and then charged at Second Knight once more. How is this possible? This dragon has a spirit. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, the Second Knight roared angrily. Just one move and he was already scared. He thought that he would be safe after dodging that move. However, that move was not over yet. The terrifying flaming demon dragon seemed to have intelligence and could chase after the enemy on its own. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he felt that the flaming evil dragon's aura was as strong as the heavenly concubines. This meant that the flaming evil dragon also had a king body. Everything under the king body was just an ant. Last time, when he was interrupted by Elder Extreme Ice, he thought that the young man was lucky and was saved by Elder Extreme Ice. However, he now realized that Elder Extreme Ice saved him. Moreover, the young man didn't use his full strength. It seemed that Second Knight wasn't qualified to make him use his full strength. Wind explosion. Thoughts flashed through his mind as the Second Knight shouted anxiously. The astral wind around his body surged and turned into a tornado that reached the sky. It was extremely terrifying. However, everything under the king body was just an ant. Rumble. The ferocious flaming devil dragon circled around the tornado and then continued to devour it. It swallowed all the astral winds that surrounded Second Knight. A huge dragon head appeared in front of Second Knight, causing his eyes to widen. He roared, "No!" However, he still couldn't stop the flaming devil dragon from devouring him. In the next moment, he was burned into nothingness. His spiritual chi was absorbed by the flaming devil dragon, causing the flaming devil dragon to grow even larger. After that, the flaming devil dragon circled the sky and finally stopped above Lin Ling's head. At this moment, Lin Ling looked like the son of the flaming devil dragon, shining brightly. Second Knight was killed in one move. Since when did the cloud region have such a terrifying prodigy? Looking at the young man in the plaza, everyone swallowed their saliva. The scene in front of them proved that the young man didn't even need to use his full strength to kill Second Knight. He could easily kill him. In the cloud region, only Xing Fifan had such strength. Not long ago, Xing Fifan was defeated by the number one prodigy of the cloud region, Lin Ling. Then, could this young man be? Many people's eyes flickered. The guesses made them feel terrified. Gu Yan, you sneak attacked my mother and severely injured her. After that, you shamelessly told the world that you defeated my mother in a fair fight and that you are the second most powerful person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Now, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. Let's see if you can defeat the son of Mo Nianchen without sneak attacking. The cold voice sounded again. This time, the sword was pointed at Gu Yan. Second Knight was in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Even if he fought with Elder Wu, he wouldn't lose in a short period of time. However, you killed him in one move. Who are you? From afar, Gu Yan looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. He was shocked. He realized that he was wrong. He was very wrong. He always thought that the most terrifying person in the ice palace was Elder Wu. He didn't expect it to be Mo Nianshan's son. This son of Mo Nianshan had hidden his strength well. Second night, he's just a piece of trash. Is it strange that I killed him in one move? Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. Not to mention that he was now in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Even if he was in the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he was confident that he could kill Second Night. It was just that it was easier after he reached the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Not to mention him, even if it was you, I would kill you in one move. Lin Ling said again. Arrogant. The crowd's eyes narrowed. This young man was very arrogant. It was reasonable that he killed Second Night in one move. After all, Second Night was only one stage higher than this young man. However, he said the same thing to Gu Yan, who was at the peak stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Killed in one move. Even the number one person in the Stone Saint Nation, Lord Arctic Ice, didn't have such confidence. Is he really from the cloud realm? He's 2 stages higher, and he dares to say that he can kill Second Night in one move. Lord Arctic Ice also felt that it was too unreal. It was too surreal. It was impossible. Nothing is impossible. Geniuses have great talent. Coupled with a solid foundation and great intent realm, it's normal for them to be able to fight 2 stages higher. However, such rare geniuses only appear in the 100 realms, not the cloud realm. The black-robed young man said indifferently. He wasn't surprised at all. Of course, he wasn't surprised that a genius could fight 2 stages higher. However, it didn't mean that Lin Ling could do the same. Who are you? Young man. Chapter 450. He is Lin Ling. However, many people were curious about Gu Yan's words. This young man, who had kept a low profile at the beginning, gradually walked out from behind the scenes to the front after the ugly face of the extreme hall was revealed. The strength he displayed was very terrifying. He killed the first and second night with a single move. Other than that young man in the rumors, no one else had this kind of strength. Although they had their guesses, they still wanted to hear the young man admit it himself. Especially the people from the Ice Palace. They wanted to know who the young man was more than anyone else. Moreover, they felt bitter in their hearts. When the young man came to the Ice Palace, they were actually the first to know his identity. However, because of their contempt and disdain, they never even asked for his name. They were too lazy to know. But now, they really wanted to know. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. He shook his head and said softly, Lin Ling. Yes. He is Lin Ling. Yes. The square was silent for a moment. Then, there were exclamations. Who in the cloud region didn't know Lin Ling's name? In the Battle of Heaven Mystic's Kingdom, he was like a dark horse that swept through the crowd. He defeated the cloud region's #1 prodigy, Xing Fifan. From then on, he became the #1 prodigy in the cloud region. And now, he was here. Lin Ling. Her son is actually Lin Ling. What a joke. We actually said that he wasn't fit to be Mo Nianshan's son. Yes. Everyone from the Ice Palace smiled bitterly. Everything was so ironic and ridiculous. They mocked and disdained Lin Ling at the beginning. At this moment, they were like ants dancing in front of him. No wonder the young man didn't care at all. He was disdainful. To be able to become my master's son, he is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Hong was excited. He then looked at the slender figure in the square and knelt down on one knee. Palace Master. Yes. At this moment, in front of everyone, he treated the young man as the Palace Master they admired the most. Palace Master. Yes. All the disciples of the ice palace also shouted and knelt down on one knee. They were sincerely convinced of the young man's strength. I always thought that it was a mistake for Nianchen to give up everything and marry that man from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Now, I finally know that Nianchen didn't give up everything. Instead, she passed everything down to her son and allowed her son to replace her to shine. Elder Wu muttered to herself. Her aged eyes were wet with tears. At this moment, she suddenly felt gratified and excited. Then, with a plop, she knelt down on one knee. Palace Master. They were completely convinced. They knew that Imo Nianchen's son had not let Imo Nianchen down. Instead, he was even more dazzling. Was the #1 genius of the cloud domain not worthy of Imo Nianchen? Furthermore, it was no longer a question of whether Imo Nianchen had lived up to his son's expectations. Instead, Imo Nianchen had used his son's pride to spread his name throughout the entire cloud realm. How is this possible? How could her son be so powerful? Gu Yan muttered to himself. He couldn't believe his eyes. Imo Nianchen was very scary in the past. He had to sneak up on her to win. However, Imo Nianchen's son was even scarier. He was so powerful that he felt suffocated. Defeating the saint of the cloud domain and seizing control of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom wasn't something that anyone could do. Take one move from me, and I will admit that you have defeated my mother. Cold. Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. Under countless gazes, the flaming demon dragon surged towards the young man's body. It was so powerful that it was as if he was going to cut off all means of retreat. What is he doing? Is he going to perish together with the flaming demon dragon? Cold. The crowd gasped. They couldn't understand Lin Ling's actions. After all, the terror of the flaming demon dragon was still fresh in their minds. However, the young man actually took the attack of the flaming demon dragon. Was he seeking death? Your vision is too narrow. In the past, during the Battle of 100 Generals, the prodigy Lin Ling didn't rely on the flaming demon dragon. Instead, he swallowed the flaming demon dragon and turned into the flaming demon king. Right at this moment, a dignified voice echoed. This person was fated to watch the Battle of 100 Generals and saw that scene from afar. Swallowed. Hearing that statement, the crowd swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Innate monarch body, turning into the flaming demon king. Gu Yan's eyes congealed. He might be at the peak stage of the heaven spirit realm, but he was afraid now. After all, the words innate monarch body were enough to make him lose the will to fight. Everyone knew how terrifying the innate monarch body was. Otherwise, the cloud domain wouldn't only have 3 innate monarch body possessors. One move. Cold. Gu Yan looked over and saw that the young man who swallowed the innate monarch body had a cold and scorching aura. Circles of green flame ripples were blooming from the young man's body. Subsequently, he saw the young man who looked like a demon king holding a giant sword and shooting over. Was that a human? That was fire, and that was even more demonic. Wait, the G Hall admits defeat today. The Ice Hall can exist. Alas! Gu Yan yelled out anxiously and kept retreating. His panicked look made the crowd's expression extremely interesting. The #2 figure of the Stone Saint Nation was actually begging for mercy. The Ice Hall has always existed. Do I need you to admit it? Humph. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully, making Gu Yan's breathing difficult. He said anxiously again, I'm sorry. I admit defeat in this battle. You can kill the people of the G Hall as you wish, but let me go. The G Hall is yours. Humph. He was completely afraid of Lin Ling. In order to survive, he didn't hesitate to hand over the G Hall behind him, exchanging the lives of tens of thousands of people in the G Hall for his life. His words made the people of the G Hall gloomy, and anger quietly rose in their hearts. Their whole master had abandoned them at the most critical moment, letting them all die instead of dying with the Ji Hall. At this moment, they suddenly felt sad. Compared to the Ice Hall, the Ji Hall master was too ugly. At least, the Ice Hall master Emonianchen and the current Lin Ling would only die with the Ice Hall to save their disciples. Gu Yan was too despicable. Are we all going to die? Humph. Many disciples of the Ji Hall secretly said. Gu Yan, the Ji Hall and the Ice Hall are not important to me. I'm the Cloud Sea King now. Do you think I care about these things? I'll kill you because you want to kill the people of the Ice Hall, but it doesn't mean that I'll kill everyone in the Ji Hall. Kill. However, at this moment, everyone heard Lin Ling's words, which made the eyes of the disciples of the Ji Hall brighten up. This young man was not a killer, but a debtor. At this moment, they actually hoped that Gu Yan would die. From then on, the Ji Hall and the Ice Hall would be united, and they would all be Emonianchen's disciples. I'll treat people the same way they treat me. This is my principle. You sneak attacked my mother, which is the same as sneak attacking me. Die. Kill. A terrifying murderous intent rippled out. Lin Ling raised his sword, burning with green flames. The domineering aura of the king body was displayed. No, I admit that I won because I sneak attacked her. Spare me, Lord Extreme Ice, save me. Save me. The green flame sword slashed down, causing Gu Yan to panic. In fact, he also had the qualifications to fight with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was too dazzling at the moment. He was the #1 genius of the cloud domain, so he didn't dare to fight with him. Chapter 451. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studio Supreme Old Dog Lin Ling was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was said that he had fought with the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Cord Temple and made the Supreme Elder flee in fear. Elder Extreme Ice was only slightly stronger than the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Cord Temple. How could he not be afraid of Lin Ling? That was the Lin Ling from before. After such a long time, who could guarantee that Lin Ling's strength hadn't improved? After all, those who could become geniuses couldn't be measured by common sense. How could their cultivation progress be measured by ordinary people? Swish! The sword light was dazzling, and flames spewed out. Gu Yan's body trembled, and a sword mark appeared on his neck. The surging aura of the Heaven Spirit Essence core gushed out. Gu Yan's body fell down, and a flame burned him. He was killed by Lin Ling in one move, which made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling really did what he said. The strength of the #1 prodigy was indeed powerful. Many people also thought that Gu Yan had defeated Emonianchen in the past. Was it true? Obviously, it was a sneak attack. After all, he couldn't even block one move from Emonianchen's son. How could he say that he defeated him fair and square? How sad. If you could block it, you might be able to live longer. Unfortunately, because of the enemy's reputation, you lost the will to fight. Your martial heart is too weak. Looking at Gu Yan who had turned into ashes, Lin Ling shook his head. Then, he looked at Elder Extreme Ice. The Ice Palace won the previous 3 battles, but you didn't admit it. You even allowed the Extreme Hall to sneak attack Elder Wu. Now, it's time to pay with blood. Since you chose the Extreme Hall, you will live and die with them. Lin Ling's sword pointed at Elder Extreme Ice. He obviously didn't plan to let go of the #1 prodigy of the Stone Saint Kingdom, Elder Extreme Ice, who was comparable to King Yun Hai of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Back in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling was at the early stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. With all his trump cards, he could make the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Cord Temple afraid. Now, he was at the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm, and his strength had doubled. Naturally, he didn't need to fear Elder Extreme Ice. Even if King Yun Hai was here, he was still confident of fighting. "You don't plan to let me go?" Old Man Extreme Ice murmured. Lin Ling, showing off his ability, had risen too quickly. Now, he already had the strength to challenge the strongest of the three countries. "That's right. Since you've made your choice, you should accept your opponent's challenge," Lin Ling said indifferently. Old Man Extreme Frost had chosen the Extreme Palace to erase the Ice Palace. When the Ice Palace was strong enough, they would naturally erase Old Man Extreme Frost. This was the truth of heaven and earth, the cycle of karma. "Do you know who I am?" the Extreme Ice Elder said again, as if he still couldn't believe what was happening. After all, a junior was challenging someone who had made a name for himself for a long time. "I know. You are someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with King Cloud Sea, but so what? Martial artists are supposed to advance through adversity. How can we be afraid just because the enemy is stronger or has cultivated for a longer time?" Lin Ling said calmly, his attitude extremely firm. "Moreover, the dignity of the Ice Palace cannot be humiliated. My mother's name cannot be blasphemed." Everyone from the Ice Palace trembled when they heard this. Indeed, they had been bullied since the beginning of the summit. They had been treated like ants for a long time. Whether they lived or died, they had to obey Old Man Extreme Ice's whims. And now, they had the qualifications to not be afraid of Old Man Extreme Ice. At the same time, they wanted Old Man Extreme Ice to experience the feeling of not being able to control his own life and death. "Palace Master, this is our Palace Master. He always speaks for us." Many disciples of the Ice Palace were excited as they looked at the slender figure with admiration. "Do you fight or not?" Lin Ling said coldly again. His aura was so strong that it made it difficult for Old Man Extreme Ice to breathe because this battle was a matter of life and death. Old Man Extreme Ice was the same as Sky Sound Temple Supreme Elder, Sage Tianyin. The older he got, the more he feared death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been threatened by the black-robed youth, Qingchuan Ming. "Trash, this is the Supreme Elder." Seeing Old Man Extreme Ice remain silent, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. "You." Old Man Extreme Ice's complexion was ugly. Lin Ling had gone too far. He wanted to force him to fight, and if he didn't fight then he would lose all dignity and face. "You really are trash. Which martial artist doesn't have the heart to fight? No wonder you can only be an insignificant elder for your entire life." "But I am interested in fighting the #1 genius of the domain of clouds." At this time, the black-robed youth beside Old Man Extreme Ice slowly said. His words caused Old Man Extreme Ice's pupils to narrow, but he was overjoyed. If Qingchuan Ming attacked, then his life might be saved. "Lin Ling, you are very arrogant, but unfortunately, you don't know that there is always someone better than you. You don't know that outside the domain of clouds, there are countless geniuses. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. If you want to fight, then try out Sir Qingchuan's strength." Thinking that if Qingchuan Ming attacked, Lin Ling would die for sure, Old Man Extreme Ice disdainfully laughed. How pitiful. A dignified Grand Elder ended up being someone else's dog. No wonder you've been soulless since the summit began. Everything you've done is just following orders. Instead of Grand Elder, it's better to call you Grand Old Dog. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. He wasn't surprised that Old Man Extreme Ice had someone supporting him from behind. Supreme Old Dog. Hearing Lin Ling's mocking words, the crowd also covered their mouths and laughed. At the beginning of the summit, Old Man Extreme Ice had acted out of character and helped the Extreme Hall. He had not fulfilled the duties of a Supreme Elder, and this was obvious to all. Thus, it wasn't strange to call Old Man Extreme Ice a dog. Moreover, it was time for Old Man Extreme Ice to change his position as Supreme Elder. Lin Ling, don't try to show off your strength with words. If you can survive, then we can talk about it. If I can have the last laugh and send off my own child, then I will be proud. Old Man Extreme Ice was so angry that his face turned red. In the past, he was a man of virtue and prestige. But today, in order to save his life, he had failed to fulfill his duties fairly, causing him to be cursed in his old age. But all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Thus, even though he was angry, he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die with his own eyes. He is right. You are a dog. Shut up. At this moment, the black-robed youth next to him shouted coldly, causing Old Man Extreme Ice's pupils to constrict. Qingchuan Ming had scolded him again. Even though he had helped Qingchuan Ming still didn't put him in his eyes. You think you have dignity as a dog? Unfortunately, your master is scolding a dog in front of everyone. The square was silent for a moment. Laughter rang out, causing Old Man Extreme Ice's face to turn green and red. Indeed, he could watch Lin Ling die in the hands of foreign geniuses, but he was someone's dog. This was a fact that couldn't be changed no matter what. Although this old man is a dog, not everyone can bully my dog. The black-robed youth, Qingchuan Ming, walked out step by step. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently, causing the square to become silent. Many people had already seen that this black-robed youth was somewhat extraordinary. After all, someone who could make Old Man Extreme Ice wary was absolutely terrifying. But who was this black-robed youth? He was so domineering and flamboyant. His background was probably not weak. As if he knew the curiosity in everyone's hearts, Qingchuan Ming stopped in the square and took out his sword. He gently wiped it. The sword was very long and thin. The blade was pitch black, and the end of the hilt was engraved with a ghost head with cold teeth. This sword was extraordinary. Chapter 452. The gathering of geniuses. While everyone was still in shock, suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled and several figures stepped on the clouds and walked over. The people here are really trash. Kneel down. As soon as they appeared, a terrifying aura bloomed. That was the domineering aura of a king body. Who are these people? On the square, the martial artists of the Stone Saint country were shocked. Some of the weaker martial artists even trembled and knelt down. Guofeng, you like to bully weak ants. Is this fun? A clear voice sounded at the same time. It seemed to be the leader of these people, so they restrained their aura. Everyone looked up and saw more than a dozen figures floating down from the sky. They were all around 17 or 18 years old. They were in their prime and gave people a sense of tranquility. It's my first time in the cloud domain, so I wanted to play with these weak martial artists. I didn't expect that they would all be afraid. It's boring. In the silence, one of the young men shrugged and said. They seem to have released their aura to play around and enjoy the feeling of superiority of an expert. We came from the 100 territories for the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Art. I didn't expect to see you here, Qingchuan Ming. The young girl in the lead wore a long purple dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall and her facial features were exquisite. She was an extremely rare beauty. There were 2 bell pendants hanging from her ears. As she walked, they emitted a ringing sound, causing one's heart to beat along with the sound of the bells. She was a genius. This was the only thought in the crowd's mind. They didn't expect the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Art to bring the geniuses of the 100 territories to the cloud domain. As for the geniuses of the 100 territories, they had heard of them before. Now that they saw them with their own eyes, they finally knew why they were so scary. They were all king bodies. He Zhuiyu, I didn't expect you to come for the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Art. However, I won't give you the inheritance of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Art. The black-robed young man Qingchuan Ming stopped and looked at the newcomers. He seemed to know these people. Let's see who has the ability. However, if I get the vermilion bird divine martial art, my strength will surpass all of you in the future. The vermilion bird divine martial art hasn't appeared yet. It's still uncertain who will get it. In any case, the vermilion bird divine martial art will definitely be obtained by one of the geniuses of the 100 territories. It's just a matter of luck. The geniuses and sky prides all smiled faintly. After they arrived, they directly ignored the warriors of Cloud Domain and were extremely arrogant. By the way, Clear Spring Ming, what are you doing? After chatting for a while, the young girl called He Jueyu laughed. She was even more arrogant, as if only geniuses could enter her eyes. She disdained everyone else. It's nothing. I originally wanted to unify the realm of clouds and have the martial artists here help me find the vermilion bird divine might. But, I didn't think that an accident would occur midway. A little ant would interrupt me. Qingchuan Ming shrugged and looked at Lin Ling. The extreme frost elder is my dog, and you are a small wild dog. If you want to bully my dog, I will not allow it. All the geniuses looked at Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Was that young man looking for death? He actually dared to provoke Lord Clearspring. Aren't you all curious about who he is? One of the geniuses faintly smiled and said to the crowd, he is the ruler of the middle 3 regions Azura domain. He is 18 years old and at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. He also has the talent of a king body. You ants are really bold to dare provoke him. The ruler of a domain. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with awe. It had to be known that the 100 territories were divided into the upper 3 regions, middle 3 regions, and lower 3 regions. The cloud domain belonged to the lower 3 regions and only had 3 large countries. But, to be able to become the middle 3 regions, each region had at least 10 countries. But, this black-robed youth was the ruler of a domain. No wonder the extreme frost elder didn't dare to speak. Ha, your faces are quite ugly. But, let me tell you something. He is an invited genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, the 7 Profound Martial House. In the future, he will participate in the 100 Territories Genius Competition. Another genius laughed, causing the crowd to be even more silent. However, all the geniuses enjoyed the feeling of awe from the crowd. They all smiled. The young girl He Jueyu looked at Lin Ling and said, you aren't too old, and your strength is just barely acceptable. You should be the number 1 genius of this small place. Unfortunately, you met Lord Clearspring. I'm afraid your fate will be death. I'll give you a personal warning. Run now. She seemed to be reminding Lin Ling, but the truth was that her words were high and lofty. She regarded Lin Ling as an ant. Of course, with their status and strength, they had the qualifications to do so. Run. The crowd's complexion was dignified. Lin Ling was strong, but he was only a genius of a single domain. He couldn't compare with the geniuses of the 100 territories. So, besides running away, Lin Ling had no other choice. Many people sighed. Lin Ling was famous and had risen like a comet, but he still couldn't compare with the geniuses of the 100 territories. Not far away, Extreme Frost Old Man looked at Lin Ling's miserable state and couldn't help but gloat. He already knew that this would be the outcome. No matter how dazzling Lin Ling was, once Qingchuan Ming made a move, Lin Ling was like trash. Lin Ling, go, don't bother with us. The people of the Ice Temple also had dignified expressions. Elder Wu said anxiously. They couldn't do anything when the experts from the other domains came. This was the reason why they were weak. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some were helpless. Why should I run? In the silence, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. Indeed, why should he run? Although these geniuses from the other domains were very strong and had king physiques, he also had a king physique. When he was in the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he could intimidate those at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm with his trump cards. Now that he was in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm, why should he be afraid of those at the heavenly spirit realm? So, why should he run? The surroundings quieted down. Lin Ling didn't plan to run. The geniuses from the other domains were stunned for a moment, then they all laughed disdainfully. Was this young man crazy? Or did he choose not to run because he didn't want to lose face? Although Lord Clearspring wasn't a top genius in the middle three regions, he was still very famous. He wasn't someone that anyone in the lower three regions could provoke. The geniuses from the other domains knew this very well. So, they were proud of others, but not Lord Clearspring. But now, this unknown young man wasn't afraid of Lord Clearspring. I don't understand where your confidence comes from. In terms of background, you're just a genius of a domain, not even the lord of a domain. In terms of strength, you're only in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. I don't know how many opponents like you I've killed. In terms of status, the cultivation resources I use in a month is enough for you to use in a lifetime. Don't you feel inferior? Lord Clearspring smiled faintly. He wasn't angry. Instead, he was interested. Hearing this, the other geniuses also laughed disdainfully. This young man in blue and white was like a country bumpkin. He was too ignorant. Chapter 453. Underworld Soul Diagram. You are the lord of a realm. Why are you so weak? You didn't get it with your own strength, but with your identity. As for your cultivation realm, you are the lord of a realm, so you have more cultivation resources. What's there to be proud of? Can you not talk so much? Swish. Lin Ling pulled out his sword and pointed it at Qingchuan Ming. Qingchuan Ming narrowed his eyes. He had said so much just now because he wanted to see Lin Ling feel inferior and regret showing off. However, the young man was arrogant. He was not afraid at all and even took out his sword. Ha, interesting. It seems that there are still people in this rubbish place who don't know how powerful Qingchuan Ming is. The geniuses were stunned again and then burst into laughter. This time, Qingchuan Ming's face darkened. Lin Ling was not afraid of him in front of all the geniuses. He even mocked him, which made Qingchuan Ming feel very embarrassed. You have said so much. When you lose to me, you will die miserably. Clang! Clang! Qingchuan Ming pointed his sword at Lin Ling and the wind of the underworld filled the air. Boom! Lin Ling's sword burst out with cold green flames. He smiled and his fighting spirit was boiling. You have said so much just now to show your arrogance and strength. But when you lose, you will be embarrassed. Clang! Arrogant! All the geniuses narrowed their eyes. That young man in the blue and white robe was truly arrogant. Not only did he not treat Qingchuan Ming seriously, he even looked down on him with arrogance. Were all the young men from the lower three realms so arrogant? He will suffer. But compared to that, I am more curious about how much Qingchuan Ming's strength has increased. But soon, He Zhuiyu laughed lightly, causing the geniuses around him to laugh as well. Woo! Woo! At this moment, ghosts appeared on Qingchuan Ming's sword. They were not ordinary ghosts, but the spirits of the underworld. His sword was very thin and emitted a cold evil qi. That was the wind of the underworld. It's so cold. What kind of aura is that? Retreat. The crowd retreated one after another. They felt as if their bodies were about to be blown away. According to legend, the winds of the Yellow Springs can blow people into ashes, and even their souls can be turned into nothingness. Innate king physique, Azura underworld physique. He Zhuiyu said lightly. She just wanted to see how powerful the king physique of the netherworld Clearspring was. But now, it didn't disappoint her. It was indeed very strong. Her words made the hearts of the crowd tremble. Sure enough, she had an innate king body, and it was related to the underworld. It was extremely terrifying. Woo woo woo. Qingchuan Ming's body disappeared, and the wind of the yellow springs filled the square. A sword seemed to have come from the yellow springs of the 9 underworlds. Although I'm at the peak of the sky spirit realm, I've killed a king spirit realm cultivator before. Why else do you think Elder Extreme Ice would be afraid of me? Knight of the Yellow Springs. A cold voice sounded out, and a cold wind blew out. Many of the martial artists near the square trembled, and in the next moment, they turned into dust and drifted away. Those people died after being blown by the wind. The Azura underworld body was extremely tyrannical. Really? Then let me see how powerful your king physique is. Lin Ling was fearless. The flames on his sword burned brighter, and the demonic dragon roared. Then, he also shot towards Qingchuan Ming. He also has a king physique. No wonder he's so arrogant. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that every genius of the 100 territories has a king physique. His arrogance is nothing compared to the other geniuses. The geniuses of the various territories stared at Lin Ling in surprise, but then they shook their heads and laughed. He dares to fight Qingchuan Ming head-on. He's courting death. He Zhuiyu shook her head in disdain. Qingchuan Ming's king physique was very tyrannical. It was said that he had almost comprehended the true meaning, and his realm was higher than Lin Ling's. If Lin Ling chose to fight him head-on, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a car. Bang! In the next moment, the 2 swords collided. On one side was a huge black sword burning with flames, and on the other was a thin sword. The wind of the yellow springs filled the air, and a terrifying shock wave swept out. This was a clash of geniuses, a battle of king physiques. Lose. He Zhuiyu said softly, which made the other geniuses laugh. But in the next moment, their pupils constricted. Under the collision of the flames and the light of the yellow springs, the 2 youths were still fighting with their swords. They had imagined that the blue-white-robed youth would be defeated in one move, but it didn't happen. Instead, from any angle, the blue-white-robed youth seemed to be safe and sound. He's only at the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and Qingchuan Ming is at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. How did he block that sword? The geniuses frowned. They could faintly feel that this youth wasn't simple. You've said so much before to show off your arrogance and origin, but it seems that's all you've got. Could it be that your position as the ruler of a territory was won by your mouth? Amidst the silence, a calm voice sounded, and everyone's pupils constricted. It was Lin Ling's voice. Lin Ling actually had the leisure to talk in front of a genius from another region. Not bad. You've swallowed your own flames, and your strength has indeed increased. No wonder you're so arrogant. But I'm at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Holding his sword with his right hand, Qingchuan Ming's face was a bit ugly as he shouted coldly. He didn't defeat the youth with one move. Instead, the youth's casual words humiliated him greatly. You'll know how powerful I am. Qingchuan Ming said coldly again. A terrifying illusion appeared behind him. It was a dark mountain range with countless people walking along it. They seemed to have no souls, like walking corpses. The Yellow Springs Soul Diagram. Seeing this scene, the geniuses were all shocked. This was the perfect state of the Shura dark physique, and it was even close to the state of martial intent. Martial intent, seeking the truth, pursued the origin of the innate spirit body, and the origin of the Shura dark physique was naturally the Yellow Springs Soul Diagram. My sword's power has increased. You can die now. Qingchuan Ming's sword became strange and illusory like waves. In the next moment, a terrifying wind of the Yellow Springs bloomed. Yellow Springs Datura. The sword light was like water, and it was as if the night had fallen. The crowd only saw a sword pass Lin Ling, and Lin Ling frowned slightly. He subconsciously held his sword and blocked Qing Chuanming's sword with a clang. But he still frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Behind him, Qing Chuanming's body appeared. He seemed to have passed through Lin Ling with his sword. At this moment, he was gently wiping the sword and then putting it back into the scabbard. The whole process was full of confidence and arrogance, like a swordsman of the Yellow Springs. What happened? The crowd's hearts trembled at this scene. Although they didn't know what had happened, they had a feeling that this battle was over. Perhaps Lin Ling had lost, or even died. The Yellow Springs Datura. It is said that when it blossoms, one will turn into the wind of the Yellow Springs and be taken to hell. He thought that he had blocked that sword, but he didn't know that the sword was the Yellow Springs. He simply couldn't block it. He has already been struck. He Zhueyu lightly said. Qing Chuanming's Shura dark physique was extremely terrifying. In time, the seven profound martial house would definitely have a place for Qing Chuanming. I thought that since he dared to challenge Qing Chuanming, he would have some martial arts skills. What a pity, he has disappointed me. The other geniuses shook their heads and smiled. They all thought that Lin Ling had already died. Chapter 454. The True Meaning of Fire, Underworld Datura. Lin Ling stood quietly in place. He lowered his head and vaguely saw an ice flower on his chest. It was the Devil's Snare flower. He felt a terrifying power raging in his body. It seemed to want to turn his heavenly spirit essence core into ashes. It even wanted to turn him into the wind of the underworld and disappear from the world. The geniuses from the 100 territories were indeed powerful. This sword cannot be broken. Qing Chuanming seemed to have noticed Lin Ling's surprise and said lightly. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned slightly. However, a smile soon appeared on his face. He realized that the terrifying cold Yin energy had invaded the heavenly spirit origin core and triggered the world-purifying demonic flame, 9 nether heavenly flame, and 7 edge heavenly flame. Then, the cold aura gradually disappeared. The true meaning of fire. It seemed that the cold wind of the underworld was powerless against the true meaning of fire. Qing Chuanming, you're getting stronger and stronger. If you get the vermilion bird's inheritance, none of us will be your match. At this moment, all the geniuses said to Qing Chuanming. Qing Chuanming nodded proudly and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded, the battle is not over and you're already putting away your sword. Are all the geniuses from the 100 territories so ridiculous? Silence. The voice was like the wind, and all the geniuses' eyes narrowed. They turned around quietly and their expressions changed instantly. The blue-robed young man was still standing there. He held his sword and stood there quietly. He gave off the feeling of a lonely mountain peak. He raised his sword and pointed it at Qing Chuanming from afar. A terrifying aura was released. It was fire. Even though they were geniuses from the 100 territories, they could clearly feel that it was fire. And it was not an ordinary fire. It was not an ordinary spirit body. It was a kind of fire that returned to its original state. The young man's aura had obviously changed. He seemed to have hidden his trump card. As for the datura flower on the young man's chest, it was no longer white. It seemed to be a flower formed by burning fire. The datura flower seemed to be burned by fire. How is this possible? All the geniuses' hearts trembled. You are the ruler of a territory, and also a genius that was invited to the 7 profound martial house. But from what I can see, besides your nonsense, everything else is ordinary. Moreover, you put away your sword, and your opponent is still safe and sound. Don't you think this is shameful? The cold voice sounded, and all the geniuses' eyes widened. How could this be? Qing Chuanming's face. Qing Chuanming's sword was in front of him. was Lin Ling Chen's sect. Of Lin's. Of course Qingchuan Ming, Qingchuan Ming. The Qingchuan Ming of Qingchuan. Was Qingchuan Ming. Was Qingchuan Ming in Qingchuan. Of the lucky of. U Studios. Then, Studios world. World soul. Studio cloud of. The realm. Realm. Hell. Heaven hell. River of forgetfulness, bridge of forgetfulness, Granny Mang's soup, past and present life sword. A cold sword shot towards Lin Ling. Tens of thousands of ghosts followed the sword. Not only could this sword break a person's soul, but it would also make it difficult for a person's soul to enter the path of samsara. Bang! A terrifying aura bloomed. Even the geniuses around Qingchuan Ming retreated. At this moment, Qingchuan Ming was too terrifying. They had no choice but to retreat. 9 nether, 7 blades, world cleansing, sword of 3 fires. On the other side, a cold voice sounded out. Raging flames bloomed, burning the yellow spring soul diagram. A sword with an infinite domineering aura cut down from the distance like a heavenly fire. Bang! The 2 swords collided. A deafening sound rang out, and spiritual energy surged. If Qingchuan Ming represented the cold hell, then Lin Ling's sword represented the overbearing sun. Under countless gazes, Qingchuan Ming's sword was extremely terrifying at the beginning. But in the next moment, it was suppressed by the huge sword. Qingchuan Ming's sword was even bent. You are very arrogant. You have a mysterious origin and endless cultivation resources. But I come from the tiny cloud domain. I have no cultivation resources or origin. But now, I, the tiny me, want you to get lost. Along with the word, get lost. A figure flew out and landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to crack for tens of meters. The crowd in the distance was completely silent. The one who flew out was Qingchuan Ming. The temperature of the fire has reached the limit. Is that the true meaning of fire? He Zhuiyu's eyes widened. She looked at the young man in disbelief. The young man's eyes shone brightly. His sword was majestic and domineering. It was as if it was going to cut the heaven and earth apart. What? The true meaning of fire. The rest of the geniuses were shocked. On the ground, Qingchuan Ming's pupils constricted. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. As he looked at his chest, he saw a flower formed from 3 different kinds of flames, constantly burning his body. And what was most terrifying was that he realized that these flames could not be extinguished. Even the winds of the underworld could not extinguish them. The true meaning of fire. How could the true meaning of fire appear in the tiny cloud domain? He was horrified. The true meaning of martial was extremely terrifying. It pursued the true source of the heavens and earth. Normally, those that possessed this sort of true meaning of martial were true geniuses that only appeared in the 7 profound martial house. But now, he had encountered one. This was terrifying. In the distance, an old man quietly stood atop a mountain peak. His eyes seemed to see through the endless clouds. He faintly smiled. Lin Ling will soon enter the rainforest Holy Land. It's time for him to experience the talents of the 100 territories. But once the true meaning of fire appears, how could these geniuses be his match? True meaning was not something that could be comprehended by relying on a massive amount of cultivation resources. It depended on perception, lucky chances, hard work, and so forth. Those that possessed this sort of true meaning of martial were all juniors that the rainforest Holy Land would focus on. Pang! At this moment, the entire square was silent. Only the sound of Lin Ling's footsteps could be heard, as if an ancient giant were walking. Every step he took caused the hearts of all the geniuses to tremble. This youth was too domineering. I haven't lost yet. Die. Die. Nether Clearspring clenched his teeth. He knew that Lin Ling was humiliating him, but he could not bear to be humiliated. He slapped the ground with his right hand, grasped his sword, and shot towards Lin Ling. You said before that I was a wild dog. I wanted to touch your dog, so you, the master, had to attack. But now, what qualifications do you have to call me a dog? You are more like a wild dog. Faintly looking at Nether Clearspring, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled. The great sword in his hand burned with 3 blazing flames. Looking at Nether Clearspring, he slashed out. Bang! Tyrannical. The true meaning of fire swept out in all directions. Pang! Nether Clearspring was sent flying again, heavily smashing into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and the burning flower in his chest became even more frenzied. His face was extremely pale. You said earlier that you had once killed a King's Spirit Realm cultivator, but right now, it seems that you can't even defeat me at the Mid-Sky Spirit Realm. Lin Ling stopped and gently wiped the sword in his hand, then slowly put it back on his back. The entire process was filled with confidence and arrogance. Chapter 455. Battle. He's humiliating Clearspring Ming. In the distance, all the genius's pupils shrank. Before Clearspring Ming's sword strike, Lin Ling hadn't lost, but Clearspring Ming had already sheathed his sword with unspeakable pride and arrogance. But now, Lin Ling had returned an eye for an eye. It even faintly indicated that the battle was over, and that Clearspring Ming had lost. Puff! Clearspring Ming felt this humiliation the clearest. His face burned with pain, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lin Ling slowly walked forwards, arriving in front of Clearspring Ming. He arrogantly looked down at him and said, "Today is a matter between Ice Temple and Extreme Temple, but because you come from a foreign domain, you are so arrogant that you consider everything beneath your notice. You want to dominate everything and disturb the balance of the Stone Saint Nation. Don't you think that your arrogance is too excessive? What do you want to do?" Clearspring Ming struggled to speak. This youth in front of him was like a god of fire. The true meaning of fire was extremely terrifying. It was the fusion of 3 different flames, so dazzling that he couldn't look straight at him. "I want to obliterate you, the ruler of a domain," Lin Ling coldly said. The flames in his left hand became even more exuberant. The true meaning of fire filled his fist, causing Clearspring Ming's pupils to shrink. "You cannot kill him. Do you know why he can become the ruler of a domain? That is because he has a powerful background in the Rainforest Holy Land, the 7 Profound Martial House. If you kill him, the consequences will be unimaginable." Looking at this domineering youth, He Xueyu's mind was in a trance. This was the youth that they looked down on. But she still coldly said. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't answer her. What answered her was a flaming fist. Bang! The flaming fist rippled and smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake. A deep pit that was dozens of meters long and wide appeared. And in this deep pit, flames burned like a volcanic hell. Die! Clearspring Ming had been killed by a single fist. He had arrogantly come to the cloud domain. Because he was in the mood, he wanted to change the world of the Stone Saint Nation. It was as if the lives of tens of thousands of martial artists were nothing but ants to him, toys to pass the time. But his arrogance had kicked an iron plate. Although the cloud domain was small, there was still a terrifying genius here that could easily suppress him. Dead! The faces of the geniuses stiffened. In front of them, this young man had killed Qingchuan Ming. It was as if he had no fear at all. The surrounding crowd was completely silent, especially Old Man Extreme Ice. His face was extremely pale. It seemed that he had made the wrong choice. Sorry, what were you talking about? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. You! He Shuiyu and the others had ugly expressions. They knew that the youth must have heard their words, but the youth ignored them. After killing Lord Clearspring, he raised his head and asked them, "What were you talking about?" This was a humiliation. The geniuses from other regions were very proud, but at this moment, this youth was stepping on their pride. "You're dead." He Shuiyu gritted his teeth. It should be known that Qingchuan Ming was able to become the lord of a domain and had endless cultivation resources. It was not because of his strength, but because of the background behind him. Now that Qingchuan Ming had failed miserably and died in the cloud domain, that big shot would definitely be furious. Is it because of his powerful background that I have to lower my voice to him and give my life to him? Lin Ling sneered. These geniuses were ridiculous. Because of their powerful background, they could easily kill others, but others had to be wary of their background when trying to kill them. Could it be that because of their background, they could only watch helplessly as geniuses killed them? You won, but you don't have to kill him. If you kill him, the consequences will be terrible. He Shuiyu said coldly. Do you think I'm a fool? I defeated him, but with his arrogance, he won't let me go. Since that's the case, why should I let him live? Lin Ling said disdainfully again. The crowd nodded their heads. Qingchuan Ming's arrogance was obvious to all. Lin Ling had defeated him, so how could Qingchuan Ming let Lin Ling go? Since it was a hatred that couldn't be resolved, why not kill him? Alright, you guys are just a so-so. Previously, you said that my strength was barely up to your standards. Why don't you dare to say that now? Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He looked at He Shuiyu and the others indifferently. Their faces turned green and red. Previously, they said that Lin Ling was barely up to their standards, but now, was it really just barely? However, they also noticed the coldness in Lin Ling's eyes. One of them said, "You want to kill us?" Kill? Do you think I have the strength? Lin Ling didn't answer. He only asked softly. He Shuiyu and the others fell silent. They were also at the peak of the sky spirit realm and had king physiques. They were above everyone else, but this youth had the true meaning of fire and controlled the extreme power of fire. If they really fought, they might die. You can't answer, right? Previously, because of your strength, you bullied the people of the Stone Saint country and made them kneel. Now, all of you kneel to them and you can leave. Of course, you might have a noble background, so you don't want to bow your head. Fine, I'll give you a chance to fight with me. Lin Ling said again. You want us to kneel to these ants? The genius's eyes narrowed. This youth was so ruthless. Ants? You call others ants when you're stronger than them, then should I call you ants? Lin Ling smiled coldly and his attitude became even stronger. If you don't kneel, then fight. Fight. You. Fight. The geniuses' faces turned ugly. They didn't expect that in the cloud realm, they would be bullied. If they chose to fight, they would probably die. You're very arrogant, but remember, the geniuses who came to the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy are not just us. There are some who are even stronger. Your strength is nothing to them. Fight. He Shuiyu said unwillingly, but what he got in return was Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Fight. Fight. Plop. The aura of the true meaning of fire bloomed. The previously arrogant geniuses all knelt down. Moreover, they knelt down in front of the Stone Saint country's warriors. This made the warriors' hearts tremble. Lin Ling was from the cloud realm, and he had helped them regain some dignity. The geniuses of the cloud realm were very powerful and dazzling. They even made them feel proud. As for He Shuiyu and the other geniuses, their eyes flickered with cold light. They deeply remembered the name Lin Ling. This youth actually made them kneel today. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying aura bloomed, and many people could faintly hear the cry of the vermilion bird. The tomb of the vermilion bird Divine Martial Academy has appeared. Yes. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they became excited. Lin Ling, we also knelt down. We're even now. You're on your own. Yes. He Zhuiyu looked at Lin Ling and said, but he still knelt down. Only when Lin Ling nodded did they forget about the humiliation and flew away. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to He Zhuiyu and the others. His eyes were also looking into the distance. The tomb of the vermilion bird Divine Martial Academy had finally appeared. However, he didn't rush over. Instead, he looked at the panicked old man. At this moment, the old man wanted to take advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted to turn around and run. Chapter 456. The new Lord Extreme Ice old dog, where do you think you're going? Lin Ling sneered, causing everyone to look at Extreme Ice old man. Then, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Extreme Ice old man was very proud of himself. He thought that Lin Ling would die with the arrival of the foreign geniuses. However, who knew that the foreign geniuses would also lose to Lin Ling? What else could he say now? Extreme Ice old man's eyes twitched as he smiled bitterly. I don't want to go anywhere. Now that the enemy is invading, I will live and die with everyone. Silence. Silence. After he said that, the square fell into silence. Everyone only had mocking expressions. Could Extreme Ice old man be any more shameless? When the experts arrived, Extreme Ice old man was the first to surrender, allowing the foreign geniuses to kill the people of the Stone Saint Nation. Now, he still had the nerve to say that he would live and die with everyone. Extreme Ice old dog, you wanted to see me die in the hands of Qingchuanming, but now you say that you will die with us. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Such a shameless person like Extreme Ice old man would only be a disaster if he stayed. Plop. Extreme Ice old man knelt down and kept kowtowing. Wait, I was threatened by Qingchuanming, so I helped him. But in reality, I'm from the cloud domain. Shut up. As the #1 expert of the Stone Saint Nation, what have you done? And Lin Ling isn't from the Stone Saint Empire, but he didn't fear the enemy and fought for us. You, as the Grand Elder, have lost a lot of face. Silence. Moreover, you were gloating and wanted to see Lin Ling die. But now, you think it's sad that all of us are watching you die. Silence. Lin Ling, kill him. Silence. Angry voices came from all around, which stunned Lin Ling. He didn't expect that everyone seemed to hate Extreme Ice old man more than him. Spare me. Silence. Extreme Ice old man's face was pale. Only now did he realize what it meant to be betrayed. Of course, he couldn't blame anyone but himself for betraying everyone for himself. You've already made your choice. It's too late to regret it now. Lin Ling shook his head and released his terrifying soul power. It turned into a blade of nirvanic extermination and shot towards Old Man Extreme Ice. No! Old Man Extreme Frost shouted and stood up. His eyes were red. Even before I die, I want you all to die with me. In the end, he was still a King Spirit Realm expert. His outburst before death was extremely terrifying, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. However, just as he moved, the saber of Nirvana shot over. Then, Elder Extreme Frost's body trembled and fell to the ground with a thud. His soul had collapsed. Everyone's hearts trembled and they subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling was even more powerful than they had imagined. He had killed a King Spirit Realm Master without even moving. This meant that in the battle between Lin Ling and Qingchuanming, he hadn't used his full strength. This was the proudest genius of the Cloud Realm. Many people stared blankly at the dead elder extreme ice, and their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. But soon after, everyone looked at the young man in excitement and knelt down on one knee. Elder Extreme Frost. Respectful voices floated out from their mouths. To them, the foreign geniuses had come, and everyone's lives had been saved by this young man. Otherwise, with the foreign geniuses' arrogant temperaments, they would have been killed without blinking an eye. And this young man had enough strength to become their Stone Saint Nation's Elder Extreme Frost Palace. This meant that this young man was the strongest person in the Stone Saint Nation. Elder Extreme Frost, this is the Stone Saint Nation's Elder Extreme Frost position, and I don't seem to be old. Lin Ling was stunned. He hadn't expected everyone's reaction to be so big. He had killed Qingchuan Ming because he wanted to attack the Ice Saint Nation. As for making the geniuses kneel, that was because he didn't like those high and mighty geniuses. Sir Lin Ling, from now on, you are our Elder Extreme Frost. All the cultivators knelt down on one knee, and a tall and sturdy cultivator said in awe. Bang! Next to him, a cultivator slapped his head. Don't talk nonsense. Sir Lin Ling is younger than us. How can you call him elder? You should call him Lord Extreme Frost. Lord Extreme Frost. Everyone shouted, causing the Ice Saint Nation's people to be in a daze. Their Saint Nation's master had become an Elder Extreme Frost. Good, good, good. Nianchen, what you couldn't do in the past, your son has done it for you. Elder Wu laughed happily, and then knelt down on one knee as well. Lin Ling's helpless smile became wider. Finally, he said, everyone, get up. No matter what, I am from the cloud domain. If I can help, I will help. Now that the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb has appeared, I'm afraid the Stone Saint Nation will have another great battle. Yes. Everyone nodded. That orderly aura made Lin Ling smile helplessly again. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have obtained the entire Stone Saint Nation. Cloud Domain had 3 great nations, and he now had 2 great nations. All of this felt like a dream. Lin Ling, I won't go. We will wait for you in the Ice Saint Nation. Heavenly Concubine smiled as she walked over. Lin Ling nodded. Heavenly Concubine already had the king physique, and it had just awakened. It was not suitable for her to compete for the Vermilion Bird inheritance. Moreover, everyone in the Stone Saint Nation lacked the qualifications. After all, the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb was a battlefield for geniuses. After exchanging a few words with Elder Wu and the others, Lin Ling did not delay and flew towards the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. Send off Lord Extreme Frost. Everyone bowed respectfully. In their eyes, the young man was handsome and extraordinary. His blue and white robe made him look like he had come from the horizon. He was the pride of the cloud domain. Lin Ling, a genius from the outer region, how is it? Not long after Lin Ling flew, a figure followed closely behind. It was Old Man Huayang. Very powerful. Lin Ling said sincerely. Although he had defeated Qingchuan Ming, there were many geniuses like Qingchuan Ming who were stronger than him. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that it was nothing to be proud of. Good, I like your humble attitude the most. Old Man Huayang laughed. This young man was only 18 years old, but he had a calm temperament and was not arrogant. He would definitely go far in the future. But you don't have to belittle yourself. The geniuses of the 100 territories are indeed powerful, but you only lack cultivation resources. After all, your status is not as delicate as theirs. Otherwise, they would not be able to compete with you. Now, you have comprehended the true meaning of fire with your own efforts. You are unrivaled in the heavenly spirit realm. Old Man Huayang said. Lin Ling smiled but did not say anything. Oh right, you told me before that your mother was taken away by the people of the 100 territories. Your mother's surname is Mo. In addition to the 7 cycles awakening pill that you refined, I seem to have a clearer understanding of her origin. Old man Huayong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling stopped flying and looked at old man Huayong in surprise. He still had the soil from his father's tomb that he wanted to give to his mother. As her son, this was something that he had to do. The 7 cycles awakening pill is rare even in the 100 territories. Other than that place, I have not heard of any other place that has it. Therefore, I am sure that your mother was taken away by the people of the rainforest's sacred land. Old man Huayong said slowly. Will she be in danger? Chapter 457. Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. Old man Huayong shook his head. I don't know, but my guess is that it shouldn't be. Then, he saw that Lin Ling wanted to immediately go to the rainforest's sacred land. He stopped him. With your current strength, there is no use. Instead, it will be harmful to your mother. Wait until you go to the 7 profound martial house and reach a certain height. At that time, even if you don't look for your mother, you will know her origin and whereabouts. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed and calmed down. Strength, his current strength was still too weak. He couldn't compare to the ancient 100 domains or the rainforest's sacred land. Therefore, you must obtain the Vermilion Bird inheritance. Only then can you be reborn and have the qualifications to step into the rainforest's sacred land. Old man Huayong advised. But he didn't think that this youth would quickly calm down and not be impulsive. This temperament was rare. I will obtain it. Lin Ling muttered to himself, his eyes extremely firm. Rumble. At this moment, flames soared into the sky and a giant vermilion bird phantom soared into the sky. Everyone in the Stone Saint Nation saw it, and then a large number of foreign geniuses flew towards the phantom. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance, the overlord body of the king body. If they could obtain it, they would become famous. That place is filled with chaotic energy. It seems that there is more than just the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. I fear that there is an even more powerful powerhouse that fell there, forming a mystic realm. Those that surpass the heavenly spirit realm cannot enter. Old man Huayong said as he looked into the distance. Clouds began to appear in the sky, and a mysterious mountain faintly appeared in the clouds. He guessed that the Vermilion Bird inheritance was in that mountain. That illusory mountain in the sky has appeared because the spiritual energy has been suppressed for many years. The real mountain is hidden underground. Your goal is that mountain. Go, I will wait for you outside. Then, he gave his blessing. Lin Ling nodded, and the flame wings behind him flapped. He turned into a meteor and shot forward. Rumble. In a volcano, endless lava spewed out, condensing into flame-like cumulus clouds in the sky. Mysterious mountains were hidden in the cumulus clouds, but a large number of young figures rushed into the volcano's lava. Seeing those young people rushing in, Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he also shot into the volcano. Boom! The scorching flames rushed towards him, but Lin Ling was the king of fire, so he did not feel anything. However, after entering the lava flames, a strange feeling arose. The next moment, the entire world quietly changed. This was a world of flames, but there were also mountains and rivers. It was extremely mystical. It's similar to the secret realm that devoured the world-cleansing demonic flame. Lin Ling was not surprised. His gaze swept across the area, and the first thing he saw was a blood pool not far away. The pool water was continuously bubbling with blood, and it was extremely mysterious. Blood-quenching pool. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he would see a rare natural treasure as soon as he entered. The pool that looked like blood was actually not blood, but the blood of the earth. It was just that it had been sealed by the volcano for a long time, so it was extremely dense, forming a pool of blood. This kind of natural treasure was extremely rare, and most importantly, it had the effect of tempering one's blood. Blood-quenching pool. That's great. Even God is helping me. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the blood-quenching pool. He looked at the blood-quenching pool and laughed excitedly. Lin Ling frowned slightly. It seemed that he was not the only one who was lucky. However, the blood-quenching pool was so big that it was enough for 2 people to use. Then, he slowly walked forward. Stop, who allowed you to come over? The person turned around. It was a youth of about 19 years old. He was dressed in a black robe, with his long hair tied behind his head. He held a large saber in his hand, and his face was somewhat cold. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The blood-quenching pool is so big. You can't use it all by yourself. Since everyone saw it, why don't we all share it? You're Lin Xuanwu's man." The youth ignored Lin Ling's words and asked indifferently. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He had never heard of Lin Xuanwu. "Then you're Tian Li or Yan Baihu's man?" The youth asked again. "I've never heard of these people. I'm from the Cloud region." Lin Ling frowned. He didn't understand why the youth would ask such a question. Lin Xuanwu is the strongest genius that came to the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. He is a genius of the 7 profound martial house, and is said to be invincible in the heavenly spirit realm. Tian Li has yet to enter any martial arts hall, but he is ranked 2nd in the heavenly spirit realm, and Yan Baihu is ranked 3rd. These 3 are all famous geniuses of the 100 territories. You're not one of them. Without their protection, you dare to come here. The youth strangely smiled and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Cloud region. You're a martial artist from the lower 3 realms under my feet. Fuck off. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. After talking with old man Huayang, he knew that there were many people in the 100 territories who were stronger than him. Therefore, he had planned to be low-key. When he encountered the blood-quenching pool, he would share it with the other party. But the other party seemed to think that his background and reputation were weak, so they wanted him to fuck off. "Are you sure you don't want me to fuck off?" Lin Ling's voice was hoarse. I come from the middle 3 realms. My innate king body is the Milky Way tyrant body, and I'm at the late heavenly spirit realm. I thought you were a genius powerhouse, so I asked you a few questions. Otherwise, I would have already killed you. The youth arrogantly laughed. A martial artist from the Cloud region. Not long ago, he had come from the direction of the Snake Swamp country. He had overcome all difficulties, and no one had been able to stop him. All of the powerhouses there had been trampled under his feet. This had made him confident. The martial artists of the lower 3 realms were very weak. Since it's like this, then I'm sorry, but this blood-quenching pool is mine. Lin Ling's face was ice cold. He slowly drew his sword. You're crazy. I didn't kill you, but I told you to fuck off. This is your lucky chance, and you still want to take it all for yourself. The youth's pupils shrank, and his anger rippled out. The broadsword in his hand turned a crystalline blue, as if it were flowing in waves. If you can't recognize yourself, then die. He swung his broadsword, and a terrifying river water spread out. It seemed to be the power of 10 rivers, which meant that it was the power of 10 vast rivers. Then, he withdrew his broadsword and stood up. He looked at the blood-quenching pool behind him and smiled with satisfaction. His broadsword hadn't hit Lin Ling, but he had already begun to appreciate his spoils of war. This showed how confident he was. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying flame energy bloomed. 3 flames descended, and the true meaning of fire rippled out. A sword came from the horizon, and then crossed the sky, and hung beside the young man's neck, causing the young man's face to stiffen. Even the corner of his mouth revealed a joyful smile of obtaining a treasure, but at this moment, it froze. He quietly turned his head to look, and found that his 10 rivers power had been completely burned by the fire. What a terrifying power of fire. I don't know what kind of trash the 3 geniuses are, and they are not qualified to protect me. I only know that you are going to die. The cold voice sounded in the youth's ear, and his pupils widened. He wanted to say something, but in the next moment, the flaming broadsword slashed out, turning him into endless ashes. Chapter 458. Jiumao Mountain, you've been watching for so long, it's time for you to come out. Lin Ling didn't put away his sword, but looked to the other side. His keen soul force had sensed that there was another genius hiding underground. These geniuses all had king physiques and were all terrifying. But to Lin Ling, that was all. As long as they were at the sky spirit realm, he wasn't afraid. Amazing. The quenching blood pool is yours, but let me remind you that the 3 geniuses have already headed to Jiumao Mountain. If you have any strength, don't miss it. Oh. The geniuses who had tried to steal the quenching blood pool had also quietly fled. The youth in the blue and white robe was so powerful that he didn't dare act rashly. Lin Ling's lips curled into a confident smile as he shook his head. As expected, strength spoke no matter where it was. He then took off his clothes and jumped into the quenching blood pool. As soon as he entered the pool, a wave of heat washed over him, causing Lin Ling's entire body to tremble. He had a king physique for the fire attribute, but he still felt the heat. This showed how terrifying the quenching blood pool was. Blood exchange. Exchanging the earth's blood for human blood would make Lin Ling's foundation more solid, and his ability to challenge geniuses above his level would be stronger. It's so hot, and the earth's blood is flowing through my skin into my blood vessels. Lin Ling was secretly surprised as he felt the earth's essence changing his blood. Time slowly passed. After a long while, Lin Ling walked out of the quenching blood pool with a bare upper body. He then used a rune bag to store a large amount of earth's blood, preparing to leave it for his family. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. From afar, a girl in white walked over step by step, leaning on a walking stick. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was just about to put on his clothes when he realized that the girl's eyes seemed to be impaired. This made him shake his head with a smile. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Sir, is this place far from Jiumao Mountain? The girl in white's voice was very weak. She wasn't devastatingly beautiful, but she was lovely and moving. Her eyes were closed, as if she was blind, giving people a feeling of pity. Lin Ling's heart rippled. A blind man. When he first came to this world, he was also blind and was bullied. In the end, he relied on his extraordinary perseverance to reach his current height. I don't know which direction Jiumao Mountain is in. Lin Ling said softly. Thank you. The white-clothed girl nodded and walked forward with the help of her walking stick. Lin Ling couldn't bear it and asked, You came here alone, aren't you afraid of danger? My friends have abandoned me. Now, I just want to leave this place. The white-clothed girl said sadly. In this world, the strong were revered. This young girl had come to the cruel vermilion bird divine martial tomb by herself. This proved that it wasn't easy for her. Most importantly, the young girl's eyesight was inconvenient, causing others to sympathize with her. If you don't mind, I'll bring you along. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling smiled. Perhaps the girl's blindness resonated with him, which was why he decided to help her. Of course, Lin Ling was only helping her, and it was limited to the vermilion bird divine martial tomb. Really? Thank you so much. My name is Zhou Xiaoping. The white-clothed girl immediately smiled. Then, her eyebrows twitched. What's this smell? It's so rich. It's the blood of the earth. Lin Ling said with a smile. This is a treasure of heaven and earth. Quick, help me collect it. Don't waste it. The white-clothed girl was overjoyed. Lin Ling frowned. He collected a lot of blood of the earth for her. Then, the two of them continued to walk toward Joji Mountain. At this moment, at the center of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, a large number of geniuses and experts had gathered. Their eyes were fixed on a vast mountain. There was a terrifying aura of the Vermilion Bird there. Many people guessed that the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance was hidden in the mountain. However, the mountain was surrounded by people. Geniuses without a certain level of strength and background were not allowed to enter. This is too overbearing. I'm from the Windy Wind region. I'm also a genius. Why can't I enter the mountain? Are the three geniuses, Lin Xuanwu, Tianli, and Yan Baihu, trying to monopolize the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance? Many youths were dissatisfied. Obviously, Joji Mountain was occupied by the three geniuses and no one was allowed to enter. You're just geniuses from the lower three regions. You're all trash. You can't compare to the geniuses from the middle three regions. So, get lost. Of course, if you're dissatisfied, you can force your way in. But you'll have to bear the consequences. A young man in a purple robe said to the crowd. However, there were still some people who were dissatisfied and wanted to enter the mountain. He took a step forward. White tigers roar. The young man in the purple robe smiled faintly and punched out. The terrifying power of the king body was released. A huge white tiger appeared and roared. Bang bang bang. This fist carried with it the great perfection of the great concept of the innate king body, causing the dissatisfied genius to tremble and fall to the ground. He was defeated in one move. That's the famous Yi Fengxian from the lower three regions. He once placed third in the lower three regions genius competition. But he couldn't even withstand one move. The crowd was shocked. Were all the geniuses from the middle three regions so powerful? It's just a competition. Only ants like you care about it. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. The young man in the purple robe disdainfully smiled and then strode away towards the mysterious Joji Mountain. He is Yan Baihu, a top powerhouse of the heavenly spirit realm in the 100 territories. It is said that he has the qualifications to enter the 7 profound martial house. His strength is really fierce. In the heavenly spirit realm, only Lin Xuanwu and Distant Sky have the qualifications to fight with him. After the young man left, the crowd dared to speak. There were many geniuses in the 100 territories. But those that could enter the rainforest Holy Land were those that had potential. Although many of them were famous, they obviously didn't have the qualifications to be invited by the 7 profound martial house. If they wanted to go to the 7 profound martial house, they would have to personally pay a visit. Whether or not the 7 profound martial house would accept them was still unknown. As for Yan Baihu, if he could make the 7 profound martial house personally invite him, it proved that his talent and potential were strong. The most powerful one is Lin Xuanwu. He's already a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Someone in the crowd said. It was obvious that the legendary Lin Xuanwu was the strongest genius. Stop. What domain are you from? Who are you? At this moment, several geniuses that were guarding the mountain shouted. They saw 2 figures coming from the distance. One of them was a young man in a blue and white robe. His eyes were clear, and he gave off a handsome and refined feeling. Behind the young man was a white-clothed girl. Cloud domain. Then, everyone heard the young man's calm voice. Many people shook their heads and smiled. The cloud domain was only one of the lower 3 regions. The most important thing was that it wasn't famous in the lower 3 regions. If it weren't for the appearance of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist, no one would come to this rural area. Chapter 459. Everyone's attention, trash, get lost. This mountain already belongs to us. No one is allowed to come close. After learning of the youth's origin, the geniuses guarding the mountain said, "Belongs to you. This land belongs to the cloud domain. What right do you have to take it all?" The blue-haired youth frowned and said coldly, "Indeed, this was the stone saint country of the cloud domain. What right did these people have to steal everything? You're going to suffer." However, the youth's words caused the crowd to laugh. This youth was too inexperienced. He couldn't see the situation. Is the vermilion bird divine martial art something the cloud domain can touch? Sigh, just kill him. Sigh. The geniuses guarding the mountain shook their heads. They didn't want to say more. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Then, I don't need to say more. Sigh. The calm voice floated out, making everyone blink. The youth from the cloud domain seemed to want to make a move. He was overestimating himself. But, was he overestimating himself? Boom! A terrifying green flame demonic dragon roared and swept forward, causing the geniuses who were blocking Nine Shade Mountain to narrow their eyes. A wave of anger rippled through them. They had not even made a move, but the youth had already launched a sneak attack. Is the cloud domain full of people like you who can't see themselves clearly? Sigh. A genius took a big step forward and released his aura. He had a king body. He wanted to destroy the huge green flame demonic dragon. However, was the green flame demonic dragon something he could destroy? Boom! The flame demonic dragon had a spirit. It swept through everything. The genius had just used a move, but in the next moment, he was swallowed by the demonic dragon. A king body, and a grand concept perfection. Sigh. They sensed that the youth's cultivation wasn't high, but they didn't expect his martial arts comprehension to be so deep. Retreat. Sigh. They knew they had met an expert. It's too late to run now. Sigh. A cold voice rang out. The terrifying demonic dragon emitted a devastating aura. After it flew over, it burned everything. Those geniuses were all turned into ashes, and the crowd's eyes widened. This young man, who also came from the 3 lower regions, was obviously much stronger than them. Tyrannically occupying this place, wanting to monopolize the vermilion bird divine martial palace, and even more arrogantly saying that others can't see themselves clearly. But in reality, the ones who can't see themselves clearly are you lot. The young man in blue and white stopped. Above his head, the green flame dragon circled, making him look like the son of the dragon. Then, he nodded at the girl in white beside him and stepped into the mysterious mountain. Amazing! He's only at the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm, but he defeated a late-stage genius. Who is he? Cloud Domain's martial artists are not strong. It is said that there is only one genius, and his name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Yishuan hadn't expected that the Cloud Domain had hidden so deeply. Yishuan's strength could be ranked at the top in the lower 3 regions. Perhaps he was qualified to face the geniuses of the middle 3 regions. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, but most of them were filled with admiration. Not just anyone could attack the 3 geniuses and force their way into Jiumao Mountain. Does Jiumao Mountain have the vermilion bird's inheritance? At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the mysterious mountain with anticipation in his eyes. Lin Ling, Jiumao Mountain has been occupied by the 3 geniuses. We've broken their rules, so I'm afraid there will be trouble. If they vent their anger on us later, you must say that you don't know me. Zhou Xiaoping said worriedly. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Originally, he sympathized with Zhou Xiaoping, but now his opinion had changed. However, since he had promised to help others, he would not give up halfway. Alright, but they may not have the strength to cause trouble for me. Lin Ling looked at the mountain in front of him with a hint of coldness. When he had just arrived at the bottom of the volcano, he had considered the fact that all the geniuses would appear, so he had planned to keep a low profile. However, he had discovered that sometimes, keeping a low profile was useless. Even if you didn't provoke others, others would provoke you. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, he would have to face those geniuses. Therefore, he might as well face them head-on. Moreover, the geniuses of the various regions were arrogant and overbearing. He wanted to see just how fierce these geniuses were. The appearance of the vermilion bird divine martial art had shaken the earth. In the vast mountains and on the vast sea, a large number of powerhouses had crossed a long journey and gathered at the cloud domain in a short period of time. After all, the vermilion bird divine martial art had once been a top powerhouse of the 100 territories. It was said that he was a powerful disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Who didn't want to obtain his inheritance? At this moment, outside the volcano, the crowd was surging. The eyes of the powerhouses of the various regions were filled with anticipation. However, they soon learned that martial artists above the heavenly spirit realm could not enter the tomb of the vermilion bird divine martial art. This made them feel very regretful. These people had come from the distant 100 territories. Some were from ancient aristocratic families, some were disciples of powerful sects, and of course, there were also powerhouses from the mysterious rainforest Holy Land. They did not have the opportunity to obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, so they sighed in their hearts. However, they did not leave. They were very curious about the legendary vermilion bird's inheritance. As for the native martial artists of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Stone Saint Kingdom, and Snake Swamp Kingdom, they naturally would not miss this grand event. They all rushed over. His Majesty the Second Prince, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others also arrived, their hearts heavy. I didn't think that the tomb of a powerhouse from another region would be hidden in the cloud domain and cause such a great commotion. However, Lin Ling is also in the Stone Saint Kingdom. He should also go. Yes. Looking at the mysterious volcano, the second prince was filled with anticipation. It is said that only true geniuses can enter. Lin Ling will have to face too many opponents. Even if he goes, I fear that it will be difficult for him to obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance. The ghost marshal sighed from the side. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others had dignified expressions as they nodded helplessly. Lin Ling's foundation was too weak. He could not compare to the geniuses of other regions, so it would be difficult for him to compete. Yu Yu and the others looked worriedly at the sky. The fiery clouds were like the sunset, revealing a mysterious mountain. They heard that the mountain was called Jiumao Mountain, and the vermilion bird's flames were at the top of the mountain. From their point of view, the fiery clouds revealed a mysterious flame at the top of the mountain. There are too many powerhouses. The cloud domain seems very small. I can only hope that Lin Ling will be fine. Yu Yu, Qin Xiaolan, Yuman Yun, and An Yue all said worriedly. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. When a great treasure was unearthed in the cloud domain, it was sometimes a disaster. If my son had not died at the hands of Lin Ling, the vermilion bird's inheritance might have been obtained by my saint clan. That damned Lin Ling. On the other side of the volcano, a cold voice sounded. A middle-aged man coldly looked at the fiery clouds in the distance, his eyes filled with killing intent. The mysterious vermilion bird divine martial art had appeared, but the Saint clan was not qualified to obtain it. It was clear that the true masters of the cloud domain, the Saint clan, had also come. Unfortunately, although they were sacred and noble in the past, in front of these powerhouses from other regions, they were clearly insignificant. Countless eyes were focused on the vermilion bird divine martial art. Everyone knew that a genius would obtain the inheritance and step into the rainforest Holy Land, becoming above all others. And who was this outstanding genius? Chapter 460. The Three Geniuses. Is that Jiuwei Mountain? Lin Ling continued to move forward. After a while, a mysterious and ancient mountain range appeared before his eyes. What was surprising was that the mountain was very calm and did not have any plants. The mountain was surrounded by an endless river, as if there was no fundamental path to the Nine Flavors Mountain. Beside Jiuwei Mountain, a large number of geniuses had gathered. They seemed to be waiting for something and were divided into 3 camps. Apart from that, there were traces of a great battle on the ground. It seemed that these geniuses had fought for position. Yan Baihu is here. At this moment, a young man in a purple robe walked out from the crowd. He was young, but he had an aura that looked down on the world. He slowly approached the river and stopped beside it. The crowd was silent as they looked at the young man who looked like a king descending upon the world. Outside the volcano, the eyes of the experts from the various regions hardened as they looked at the young man. Clearly, they had also heard of the young man's strength. The young man was like a dazzling star, attracting the attention of everyone inside and outside the volcano. Lin Ling, who is that? Zhou Xiaoping asked curiously beside Lin Ling. I think it's Yan Baihu, one of the 3 geniuses. But his strength is not bad, like an ancient tiger. He's one of the top experts in the heavenly spirit realm. Along the way, the 3 geniuses' names had shaken the volcano, so Lin Ling knew a little about them. His soul strength was sharp enough to notice that Yan Baihu was stronger than Qingchuan Ming. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk about Brother Baihu? Can't you see yourself? At this moment, a sharp voice sounded. A young man with narrow eyes said disdainfully. He seemed to be an admirer of Yan Baihu. His words were met with many voices of agreement. Yan Baihu was one of the top geniuses in the middle 3 regions. He was ranked 5th among the young generation in the middle 3 regions and the lower 3 regions. He was qualified to enter the sacred place of the rainforest. The sacred place of the rainforest was where geniuses gathered. It was also a place of dreams for young people, but not everyone was qualified to enter. Lin Ling shook his head at the voices around him, but he didn't have time to pay attention to the chatter of ants. He was still looking forward. At this time, another genius walked out and stopped by the river. This person was extremely arrogant, like a crane in a flock of chickens. He carried a blood-red broadsword on his back and his eyes were sharp. If one looked into his eyes, they would feel as if they were being cut by the broadsword. He seemed to want to compete with Yan Baihu, so he walked 1 step closer to the river. It's the celestial beast. His celestial beast saber is said to be able to split mountains and sever seas. Once in the Yunlu region, he severed a large country with a single saber strike. It's extremely terrifying and has half-step saber intent. However, he seems to be competing with Yan Baihu. That was the world of geniuses. They could only look up to them. Half-step saber intent. That was the true meaning of martial arts. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This distant sky was indeed very powerful. One had to know that he could easily kill heavenly spirit realm geniuses with the true intent of fire, and his opponent had the true intent of saber. It was obvious that his opponent was extremely terrifying as well. With a single strike of his saber, 10,000 ghosts would cry. However, the other party only had half-step saber intent, which was slightly weaker than his 10% true intent of fire. The last person shouldn't disappoint me, right? Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation, and even his blood began to boil. Martial artists wanted to compete with their peers. Only then would they be able to increase their strength and broaden their horizons. Otherwise, they would be stuck behind closed doors. Therefore, he was looking forward to seeing just how strong the top geniuses of the outer regions were. Moreover, 2 of the top 3 geniuses had decent strength. What about the first-ranked Lin Xuanwu? Shameless boasting, shameless. The last person is already a disciple of the seven profound martial house. He is a genius that you will always have to look up to. The narrow-eyed youth sneered. He was very disdainful of Lin Ling. Two of the top geniuses had appeared, but Lin Ling was calmly facing them. Even as a spectator, he was simply overestimating himself. Is that so? Then what kind of genius are you? Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't object to this youth worshipping geniuses, but that didn't mean that he had to do the same. Moreover, did he not even have the qualifications to speak? This was too overbearing. Lin Ming looked at the youth beside him, and in his eyes, a blazing flame bloomed. The youth wanted to proudly say something, but in the next moment, his forehead dripped with cold sweat. He felt as if he were in the middle of a volcano, and he didn't dare to say anything. You aren't a genius, what qualifications do you have to fart here? Other people's light is other people's, what use is there in worshipping them? You might as well work harder. With a disdainful smile, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked forward again. He could see that if he wanted to obtain the vermilion bird transmission, a battle would be unavoidable. The youth's face was pale. This person beside him had a terrifying flame power, but he was still unreconciled. Then what kind of genius are you? If you are so fierce, then go out and try. His voice was very small. In fact, he was speaking to himself. He didn't dare to shout at Lin Ling, otherwise Lin Ling would disdain him. Lin Xuanwu, come out. At this moment, a voice filled with awe sounded out. A youth in flowing white clothes walked out. He was very young, even smaller than Sky Distant and Yen Baihu. He was a head shorter, but he was like a king that had come into being. His every movement was filled with unparalleled self-confidence. After he arrived at the riverside, he was one step ahead of the other two. This step meant that he was above the two great geniuses. Sky Distant and Yen Baihu frowned, their eyes blooming with endless fighting spirit. They were unwilling to accept this. Lin Xuanwu, the number one genius of the middle three regions. He was only 18 years old, and had been recruited by the seven profound martial house last year. His fame had risen, and his name had spread throughout the middle three regions. This was a true genius, as dazzling as a comet. So handsome. The crowd was silent. Only some young female martial artists let out sounds of admiration. Compared to Sky Distant and Yen Baihu, Lin Xuanwu was the strongest, and he was also the youngest. Undoubtedly, he was the most loved by these love-struck young girls. The three great geniuses have come out. It seems that the vermilion bird divine might will be taken by one of them. Sigh. Looking at the three people closest to the riverside, many people secretly sighed. Before, they had also tried to compete, but they simply weren't a match for the three great geniuses. Not only that, but the three great geniuses had a massive number of worshippers behind them. Many powerhouses simply didn't have the qualifications to come out. All the light belonged to the three great geniuses. As for everyone else, their light was dim. As for outside the volcano, all the powerhouses were silent. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous. Geniuses were martial artists that surpassed them. And now, they were witnessing the birth of a powerhouse. Lin Xuanwu, Sky Distant, Yen Baihu, these were the geniuses that stood above tens of thousands. The vermilion bird inheritance would be born from these three. Is it just these three? Chapter 461. Stepping into the circle of geniuses, however, at this moment, a slender figure walked out of the crowd sight. It was a young man in a blue and white robe. He carried a big sword on his back and his face was calm as if he didn't know he had violated a taboo. He slowly walked towards the river. He was Lin Ling. He would not let go of the vermilion bird's inheritance. Who is that young man? Is he crazy? Crazy. Everyone was stunned for a moment and they were all astonished. There was a clear distinction between geniuses. True geniuses had the right to approach the river and climb the mountain, while mediocre geniuses could only watch from afar. This was an unwritten rule that had been completely formed after the previous genius battle. But now, a young man that no one had seen before did not know the rules and walked towards the river. Idiot, you're courting death. Ridiculous. Many people laughed disdainfully and waited for the young man in the blue and white robe to be humiliated. The young man beside Lin Ling was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to step forward. This is not a place where you can come. Get out of here before I get angry. Cold. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. The crowd saw that it was Yen Baihu who had spoken. It was obvious that Yen Baihu was unhappy. A dragon does not live with a snake. The pride of a genius was not to be blasphemed by trash. Is this your home, or is your name engraved here? There is nothing here. So, stop your nonsense. Disdain. It seemed that the young man in the blue and white robe would not let go of the vermilion bird's inheritance. Stop your nonsense. The young man did not seem to be afraid of Yen Baihu at all. Instead, he arrogantly fought back. How arrogant! Disdain. Everyone's pupils constricted. Yen Baihu frowned. This was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this since he came to the Cloud Realm. Sword Blade Domain, Tianli, tell me your name. Disdain. The other two geniuses also looked at Lin Ling with displeasure. They had already decided on the quota. The vermilion bird's inheritance was only for the three of them. The others were not qualified. Therefore, they were dissatisfied when the young man walked out. Cloud Realm, Lin Ling. Calm. The calm voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The three geniuses frowned even more. They had never heard of this name. The crowd was stunned for a moment and then they all laughed. Cloud Domain. Were they the geniuses of the land beneath their feet? As for the experts outside the volcano, they were all astonished. The geniuses of the Cloud Domain dared to compete. This was simply a huge joke. Lin Ling, he really went too. Everyone was laughing at him. Only the people from the Cloud region were shocked. As expected, the pride of the Cloud region didn't shrink back. The second prince's people were also excited. They hadn't seen Lin Ling for a long time and now they were seeing him again in the geniuses' circle of the various regions that they had to look up to. This was extremely dreamy, but they were very much looking forward to Lin Ling establishing a firm foothold in the geniuses' circle and even making a name for the Cloud region. After all, they had seen how the cultivators of the domain of clouds were treated like trash after the foreign experts arrived. They had no dignity at all. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Ling. Of course, in everyone's eyes, compared to the brilliance of the three great geniuses, Lin Ling's brilliance was not the brilliance of a genius, but rather the brilliance of overestimating one's own capabilities. Now, us three great geniuses are going to compete. If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of here. We don't have time to talk nonsense with an ant. Sky Distant was also stunned for a moment, then he coldly shook his head. This was a critical moment, so he was too lazy to make a move. However, he wanted Lin Ling to recognize himself and immediately get the hell out of here. Don't waste their time. A mere genius from the Cloud Domain dares to compete for the vermilion bird's inheritance? Brother Sky Distant, I'll deal with him for you. Brother. The three great geniuses disdained to make a move, but their admirers were different. A young man took a large step forward. Billowing spiritual energy rippled out, turning into a giant golden fist that smashed towards Lin Ling. Cloud Domain's Lin Ling, can you be any more disgraceful? Following this, a disdainful voice sounded. Lin Ling continued to walk forward, not even glancing behind him. Suddenly, a raging flame erupted, turning him into a fire god. Ah! A painful cry sounded. The young man who attacked Lin Ling hadn't even gotten close to Lin Ling when his right hand was incinerated. His hand was crippled. The surrounding people quieted down. That young man's strength seemed to be not weak. Sky Distant, what's going on? The genius called Sky Distant disdained to pay attention to Lin Ling, so after he finished speaking, he looked at the 9-flavor mountain. However, at this moment, a painful cry came from behind him, causing him to frown. This trash from the cloud domain was very stubborn. He asked him to get lost, but he didn't. Moreover, he dared to attack his people. He sneak attacked me. The young man whose right arm was incinerated fell to the ground, his face full of malevolence. Sneak attack. Lin Ling's mouth curved into a cold smile. Without looking behind him, he pulled out the cloud-patterned black sword with his right hand and slashed out. Whoosh! The flaming sword slashed out. The young man on the ground couldn't block it and was instantly cut in half. His body was also incinerated by the flames. Silence. The surroundings became silent. This young man called Lin Ling not only didn't withdraw, but also killed Sky Distant's admirer in front of everyone. This Lin Ling is so arrogant. You think you're qualified for me to sneak attack you? Lin Ling continued to move forward, his steps steady. He didn't even look behind him. The young man who launched the sneak attack seemed to want to please Tianli, so his first move was to take Lin Ling's life, so Lin Ling took his life. However, his words made everyone nod. Although Lin Ling was arrogant, everyone clearly saw that it was Sky Distant's admirer who sneak attacked Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was only passively defending. Most importantly, Lin Ling was passively defending, so it was easy for him to kill that young man. So, how could Lin Ling sneak attack? It was unnecessary and disdained to use it. You're too arrogant. This time, Sky Distant's body emitted a terrifying saber intent. It was sharp and domineering. It was even more terrifying than Saber Kwong whom Lin Ling had met before. The three of them didn't attack Lin Ling because they were afraid of each other. They wanted to face the test of Jomao Mountain with their full strength, so they didn't attack Lin Ling. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have no self-awareness. Not only did he not retreat, but he also moved forward and killed Sky Distant's admirer. You're the arrogant ones. The vermilion bird's inheritance isn't yours. It's an ownerless item, but you've domineeringly occupied Jomao Mountain. Now, you're not allowing anyone to come near. Do all the treasures in this world belong to you? Lin Ling continued to move forward and said calmly. This is normal. When treasures appear, those who are capable will know. What right does trash have to get their hands on them? Sky Distant frowned. I agree with what you said, but in my eyes, you're no different from trash. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the three geniuses. Everyone's eyes narrowed. At first, they thought the young man dared to step forward because he was arrogant and didn't know his limits. However, they now realized that they had underestimated the young man's arrogance. The young man first offended Yen Baihu, and now he offended Sky Distant. Chapter 462. One step beyond, enough. Right at this moment, Yen Baihu's indifferent voice resounded, Lin Xuanwu, Sky Distant, I suggest that we put the battle of geniuses aside for now. I want to deal with this first, and both of you better not take advantage of me later. Of course. If he takes another step forward, he'll die. Lin Xuanwu, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was handsome and looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile. If he took another step forward, Lin Ling would die. This time, the three geniuses had decided to attack together. Although they were afraid of each other, they did not want to be taken advantage of by a clown. Countless gazes were on Lin Ling. They wanted to see if this arrogant and domineering young man would still dare to take another step forward. Outside the volcano, the experts from various regions sneered. They only recognized 3 geniuses. If the unknown young man wanted to step into the circle of top geniuses, it would depend on whether he had the ability and courage. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear the conversation between the 3 geniuses. He did not stop at all. Instead, he sped up as if to prove the 3 geniuses' arrogance. This was disdain. The 3 geniuses said that if Lin Ling took another step forward, they would attack immediately. However, Lin Ling sped up and slapped the 3 geniuses in front of everyone. It was as if he was saying, "I'm waiting for you to attack. Die." Yan Baihu's eyes turned cold. A terrifying ancient white tiger accompanied his fist and punched towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The ground shook. The punch caused flames to erupt from the ground in the distance. Yan Baihu's king body has reached the complete realm. That young man is dead. The crowd sneered. Rumble. At this moment, a green flame dragon attacked. Lin Ling slapped it with his right hand and it collided with the white tiger. Dragon and tiger fight for supremacy. Billowing spiritual energy rippled out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. They had thought that once Yan Baihu's Great Perfection Realm concept came out, the youth would definitely die. But now, they discovered that the green flame dragon controlled by the youth seemed to also be at the Great Perfection Realm concept. It was no weaker than Yan Baihu's attack. Bang! The 2 great concepts of king physiques collided. Both of them dissipated, causing an endless rain of spiritual energy to fall from the sky. It's a draw. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Then, they saw that under the endless rain of spiritual energy, the young man with the great sword on his back was still moving forward. His slender figure was extremely dazzling at this moment, like a proud and aloof hidden genius, causing their hearts to tremble. Lin Xuanwu and Tian Li's eyes flashed. Although Yan Baihu was below them, there was no doubt about his strength. There were few opponents in the sky spirit realm who could match him. However, the young man was only in the middle stage of the sky spirit realm, yet he was able to tie with Yan Baihu. Looks like I've underestimated you. On the other hand, Yan Baihu's face turned ugly. He had humiliated Lin Ling in front of everyone, but the result was the complete opposite, which made him feel extremely humiliated. Furthermore, Lin Ling's footsteps still did not stop. Do you really want to die? Sky Distant finally could not hold back. The saber behind him jumped up crazily. Nonsense. Can you speak less? If you can kill me, then do it. Kill. Lin Ling said indifferently. His cold words made Sky Distant grasp the blood-red saber behind him, but he fell silent when the saber was about to be unsheathed. He was not afraid of this young man from the realm of clouds, but if he really wanted to kill him, it might take a bit of effort. However, this was a critical moment. Even if he used a bit of spiritual energy, it would have a huge impact on the vermilion bird's inheritance. A little impatience spoils great plans. So he endured. Sky Distant seems to be afraid to attack. Seeing this scene, the crowd gasped. This meant that Sky Distant had acknowledged the young man's qualifications. You came to my realm of clouds and took the initiative. That's one thing, but you actually domineeringly prevented others from obtaining the vermilion bird's inheritance and killed anyone who resisted. Is this a genius from the outer region? Lin Ling said coldly again, making Sky Distant frown. If it wasn't for us 3 geniuses being wary of each other and the vermilion bird's inheritance about to appear, do you think you'd still be alive? Yan Baihu said indifferently. Since Sky Distant didn't attack again, he wouldn't waste his energy to kill the young man. Then let's make a move. What kind of high and mighty excuse are you? All talk and no action. You're just trash. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. His words made the crowd gasp. This young man really dared to scold them. You called me a piece of trash. Yen Baihu's pupils constricted. I want the vermilion bird's inheritance, and so do you. Since that's the case, we're all opponents. Since you don't give me face, why should I give you face? Not only am I scolding you, but I'm also scolding Sky Distant. Both of you are trash. However, Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Sky Distant and Yen Baihu's body exploded with a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xuanwu, let me tell you one thing. Qing Chuanming also died in his hands. At this moment, a clear voice sounded out. It was the He Zhuiyu that Lin Ling had let go of. Lin Xuanwu was currently a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. His master had a blood relationship with Qing Chuanming. Now that Qing Chuanming had died here, how could Lin Xuanwu let go of his enemy? He Zhuiyu's words had pushed Lin Ling into the limelight, causing Lin Ling to simultaneously provoke three great geniuses. Sure enough, as soon as her words came out, the crowd's pupils constricted. This Lin Ling was truly courageous. He Zhuiyu proudly said, I already said that there are many people stronger than you. I told you to keep a low profile, but you didn't listen. Now you regret it. Lin Ling frowned. When you first came to my cloud domain, you willfully bullied others. I only let you know the taste of being humiliated, but I didn't kill you. But I didn't think that you would be so narrow-minded and use someone else to do your dirty work. Now, I do regret it, but what I regret is that I didn't kill you. Unfortunately, you still think you have a chance to kill me. You'd better think about your current situation. He Zhuiyu couldn't help but sneer, causing the crowd to secretly despise her. This woman's character was very ugly. She had a grudge against Lin Ling, but instead of relying on her own strength, she relied on others. However, this youth called Lin Ling was also very pitiful. He had offended Sky Distant and Yen Baihu. That was fine, but he had offended Lin Xuanwu. It would be difficult to clean up the mess. Do you think that since I have offended three great geniuses, I will die without a doubt? Lin Ling faintly looked at He Zhuiyu. Everyone was puzzled. Then, they saw Lin Ling move forward again. Paw! Moreover, with a single step, Lin Ling had surpassed the three great geniuses. He was closer to the riverside than they were. It had to be known that since the three great geniuses left the array, whoever was closer to the riverside was above their heads. Before, the first place had been Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling had surpassed Lin Xuanwu by a single step. He had even left Sky Distant and Yen Baihu in the dust. This was contempt. The crowd went completely crazy. Was Lin Ling from the cloud domain going to challenge the three great geniuses at the same time? Who gave him the courage to do so? Outside the volcano, the experts from all sides sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling from the cloud domain, when he was low-key, no one knew him. But when he shone brightly, he shocked the 100 regions. Anger. Crazy anger spread out from the three great geniuses. Lin Ling had gone against their will. That wasn't all, but he had even stepped on their heads, causing them to lose face. Thank you for letting me hit you 3 times, drunk under the eastern hedge, and the other's reward. Chapter 463. True Intent Array. Lin Ling ignored their anger. Instead, he looked at He Zhuiyu and asked, what about now? He Zhuiyu's face turned pale. She had pushed the young man into the limelight and wanted to see the young man's frightened expression. However, the young man was not afraid at all. He had surpassed the three geniuses in one step. She had a feeling that even if she did not push the young man into the limelight, the young man would still fight for the vermilion bird inheritance. He was not afraid of the three geniuses at all. This young man was terrifying. You wanted to use the three geniuses to kill me. Unfortunately, you did not expect that I am not afraid of them. Instead, you will die in front of me. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His surging soul power condensed into a small knife that was as thin as a silkworm's wing. It shot towards He Jueyu. Dream on. On the side, Tianli and Yan Baihu roared. This young man not only humiliated them, but also wanted to kill He Jueyu in front of them. How could they let him do as he wished? Unfortunately, the blade of nirvana was invisible and colorless. It did not have any spiritual energy fluctuation. They wanted to save He Jueyu, but it was too late. Wait, I said something wrong. I apologize. He Jueyu turned pale and shouted anxiously. She had miscalculated. The young man from the cloud region was powerful beyond her imagination. Swoosh. However, it was too late for regrets. The blade of nirvana shot past and her soul was shattered. Her face turned pale and she fell to the ground. Dead. Lin Ling had killed He Jueyu in front of the three geniuses. He had let her get what she deserved. The crowd was silent. They did not sympathize with He Jueyu. After all, they had all seen her character. They were surprised by the young man's arrogance. In order to obtain the qualification to enter the Jiumao mountain, the young man was fearless. He first fought Yan Baihu and then Tianli. He even killed He Jueyu in front of Lin Xuanwu. Moreover, the young man attacked in front of the two geniuses. He had ignored them. Want to stand on my head? Dream on. Tianli blade. A terrifying blade intent was released. It was sharp and domineering. It slashed towards Lin Ling. Tianli had a fiery temper. He could not help but attack. You're not the only one who possesses the true meaning of martial arts. Lin Ling pulled out the cloud-patterned black sword with his right hand, and flames burst out from his body. 3 types of flames appeared on the sword, and with a wisp of ancient might that could burn the heavens, it heavily collided with a blood-red saber. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, and true intent rippled out. Countless people were blown away, but when they looked up, they gasped. That youth actually fought to a draw with Sky Distant. Sky Distant is at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and he has the incomplete blade intent. That young man is only at the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm, but he has the fire intent, and he was able to tie with Sky Distant. This means that the young man's martial intent is above Sky Distant, at least 10%. Outside the volcano, the eyes of the powerhouses from the various regions narrowed. This result was beyond their imagination. The cloud domain, this tiny region, actually produced a terrifying genius who possessed 10% of the true intent of fire. One had to know that among the geniuses of the 100 territories, only geniuses who possessed martial intent had appeared in the Rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, even in the Rainforest Holy Land, there was no guarantee that every genius possessed martial intent. Terrifying, this young man from the cloud realm had terrifying talent. It was fine if he didn't make a sound, but once he did, his name would shake the 100 territories. How is that possible? True intent of fire. Lin Xuanwu and Yan Baihu gasped as well. They had thought that the young man was frivolous, but now they realized that the young man possessed frivolous strength. He was not someone they could bully at will. This move also meant that the young man's strength was not weak, and he was qualified to step into their circle. Yet, they wanted to stop the young man. What a joke. Rumble. At this moment, Jiumei Mountain shook, and the surrounding river water shot up into the sky, sprinkling down like rain. It was gorgeous. The sudden change caused everyone's gaze to shift to Jiumei Mountain. They had a vague feeling that Jiumei Mountain had opened. However, at this moment, the sprinkling river water from the sky fell on the crowd and penetrated their bodies. It was extremely terrifying. This water is the Samadhi water, it can burn anything. The crowd went crazy, and they all ran far away. No wonder the three geniuses did not dare to step into Jome Mountain after coming to the riverside. The river water could melt everything. Everyone, look! There's a winding path that leads to Jome Mountain. Someone pointed at the center of the river. There was a red dirt path that led to Jome Mountain. It seemed to be the only path. Lin Ling, after the vermilion bird's inheritance is over, I'll kill you. Lin Xuanwu suppressed the anger in his heart and shot toward the red dirt path. The other two looked coldly at Lin Ling and followed suit. At this moment, the vermilion bird's inheritance was obviously more important. Lin Ling, please bring me along. Just as Lin Ling was about to move, Zhou Xiaoping's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling to frown. You've already offended them. If you leave, they'll kill me. Zhou Xiaoping said worriedly. Lin Ling nodded. That was the only way. He then led Zhou Xiaoping into the red dirt path. In an instant, 4 figures rushed toward Jome Mountain, causing ripples in the hearts of many. One of the 4 would receive the vermilion bird's inheritance. Of course, they were also surprised. They thought that the vermilion bird's inheritance would be a competition between the 3 geniuses. Who would have thought that Lin Ling from the cloud domain would appear out of nowhere and fight against 2 geniuses to obtain the right to enter Jome Mountain? All of this was like a dream. His strength is not bad, but compared to Lin Xuanwu and the rest, he's still too weak. Yeah, Jome Mountain is definitely not that simple. Outside the volcano, the experts from various domains were talking. They stared at the fiery clouds in the sky. There, 4 figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. The vermilion bird's flames were at the top of the mountain. This meant that whoever reached the top first would be the final winner. Yan Baihu is moving. Someone. Just then, someone exclaimed. At the foot of the mountain, Yan Baihu was the first to rush to the top. Pang pang. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came crashing down. Yan Baihu had just taken a step when blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he had been injured. His pupils shrank. There is actually a hidden true meaning of martial arts here. Exclamation point. Everyone's complexion changed. They could faintly feel that although Jome Mountain seemed empty, the path up the mountain was filled with a terrifying true meaning of martial arts. This true meaning was like a threshold of thorns, forming a true meaning array. If the 4 geniuses wanted to climb the mountain, it would be very difficult. Wait, look at Lin Xuanwu! Exclamation point. Someone exclaimed. Lin Xuanwu was cautiously taking a step forward, but he was not injured. It seems that the true meaning of martial arts hidden in the mountain is not spread all over the mountain. There is still a path to go up, but to find that safe path, that will depend on one's martial talent and ability to calculate. Yes. A powerful martial artist nodded, causing many people to suddenly understand. True meaning, that was a martial concept that only the powerhouses of the 7 profound martial house possessed. But this kind of concept was spread all over the mountain. Even the 4 geniuses did not dare to casually climb the mountain. However, although the heavens had closed the door, they had opened a window. Chapter 464. Come from behind to surpass martial Tao was vast. Whether it was a heaven and earth formation or a man-made formation, as long as it was a formation, there would be flaws. There would also be a way to survive. It was just a matter of who could find it. Tianli has also started to climb the mountain. At the foot of the mysterious 9-flavor mountain, Lin Xuanwu and Tianli started to slowly move forward. Their speed was not fast, but each step left a footprint. After that, they saw Yan Baihu also climb the mountain after suffering a loss. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to seeing who would reach the peak faster. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing at the foot of the mountain, frowning. His sharp soul power sensed that his body was surrounded by a vast martial intent. As long as he moved a step, he would have to bear the attack of the martial intent. Moreover, there were strong and weak martial intents. The weakest one was at least 30% martial intent. Lin Ling, hurry up. Otherwise, we'll have come here for nothing. Hurry up. Beside him, Zhou Xiaoping anxiously spoke, causing Lin Ling to shake his head. However, he didn't say anything more. With regards to true intents of martial intent, he didn't know much. Even his true intent of fire was something he only comprehended with a little bit of knowledge. As for the three geniuses, they were born noble and grew up under the influence of profound martial arts. They had a lot more advantages than him. Lin Ling, they've already walked 1/3 of the way. You're still here. I've misjudged you. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoping spoke again. Lin Ling was finally dissatisfied. If you don't want to come, then leave by yourself. At the beginning, Lin Ling sympathized with Zhou Xiaoping. However, after some interaction, he found that this girl was very willful. It was as if it was natural for Lin Ling to help Zhou Xiaoping. It was a little disgusting. You. Zhou Xiaoping frowned but didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to her for now. He looked forward again, and his eyes quietly changed. The eye of time and space appeared, and at this moment, the world changed. A man with a sword in his hand arrived, and then for some unknown reason, he perished. Time passed quietly, and a woman came here in the form of a vermilion bird. She seemed to be looking for that man, but she was severely injured and eventually died. Her martial arts turned into countless true wills of martial arts, and they were scattered all over Nine Shade Mountain. So this was how the martial intent of Jiumao Mountain came about. The birth of martial intent. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Time fell on the moment when the martial intent landed on Jiumao Mountain. Vaguely, he could see the places where the martial intent landed, the birth, the fall, and so on. What a terrifying true intent of martial. There are actually only 2 ways to climb the mountain. The rest are all dead ends. Lin Ling was surprised. There were 2 ways to reach the top of the mountain. One seemed to be far away, but in reality, it saved the most time. The other seemed to be closer, but in reality, the closer one was to the top, the more difficult it was. Martial intent was everywhere there. Now, the difficult way was chosen by Lin Xuanwu. As for Tianli and Yan Baihu, they were walking dead ends. They couldn't reach the top at all. While he was watching, more than half of the time had passed. The 3 geniuses had reached the mountainside, and the one closest to the top was naturally Lin Xuanwu. Everyone looked around, and when their gazes landed on Lin Ling, many people began to mock him, especially the powerful cultivators from the other regions. The disdainful smiles on their faces grew wider. The 3 great geniuses were from the middle 3 regions, and they represented the middle 3 regions. However, the weak young man from the cloud domain was not afraid of them. He surpassed the 3 geniuses in 1 step, which made the experts from the 3 middle regions feel embarrassed. But now, the young man from the cloud domain's luck had come to an end. Although he has some skills, the path of martial arts is broad and profound. A moment of pride doesn't mean eternity. His martial arts foundation is too weak. An expert shook his head and said. He had seen Lin Ling's weakness. What a pity. For the vermilion bird's inheritance, he offended the 3 geniuses at the same time. But he can't get the vermilion bird's inheritance. He went for wool and came home shorn. Someone replied. They all thought that Lin Ling was helpless. But just as they finished laughing, someone exclaimed, Lin Ling is also moving. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling and Zhou Xiaoping began their journey. But what surprised people was that Lin Ling's direction was not toward the top of the mountain, but around the mountain. Around the mountain. Was he going in a circle? Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Lin Ling seemed to be dumbfounded. Lin Ling, weren't you very arrogant before? How come you don't even have the courage to go to the top and only dare to walk around the mountain? Yan Baihu looked back and couldn't help but laugh. Trash will always be trash. Thinking that standing on top of our heads means everything, but in the end, we still have to stop at the foot of the mountain. Distant Sky also laughed mockingly, as though he had vented some of the anger that he had suffered earlier. Lin Xuanwu's lips curled up. He didn't want to say more and continued to climb the mountain. Time passed quietly, and everyone had already completely ignored Lin Ling. However, it wasn't long before a shout of surprise rang out. Look at Lin Ling. Everyone subconsciously shook their heads. Look at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, this young man had no hope. Maybe he would be killed by the true intent array. Although they thought disdainfully, the crowd still looked at Lin Ling. In the next moment, everyone's heart trembled violently. They saw that Lin Ling was still walking around the mountain. Although it seemed like a long journey, it actually saved a lot of time. The three geniuses needed an incense stick's worth of time to walk one step, but Lin Ling had already walked 100 steps in that time. He walked around the mountain and went higher and higher. He was about to catch up with Yan Baihu. All this meant that although walking around the mountain seemed slow, who said that he couldn't reach the top? How is this possible? The crowd's pupils constricted. They found that their previous ridicule was extremely sarcastic. They evaluated Lin Ling as seniors, but how could they evaluate Lin Ling? He's just a small young man in the cloud realm. How does he know so much? The faces of the experts from various realms turned ugly. They found that Lin Ling seemed to understand the true intent of martial arts better than the three geniuses. He easily avoided a large number of true intent arrays. At this moment, Yan Baihu frowned. After hesitating for an incense stick's worth of time, he finally took a step. This step was calculated in his heart for a long time. It was calculated based on his martial arts knowledge and experience. Of course, the effect was obvious. There was no danger in this step. I'm getting closer and closer to heaven separation. He smiled confidently. Then, he thought of Lin Ling, who was at the bottom of the list. He couldn't help but turn around and look at him contemptuously. He was about to say something, but in the next moment, his face turned green and red. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Not far behind him, a young man in a blue and white robe was walking slowly. He looked so calm that it was as if he was taking a stroll in his own garden. Most importantly, he had used up all his energy to take a step, but the young man had taken more than 10 steps in a breath. The true intent arrays seemed to have no effect on the young man. Yan Baihu, you're very slow. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Yan Baihu felt a sweet taste in his mouth and blood rushed up to his throat, but he held it back. He shouted angrily, "Impossible! How can you not be affected by the true intent of martial arts? Because you're trash." Chapter 465. The final winner, you said that I didn't even have the courage to go to the top of the mountain and only dared to go around the mountain. But I went around the mountain and overtook you. Don't you think that your arrogant words were like slapping your own face? The mocking voice once again entered Yan Baihu's ears. He could not help but spit out the blood he had been suppressing. When the crowd saw this scene, they were amazed. One of the top 3 geniuses was angered to the point of spitting blood by Lin Ling. After Lin Ling appeared, he seemed to have suppressed Yan Baihu several times. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you. Yan Baihu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Do you have the strength? Lin Ling said coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out. A sword slash passed through countless true meaning arrays and landed heavily on Yan Baihu's body. Although Yan Baihu was not injured, he was humiliated again. This slash shocked the crowd once again. One should know that those who stepped into the true meaning arrays could not fly or attack at will. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the true meaning of martial arts. But Lin Ling dared to do so. Lin Ling seemed to know the weakness of the true meaning of martial arts. His sword slashed through the air and landed on Yan Baihu's body. The geniuses of the 100 territories are high and mighty. After coming to the cloud territory, in order to prove their talent and pride, they did not allow others to surpass them. Once someone surpassed them, they became angry and wanted to kill them. The funny thing is, when you are weaker than them, your pride becomes a joke. Lin Ling said indifferently. He then ignored Yan Baihu and continued to move forward. Above Yan Baihu was Tian Li. At this moment, Tian Li's face was extremely ugly. Lin Ling had caught up with him. This Lin Ling was too mysterious. Was he really a martial artist of the cloud territory? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, Tian Li, if I could stand above you before, I can do the same now. The voice was calm and confident, which made Tian Li grit his teeth. Although he was tied with Lin Ling, he did not use his full strength. After the opening of the 9 concealed mountain, he did not have time to prove himself. Until now, he could only watch this clown jump on top of his head. And he, the second-ranked genius, couldn't even fight back. I can tell you, after the 9 Mani mountain, whether or not you obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, I will kill you. Moreover, the cloud region is your hometown, everyone here must die. I will prove my strength. Distant Sky said coldly. He was like a blade, showing off his edge, causing everyone's expressions to change. They could see that Sky Distant was determined to kill Lin Ling. However, after he spoke, a terrifying killing intent rippled out. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. You cannot leave the cloud domain. Sky Distant was too arrogant. Lin Ling wanted to step into their circle and compete for the vermilion bird's inheritance, so Sky Distant stopped him. After Lin Ling counterattacked, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Lin Ling and all of Lin Ling's friends and family. Without a doubt, Sky Distant touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. And me. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Lin Xuanwu. He also wanted to kill Lin Ling. Whether it was today's humiliation or Qing Chuanming's death, he wanted Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling nodded coldly and continued to move forward. At the same time, he said to Sky Distant, let me tell you, your path is a dead end. Among the 3 of you, only Lin Xuanwu has a chance to reach the peak. What? Sky Distant's pupils constricted. At this moment, his martial arts heart was greatly affected. He came from the distant middle 3 regions and wanted to shine as a genius, but he was humiliated by the cloud region's native youth. What made him angrier was that he couldn't obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance. I also have no hope. Yan Baihu's face also turned ugly. Lin Ling said that only Lin Xuanwu had a chance. Don't worry. Although I will obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, Lin Ling is our enemy. After it's over, we will kill him. Lin Xuanwu laughed out loud. His long hair and white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked indescribably handsome and heroic. Although you have a chance, it doesn't mean you can get it. However, at this moment, a mocking voice came and stopped Lin Xuanwu's laughter. He frowned. The voice seemed to come from above his head. But now, everyone was below him. Could it be? He suddenly raised his head and his face instantly stiffened. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had walked higher and further than him. He was above his head. It's very embarrassing. You thought you would obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, but you didn't expect others to surpass you. Lin Ling's mocking voice floated out from his mouth. He had already surpassed the three geniuses and stood at the highest point. This made the three geniuses' faces turn red. At this moment, they had actually become supporting characters. The young man from the cloud domain that they had looked down upon was now standing above their heads. What a fast speed! He surpassed the three geniuses. Looking at Jome Mountain, the experts from all sides looked dignified, especially the experts from other regions. Their faces were extremely ugly. The tiny cloud region once again looked down on the middle three regions. The strength of the middle three regions, at this moment, was very ironic. Lin Ling, get down here. Roar! Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the vermilion bird's inheritance. However, when his aura erupted, it attracted an even more terrifying true meaning of martial arts. It had to be known that although his path seemed to lead straight to the summit, there were many true meaning arrays in the later stages. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A powerful true meaning came crashing down, causing Lin Xuanwu to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he did not care about his injuries. He still angrily glared at Lin Ling. He could only helplessly watch as the vermilion bird's inheritance was seized by Lin Ling. This uncomfortable feeling was indescribable. The others were also the same. For a time, all was silent. Everyone watched as the youth bloomed with a dazzling light and became the final victor. And this result was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Kill him. I will recommend you to the 7 profound martial house. Lin Xuanwu's mouth overflowed with blood. He forcefully sent a sound transmission with his spiritual energy. His eyes were red, but no one noticed this. Many people were watching as Lin Ling seized the vermilion bird's inheritance. Lin Ling, good job. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, all the martial artists cheered. Their excited voices were met with the angry gazes of the foreign powerhouses. They felt as if the ants of the cloud domain were mocking them. However, the martial artists of the cloud domain were still cheering. Perhaps Lin Ling's rise had helped them regain a trace of dignity. At this moment, they did not fear the foreign powerhouses. He's almost at the end. At this time, someone cried out in alarm. Lin Ling had already reached the end of the road. The road he was on had cliffs on both sides. As long as he crossed over, he would obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance. Vermilion bird's inheritance. At this moment, Lin Ling was a bit excited, but he still forcibly suppressed it. He concentrated on the road in front of him. Although he had seen through the true meaning array with the eye of time, it was always right to be cautious. Lin Ling, I am very grateful for your help. I can feel that you are a kind and kind-hearted young man. You are not one to bully the weak. Originally, I wanted to follow you and borrow your light to grow. But, someone else gave me a great reward that I could not refuse. So, I can only say that you have worked very hard, but you still cannot meet the requirements in my heart. I am sorry. Chapter 466. Jiuming Mountain and the River. If it were any other time, this sneak attack would have been useless. But in this true meaning array, Lin Ling had to be careful at every step. In addition, his mind was completely focused on the road in front of him, so he could not react in time. His body fell from the sky, but he forced himself to turn his head and finally saw who had pushed him. It was Zhou Xiaoping. At first, I sympathized with you because you had the same experience as me. But you also wanted to become stronger, and you also had the persistence in your heart. So, I did not want you to walk the same path as me because it was too difficult. So, I wanted to help you and make your road of martial arts smoother. But, you framed me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was extremely hoarse and carried with it a chill that made one's heart turn to ash. Thank you, but I can only say I'm sorry. Perhaps you want to help me, or perhaps you like me, but I have my own goals, and I cannot give up. Lin Xuanwu promised me that he would recommend me to the 7 profound martial house. As long as I can enter there, my eyes will be cured, and my future will be bright. Zhou Xiaoping's voice was still full of apology, but it gave off an extremely disgusting feeling. You will die. A cold and emotionless voice floated out in the sky, causing Zhou Xiaoping's tender body to tremble. She was faintly afraid. She seemed to have awakened the killing god. But after seeing Lin Ling gradually fall into the river below, she laughed softly. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, after he died, everything would be gone with the wind. As for the river below, it was samadhi true water, it could melt anything. Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Lin Ling died. Inside the volcano, outside the volcano, there was silence. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would fail just as he was about to touch the vermilion bird's inheritance. He had been betrayed. All of this was ironic. A genius that had appeared out of nowhere had fallen at Jiumin Mountain. Ha! After a moment of silence, outside the volcano, the powerhouses from all around began to laugh. To them, Lin Ling was very pitiful. He had been proud too early. Lin Ling. Yu Yu and the others' eyes were red. That seemingly delicate but selfish Zhou Xiaoping had actually caused Lin Ling's death. They knew that Lin Ling wasn't someone who was fond of beauties. Back in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, one of the 4 beauties, Jiang Wu, had tried to seduce Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't moved at all. Hence, when Lin Ling helped Zhou Xiaoping, it was out of genuine sympathy. He wanted to do his best to help this girl. However, not everyone could maintain their principles in the face of benefits. Zhou Xiaoping obviously did not. For the sake of her future, she framed the person who had helped her before. I, Lin Ling, am the final victor. Lin Ling, what a pitiful death. Lin Xuanwu laughed heartily, feeling indescribably pleased. Although the road ahead of him would be difficult to walk, and the array of true intent was densely packed, he was the only one who had the qualifications to ascend the mountain peak. Your name is Zhou Xiaoping, right? Very well, I will fulfill your request. Then, he spoke again. Thank you, Brother Xuanwu. Zhou Xiaoping was overjoyed. Lin Ling, even death cannot wipe out his crimes. I know that he helped me because he fancied my beauty. Unfortunately, how could he compare to Brother Xuanwu? Lin Xuanwu was a true disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Therefore, in order to please him, in order to climb up to a powerful backer, Zhou Xiaoping had once again flattered him. But her words gave off an even thicker sense of disgust. Of course. Lin Xuanwu obviously didn't think too much about it. Zhou Xiaoping had said that he was stronger than Lin Ling, and that was enough. All of the stuffy anger that he had suffered before had now been completely vented. Then, he ascended the mountain once again. Time slowly passed. Under countless gazes, the vermilion bird inheritance was finally obtained by Lin Xuanwu, allowing him to possess the tyrant body of a king body. As for Sky Distant and Yan Baihu, although they had failed, they had also obtained some benefits. Yan Baihu had obtained a weapon from the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Hall, and Sky Distant had also obtained some hidden benefits. This caused countless people to sigh. The first-ranked Lin Ling had ended up dead, but the 3 geniuses behind him had actually ended up well. This dramatic scene caused everyone to sigh with emotion. Goliulu. At this moment, in the endless river, Lin Ling had been sinking. The terrifying 3-flavor true water was attacking him, constantly melting his body. But he discovered that this melting speed was not fast. Moreover, he discovered that he had entered another mystic realm. This place was like a mirror, reflecting the 9-shade mountain. But this 9-shade mountain summit was underwater. All of this was extremely magical. That's right, I have opened the 8 gates of the human body. In bone forging and blood tempering, my body's tyrannical degree has already surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, although the three-flavor true water is melting my body, it is also strengthening my organs. Lin Ling was shocked. Everyone thought that if they fell into the river, they would definitely die. But they did not expect the river water to have another effect. Moreover, the vermilion bird's inheritance was not as simple as it seemed. There were 2 nine-shade mountains. It was like a mirror. There was one on the mirror, and another in the mirror. Lin Ling even had a feeling that the 9-shade mountain above the river water was fake. The real 9-shade mountain was actually the 9-shade mountain in the mirror. In that case, Zhou Xiaoping had pushed him down, but it had backfired and instead helped him reach the real 9-shade mountain. A ray of truth. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was in the underwater 9-shade mountain. He had to go through a new array of truth before reaching the summit. Moreover, it would take a very short time. After all, although his body was tyrannical, he would be melted by the three-flavor true water for a long time. Fortunately, Lin Ling had the eye of time. He did not need to spend much time climbing the mountain again. Humans are selfish. Not everyone is grateful. For benefits, fame, and future, many people can abandon everything and forsake their principles. Zhou Xiaoping, Lin Ling, if I, Lin Ling, leave this place, it will be the day you die. Go. Lin Ling's gaze turned cold. He would treat others the same way they treated him. That was his principle. After that, he continued to observe with the eye of time. He saw the places where the martial intent was scattered, the birth, and the fall clearly. Time passed slowly. When Lin Ling arrived at the top of the mountain, the samadhi primordial water surrounding him disappeared. There was nothing on top of the mountain except for a broken sword stuck in the ground. What is this? Go. Lin Ling frowned. He remembered old man Huayang's words. Other than the vermilion bird divine martial artist, there seemed to be an even more powerful expert who had fallen here. Moreover, he had seen with the eye of time that other than the vermilion bird divine martial artist, there was another man who had fallen here. This sword. Go. Lin Ling took a step forward and wanted to pull the sword out. At that moment, countless sharp sword intent attacked him. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. This broken sword seemed to have a soul. Sword spirit. Moreover, the sword intent emitted from the sword formed a sword spirit attack. It was extremely terrifying. Blade of Nirvana. Chapter 467. A stubborn soul clang. The sword and saber collided, and a soul-shaking shockwave burst out, colliding continuously in midair. Sword soul, what a terrifying soul attack. I must hold on. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This was a soul attack. If he lost, his soul might be destroyed by the sword soul. Time passed quietly. The mountaintop was silent, but no one knew that an earth-shattering battle was taking place here. The collision of soul attacks could even kill a king spirit realm expert. Such persistence made Lin Ling's forehead drip with cold sweat. If it weren't for his resolute nature, he would have given up already. The sword spirit's sharpness was the strongest thing he had encountered so far. It was as if it wanted to cut through everything. Crack. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's body relaxed. An indescribable feeling of ease came over him, and the pressure emitted by the sword soul suddenly disappeared. Buzz. The broken sword on the ground swayed, emitting a mysterious aura. Tyrannical song. Lin Ling vaguely knew the name of this sword. Only this sword tyrannical song. This broken sword must have been incomparably domineering in the past. Finally, someone has come and awakened me from my slumber. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. A soul-like shadow floated out from the broken sword. It was a middle-aged man with long hair and sharp eyebrows. This middle-aged man was as handsome as Jade, but his aura was fierce, giving people the feeling that he was a domineering sword. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He suddenly had a feeling that this middle-aged man might be the fallen expert he saw with his eyes of time. Although the tyrannical Song sword is broken, it still protects its master. Young friend, please forgive me for my previous negligence. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said in an ethereal and unfathomable voice. It seemed that the broken sword was not targeting Lin Ling, but protecting its master. Later, Lin Ling and the broken sword's soul attacks collided, awakening this mysterious person, causing Lin Ling to escape the calamity in the end. Fortunately, I persevered. If that kind of collision had lasted any longer, I might not have been able to hold on. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky, then bowed slightly. The middle-aged man didn't speak, and he smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. After a while, he said, I know you have many questions in your heart, so I'll tell you slowly. First of all, my name is Wuji. In the 100 territories, they call me Wuji Sword Saint. As for what you see now, it's only a strand of my soul. I'm already dead. Lin Ling's heart trembled. Was this a remnant soul? I don't know how long I've been waiting. My 3 souls and 6 spirits have already dispersed, and only this wisp of remnant soul still carries a wisp of obsession. I'm still waiting for the fated one. In reality, I'm even more of an obsession. If no one comes here, it won't be long before I'll be annihilated as well. The limitless sword saint looked at Lin Ling quietly and sighed. He pointed with his right hand and a ray of light shot towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. He actually couldn't block it. Then, a massive amount of memories appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The limitless sword saint was a powerful martial artist from the 7 profound martial house. His father was the previous 7 profound martial house master, and he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He had a terrifying sword bone talent. But the heavens were fair. He had everything, but the heavens had also made him lose everything. In the past, his father had saved a boy in the 100 territories. He had taken him in as a disciple and focused on training him. That boy and the limitless sword saint called each other martial brothers, and their relationship was very good. But he didn't expect that when he was 17 years old, his martial brother would join forces with others. Not only did they sneak attack his father, but they also forcefully extracted his bone marrow. With a terrifying secret technique, they forcefully extracted the limitless sword saint's sword bone talent and grafted it onto his own body. From then on, his martial brother went from a nameless young elite to a powerful proud son of heaven in the rainforest Holy Land. Finally, he became the 7 profound martial house master. As for the limitless sword saint, he went from being a genius of his generation to becoming a waste, and was even driven out of the 7 profound martial house. In the following years, the limitless sword saint constantly cultivated. He crossed the 8 desolates and cut down the Holy Land in order to take revenge. Unfortunately, he was not his martial brother's match. After a great battle, he was seriously wounded and fled to the cloud domain, where he finally perished. The limitless sword saint's disciple, the vermilion bird divine martial saint, had come to find his master, but he had also perished here. Memories flowed like water through Lin Ling's mind, causing Lin Ling's eyes to twinkle. This limitless sword saint was very pitiful. In the past, he had been very honest and kind, and had treated his martial brother as his own brother. Unfortunately, his bone marrow had been extracted, and his talent had been stolen. Since then, he had been reduced to a waste. Even the limitless sword saint's father had died at the hands of his martial brother. That man was ugly. Lin Ling coldly said. He looked at the limitless sword saint's soul, and finally understood why he had been so persistent. Vermilion bird divine martial saint. Lin Ling once again looked through the limitless sword saint's memories. He discovered that the vermilion bird divine martial saint was an assassin trained by the limitless sword saint. He had wanted to use the vermilion bird divine martial saint's beauty to secretly seduce his martial brother, and then sneak attack him. However, as the vermilion bird divine martial saint grew up, she had changed from a pure girl to a young lady, causing the limitless sword saint to develop feelings for her. Although the two of them were master and disciple, they had feelings for each other. When the limitless sword saint came to take revenge, he did not involve the vermilion bird divine martial saint in the end. He did not use the original training plan, and instead, he allowed the vermilion bird divine martial saint to leave by herself. It was only after he had fallen that the vermilion bird divine martial saint searched everywhere for him, and finally came to the cloud domain. Their feelings for each other were so deep. There are still pure people in this world. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He felt sad for them, but also happy for them. The limitless sword saint had fallen in love with his disciple. When he finally took revenge, he did not involve his disciple. However, his disciple had fallen in love with him, and was willing to bear everything with the limitless sword saint. They were so loving. What a pity. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. In the end, they did not have a happy ending. Lin Ling sighed. He suddenly thought of his parents. They were also like this. But soon after, Lin Ling smiled. He knew that although his mother and father were separated by life and death, they were already very satisfied. They did not ask to be a genius for a long time, they only wanted to have it once. I spent my entire life in hatred. When I realized it, it was already too late. In the end, I could not give her anything. When I died, we would be together forever. Hearing the young man's words, the limitless sword saint suddenly laughed. He did not know why, but he could feel the young man's current mood. This young man seemed to be a sentimental person. Moreover, he had a feeling that this young man was both good and evil. He was not bound by the heavens and earth. When he was angry, he could cause millions of corpses to fall. When he was righteous, in order to protect the peaceful place in his heart, he could go against the 9 heavens. This young man was very interesting. It was fate that brought us together. This wisp of my soul is about to disappear, so I hope I can leave something for you. After laughing, the limitless sword saint looked at the broken sword at his feet and said, "This sword is called the only sword world Hegemen song. It is the weapon that made me famous in the past. It has more than 50% of the true meaning of the sword. After you obtain it, by continuously devouring other people's weapons, you can continuously awaken the true meaning of the sword. There is no need to comprehend the true meaning of the sword. No need to comprehend." Chapter 468. The vermilion bird inheritance. The Wuji sword sage smiled proudly and continued, "That's only one of the reasons. Secondly, you came too late, but you still came. Although my remnant soul has lost a lot of memories, I still have a lot of martial arts memories. This can help you avoid detours." The memories of an expert. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to have found a treasure. He did not expect that Zhou Xiaoping's trap would make him the biggest beneficiary of the vermilion bird divine martial tomb. As if sensing Lin Ling's surprise, the Wuji sword sage laughed heartily. He continued, "I know that you are all looking for my disciple's inheritance and think that the Jiumei mountain outside is the inheritance. However, you don't know that the Jiumei mountain outside is the true fire, and the real inheritance is the true samadhi water. The vermilion bird inheritance goes from weak to strong. The true fire, 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 and finally the true fire of the vermilion bird. Now that I am about to disappear, I will pour all the true samadhi water into your body so that you can obtain the real vermilion bird inheritance. How can the glory of my disciple disappear from this world? Although we've only met once, I don't know why, but I like you very much. Perhaps it's because of your tenacious and unyielding heart, and also because of your fearless battle intent. Remember, the inheritance outside the Jiao mountain is only the true fire. You have to take it back. As for the real mystery of the true fire of the vermilion bird, you have to slowly explore it. Accept the inheritance. Rumble. The endless river water surged and turned into a whirlpool, rushing towards Lin Ling. The water looked like water, but it was actually fire. Fortunately, you have opened the 8 gates, forged the bones, tempered the blood, and strengthened the organs. You also have the 3 flames in your body. You can barely accept the vermilion bird inheritance. Little guy, don't die. The river water rushed towards Lin Ling, causing his body to tremble and float uncontrollably in the air. Then, he let out an angry roar and the clothes on his upper body were torn apart. On his chest, the mark of the vermilion bird appeared and crazily absorbed the endless river water. In the distance, the limitless sword saint smiled at the young man and nodded in satisfaction. He had spent his entire life in hatred and had never trusted anyone. That was until the appearance of his disciple, the vermilion bird divine martial artist, lit up his gloomy heart like a fire. When he saw the youth again, he could faintly see the shadow of his disciple on the youth. Perhaps, this was the fate of the underworld. Still lacking a bit. It's a pity that his cultivation realm is a bit too low. Otherwise, after awakening the vermilion bird's inheritance, he would be able to display 100% of his strength. Right now, he could only wait for him to slowly become stronger before the vermilion bird's inheritance would slowly reveal itself. The shadow of the limitless sword sage started to become illusory, as if it was going to disappear at any moment. However, he did not care about this. He continued to control the samadhi primordial water and carefully infused it into Lin Ling's body. Until he turned into endless light and completely disappeared from the world. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes tightly shut. He could vaguely hear a voice, "Little fellow, my name is Di Wuji. It's a pity that I met you too late. Otherwise, I would have taken you in as my disciple." This voice made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He knew that the last bit of the limitless sword sage's soul had disappeared. "My name is Lin Ling. I won't let you down. Although you never told me who your enemy was, if there's a chance, I'll make you pay with your blood." Lin Ling muttered to himself in his heart, "How others treat me, I'll treat them in the same way." The limitless sword sage treated him sincerely and gave him everything. Therefore, Lin Ling naturally treated the limitless sword sage as his family. Boom! At this moment, a huge amount of memories rushed into Lin Ling. It was the memories of the limitless sword sage's remnant soul. There were martial arts, alchemy, knowledge, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling's soul power was strong, he would have collapsed long ago. After the vast river water rushed in, his cultivation level increased crazily. Finally, he broke through and entered the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. As for his soul power, after being refined by the limitless sword sage, it became even more condensed. At this moment, he had finally transformed. He finally had the qualifications to step into the sacred ground of geniuses, the sacred ground of the rainforest. Time passed quietly. The river water gradually calmed down. In the void, Lin Ling floated quietly. His upper body was bare, revealing his streamlined muscles like an exquisite piece of art. On his chest, the mark of a flaming vermilion bird appeared. Chapter 469. He came back to life from hell. Lin Xuanwu, congratulations. You have obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance and truly deserve it. In the future, the rainforest Holy Land will surely hear of your proud name. The powerhouses of the various regions congratulated him. Lin Xuanwu was too dazzling. He was now a disciple of the seven profound martial house and had also obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. Surpassing them was only a matter of time. Therefore, they were all flattering him. By relying on your firm heart of martial arts, you have overcome all difficulties and swept away all heroes. If you did not obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, then the heavens are blind. A foreign powerhouse flattered. This feeling of being the center of attention was very satisfying, very proud. Lin Xuanwu narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up. His white robes fluttered in the wind, his elegant demeanor causing many people to praise him. Especially some of the younger girls. Their eyes were burning hot. At this moment, this youth was like a dragon amongst men, extremely attractive to them. Unfortunately, this youth was too far away. They could only watch from afar, unable to profane him. Ugly! At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a martial artist from the cloud domain who had spoken. The name of a genius is the center of attention. You say we are ugly, but where is the ugliness? However, the three great geniuses were not angry. Instead, they arrogantly looked down at the cloud domain martial artist. Their status was far too noble, how could they be angry because of the words of an ant? You say that by relying on your firm heart of martial arts, you have overcome all difficulties and finally obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. But in our eyes, if it weren't for Lin Ling being framed, how could you have obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance? Can your skin be any thicker? The second prince lightly said. He did not fear these foreign powerhouses, but his words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Indeed, the cloud domain's Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere. At the riverside, he had surpassed the three great geniuses in a single step. At Nine Mountain, he had stood above the three great geniuses. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaoping, the three great geniuses would not have been able to bloom. On the road of martial arts, what matters is the result, not the process. Lin Ling is dead, he is nothing. Lin Xuanwu was not moved. His words caused many people to secretly sigh. Lin Ling's death was very pitiful. At the last moment, he had been framed. Not only had he not become famous, but he had become a joke. That's right. Once you're dead, you're nothing. In fact, Lin Ling isn't as good as you think. He only helped me because he saw my beauty. And martial artists who see beauty won't go far on the martial path. That's why I chose to help Lin Xuanwu. Lin Xuanwu is much stronger than Lin Ling. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoping also opened her mouth to flatter Lin Xuanwu. What a disgusting woman. Do you really think that you can win Lin Xuanwu's favor by flattering him and delivering yourself to his doorstep? How despicable. Also, you said that Lin Ling likes your beauty. You think too highly of yourself. I can tell you that those girls all like Lin Ling. Every one of them is more beautiful than you, and more elegant. You said that Lin Ling likes you. That's just your shameless wishful thinking. At this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. It was the heavenly concubine's voice. Many people followed her voice and looked over. Their faces were instantly filled with envy. Yu Yu, Qin Xiaolan, and Yuer, Yuman Yun, and the other girls. Every one of them was a rare beauty. Compared to them, Zhou Xiaoping was like a servant girl. Many people covered their mouths and laughed. This Zhou Xiaoping really did not know her own limits. Brother Xuanwu, they're laughing at me. You have to avenge me. Zhou Xiaoping was instantly furious. Lin Xuanwu ignored Zhou Xiaoping. He was somewhat displeased. Although everyone was flattering him, he knew that because of Lin Ling's recent rise, it was still difficult for him to convince the masses. Everyone was questioning his reputation as a prodigy. He died too early. Lin Xuanwu said calmly. He seemed to be telling everyone that Lin Ling's death was due to luck. If he hadn't died, he would have died even more miserably. The other two prodigies also nodded. Losers are like stray dogs. They don't have the right to speak. If you guys continue to spout nonsense, die. Rumble. However, just as they finished speaking, the huge volcano behind them began to sway. Then, under countless gazes, the volcano erupted. Everyone was shocked. Looking ahead, a slender figure seemed to have been reborn from the flames. He walked over step by step. This was a handsome young man. He wore a blue and white robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried a huge black sword on his back. He gave off a pure and clean feeling, but also a sense of steadiness and decisiveness. However, when they saw the young man, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling didn't die. Lin Ling. Everyone thought that he had died under the true samadhi water. Unexpectedly, he came out alive. It was all like a miracle. Lin Ling. When Zhou Xiaoping heard the voices around her, her body trembled subconsciously. The three prodigies' eyes narrowed. That young man was really amazing. He fell into the true samadhi water and came out alive. It's even better that he didn't die. But soon, Lin Xuanwu smiled faintly. If Lin Ling had died, he would not be able to vent his anger and prove his strength. However, since he was still alive, he could humiliate Lin Ling. Moreover, he wanted to make Lin Ling suffer. After all, he had obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. If Lin Ling knew that Lin Ling was dead, Lin Ling would feel worse than death. Hee, you're lucky that you didn't die. Instead of finding a place to hide, you walked out so arrogantly. Are you courting death again? Sky Distant and Yen Baihu sneered as well. After a moment of shock, the crowd came to their senses. They felt that Lin Ling was too stupid. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Lin Xuanwu laughed. Lin Xuanwu smiled mockingly. He already knew the answer to his question. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would face the three prodigies. I'm sorry, but I've come back from hell. Under thousands of gazes, a cold voice rang out, ignoring Lin Xuanwu's question. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling was not stupid. He was here for revenge. Coming back from hell. Was this the hell-killing god? Very impressive. What are you going to do next? Lin Xuanwu frowned. He did not know why, but the young man gave him a strange feeling. The young man seemed to be different from before. Of course, this could be an illusion. After all, he had obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. Lin Ling had returned empty-handed. What was there to be afraid of? However, his words were ignored by Lin Ling. Instead, Lin Ling looked at Zhou Xiaoping and said, Zhou Xiaoping, you repay kindness with enmity. You are the most disgusting woman I have ever seen. Today, you are the first person I want to kill. His voice floated out like the wind, causing Zhou Xiaoping's heart to tremble. She was afraid. Lin Ling was really like a killing god. Don't blame me. I just want to become stronger. I did nothing wrong. Anxiously, Zhou Xiaoping gritted her teeth and said, since I was young, I was blind. I was trash in my family. Everyone bullied me. In order to survive, I even offered my body to some uncles and elders. However, I once swore that I would make everyone who bullied me pay the price. Therefore, I have to become stronger. I want to reclaim my dignity. You people will never know the pain I have suffered. Am I wrong to want to become stronger? When her voice rang out, the surroundings became even more silent. Now, I'm working hard to save up my manuscript. I'll release it during the holidays and let everyone enjoy it. Chapter 470. You'll wish you were dead. It's true that you want to become stronger, but why do you have to push your benefactor down the cliff? Not everyone in this world is cold-blooded and heartless. You're pushing the last person who was sincere to you, who wanted to help you, into the abyss. Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing Zhou Xiaoping's expression to change drastically. The reason she pushed Lin Ling was because she chose Lin Xuanwu. She believed that Lin Ling wouldn't let her go any further. I can only say that you didn't reach my goal, so you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background and not being able to compare to Lin Xuanwu. Zhou Xiaoping said firmly. Your mentality is already twisted, thinking that everyone revolves around you. But don't worry, I'll let you know how strong the Lin Xuanwu you rely on is. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his expression indifferent. Countless people's eyes flickered as they vaguely knew what Lin Ling was going to do. At this time, they heard Lin Ling's voice again. Everything I've done isn't to prove that I'm stronger than Lin Xuanwu, nor is it to prove that your judgment is wrong. I just want you to know that your thinking is wrong. Repaying kindness with enmity, your ending will be worse than death. The resolute voice rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They were finally sure that Lin Ling wanted to kill the three great geniuses. Lin Ling, I've asked you twice, what are you trying to do? Why don't you answer me? Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly as he listened to Lin Ling and Zhou Xiaoping's conversation. Ignored. Lin Ling was ignoring him, and instead, he was talking to Zhou Xiaoping. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, the three of you tyrannically occupied everything, and I also wanted to compete, but I was obstructed by you. Of course, if it was a fair battle, I wouldn't have anything to say. However, it wasn't a fair battle, but because your arrogant status was violated, you were enraged and even wanted to kill me. Lin Ling looked at Lin Xuanwu. Today, the three of you will die. Without any concealment, Lin Ling's goal was extremely decisive, and that was to kill the three great geniuses. It seems that your momentary pride in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tournament made you think you're still above us. The three geniuses were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. After all, they had not really clashed with each other back at Jiumei Mountain. It was just an exchange of pointers. You're just a warrior from the lower three regions. You're jealous because my brother Xianwu took the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, but do you have the right to be jealous? Die. At this moment, Lin Xuanwu's admirers walked out. There were a total of 10 of them, and every single one of them was at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Their actions were to gain Lin Xuanwu's favor. You dare to humiliate Brother Black Tortoise. Why don't you take a look at your own background? As for the girls who worshipped Lin Ling, they were all looking at him with disgust. They wished that Lin Ling would die in front of everyone. You're just as pitiful as Zhou Xiaoping. You think you can enter the 7 profound martial house just by currying favor with Lin Xuanwu. However, what you don't know is that Lin Xuanwu only sees you as pawns. He doesn't care about your deaths at all. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled as he looked at the 10 charging geniuses. He extended his left hand and a green flame blossomed from it. It continuously spiraled and turned into a green flame dragon. Currently, both of his spirit bodies had been devoured by the Vermilion Bird's flames. The world-cleansing demon fire was a king body after all, so it had not been devoured. Boom! As soon as the dragon appeared, it swept through the heavens and the earth. The 10 geniuses were burned to ashes before they could even get close. One move, instant kill. Compared to before he entered the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, Lin Ling's strength had increased by more than 10 times. He's reached the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Suddenly, a foreign expert exclaimed in surprise, causing the crowd to fall silent. Although Lin Ling hadn't received the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, he had still benefited from the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tournament. This caused the geniuses who were gloating over his misfortune to feel jealous. They hadn't received anything, but Lin Ling had at least increased his cultivation level. As for Lin Ling and the other two, they were also surprised by Lin Ling's increase in strength. Of course, they were only surprised. Lin Xuanwu smiled faintly. Interesting. You're barely worthy of my attention. Did you see that? You worked so hard for him and died in the end. He didn't even bat an eyelid. He still looks down on you pitiful worms from high above. Lin Ling sneered. This caused the hearts of those who worshipped Lin Xuanwu to surge. Lin Xuanwu indeed didn't care about the deaths of the 10 geniuses. Could those geniuses who worshipped Lin Xuanwu be his guinea pigs? Alright, there's no need to deceive the crowd. Furthermore, I don't care at all. In this world, as long as you're strong enough, why would you be afraid of not having enough worshippers? Lin Xuanwu really didn't care. He then looked at Sky Distant and Yan Baihu. Who's up? Sky Distant. Wait, if I remember correctly, the first person Lin Ling offended at Jiumao Mountain was me. Everything is first come, first served. I'll go first. Sure, but you can't kill him. I still have to wait. The 3 geniuses were actually discussing who should go first. They treated Lin Ling as prey. This was a form of humiliation, a form of contempt. Perhaps this was the only way they could vent the humiliation they suffered at Jiumao Mountain not long ago. It could also prove their strength. Lin Ling was just a clown. Then, Yan Baihu walked out. As he walked, he said, at Jiumao Mountain, you and I exchanged a blow and we were evenly matched. Now, do you dare to say that again? Domineering, arrogant. Obviously, Yan Baihu wanted to humiliate Lin Ling heavily. The crowd's eyes flickered. Yan Baihu was undoubtedly stronger than Lin Ling. They were just curious. How much stronger was Yan Baihu compared to Lin Ling? Did he easily crush him? Or was he just barely stronger? After all, although Lin Ling and Yan Baihu were evenly matched at Jiumao Mountain, everyone knew that Yan Baihu did not take Lin Ling seriously at that time. You don't dare to say it. Then I'll say it for you. In one blow, the one who was beaten to the ground was definitely you. You may not be convinced, but I can tell you that my strength has greatly increased after I entered the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist. A fiery red sword appeared in Yan Baihu's hand. That sword is the weapon of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist. The crowd suddenly realized that Yan Baihu was so confident. It turned out that he had benefited from the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist. The sword of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist must be extraordinary. It could definitely increase Yan Baihu's combat strength. I know that you have a fire attribute spiritual body, but when you meet my sword, all your flames will be absorbed. Flaming Tiger illuminates the world. A dazzling light flashed. Yan Baihu made his move, pointing his sword at Lin Ling. Roar! The crowd could faintly hear the roar of a fierce tiger. Lin Ling stared at the sword, and a sense of familiarity rose in his heart. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Sword, Moxie Heavenly Flame, was refined by the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Sword's master, the Limitless Sword Saint, who extracted a part of his own sword and refined it. It has the power to ignore the power of fire, and even the power to absorb fire. Yan Baihu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the sword in his hand. So what if you know? Are you afraid? Roar! Yan Baihu roared and thrust his sword forward like a tiger. With a clang, Yan Baihu realized that Lin Ling had taken out a ferocious sword and blocked it easily. Swallow! Swallow! Chapter 471. You know how to use a sword. But could Yan Baihu absorb it? You don't even know the origin of the sword and you're already using it. Don't you know who the real owner of the sword is? Humph! Lin Ling sneered. After his sword collided with Yen Baihu's sword, a terrifying suction force appeared. Yen Baihu's sword melted like water and was absorbed by Lin Ling's sword, making Lin Ling's sword even more dazzling. What? Humph. The crowd's pupils constricted. What was going on? Yen Baihu's eyes widened. The weapon he relied on was snatched away by Lin Ling. A heavenly flame sword is not meant to be used like that. Lin Ling mocked Yen Baihu again. Yen Baihu's face turned green and red at the same time. How shameful. He thought that he could humiliate Lin Ling with a single move after obtaining a powerful weapon. Who would have thought that his weapon would be snatched away by Lin Ling? How ironic. How could Yen Baihu know that Lin Ling had obtained the memories of the limitless sword saint and was incomparably familiar with the MOCS Skyflame sword? And the Tyrant Song's sword had the ability to absorb other people's weapons to increase the power of its sword intent. Yen Baihu using the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial sword against Lin Ling was simply seeking death. Moreover, after absorbing the MOCS Heavenly Flame sword, the Tyrant Song sword intent had reached 20%. Yen Baihu, one of the three great geniuses, is so weak. Lin Ling sneered again. Yen Baihu gritted his teeth and was about to unleash his full strength. However, at that moment, a sword light flashed, overbearing and majestic, like a thunderbolt in the sky. Die! Yen Baihu's body was split into two. He was killed in a single strike. He's dead. The crowd was silent. Lin Ling had killed Yen Baihu in an instant. Yen Baihu, a genius of his generation, had fallen here. Moreover, Yen Baihu had used the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial technique, but Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with that sword. It felt as if the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial sword had met its real master. This Lin Ling has suddenly become very mysterious. The crowd thought to themselves. Of the remaining two geniuses, who will be next? Since you're treating me as prey, let's see who's the prey. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling raised his sword and pointed it at Lin Xuanwu and Tianli. Hearing those words, many people swallowed their saliva, but they also had some guesses. Lin Ling was so frivolous and arrogant, it seemed like he was relying on the sword in his hand. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lin Ling and Sky Distant both nodded. They also understood the reason for Lin Ling's arrogance. However, in their hearts, they were unwilling. Because in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, they had all obtained benefits, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would also obtain them? This feeling was as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Unfortunately, if they knew that the greatest benefit was obtained by Lin Ling, they definitely wouldn't be able to remain calm at this moment. You don't seem to be a swordsman, but a martial artist who specializes in fire. You forced yourself to use a sword, do you have the qualifications? Sky Distant slowly walked out and turned to Lin Xuanwu, Brother Xuanwu, I'm sorry. This time, I might not be able to hold back and kill him. I hope you don't mind. No worries. Lin Xuanwu nodded. Lin Ling killed Qingchuan Ming, so he had to kill Lin Ling. However, he didn't have to do it personally, as long as he could see Lin Ling die. Sky Distant is fighting. His Sky Distant saber is terrifying. The eyes of the martial artists from various regions flashed. Although Lin Ling won previously, the experts could see that Lin Ling wasn't a martial artist who used a sword. He forced himself to use a sword and gave up his strength, which was why he was killed by Lin Ling. In fact, if Yen Baihu didn't rely on that sword, he might not have lost so quickly. However, Sky Distant was different. He specialized in the saber, and his saber intent was unparalleled. He wasn't someone Yen Baihu could compare to, or else he wouldn't be ranked second. Shwa. Sky Distant slowly walked out and pulled out the saber in his hand. He muttered to himself, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you know how to use a sword? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why Sky Distant was asking this. What do you want to say? Lin Ling shook his head. Sky Distant ignored Lin Ling's question and stroked the saber in his hand. I came from the saber sword region. The martial artists there are all proficient in the saber and sword, and the region master is called Annihilating Saber Demon. He has a terrifying saber intent and is the target of all the martial artists in the saber sword region. However, in a small village, a child was born. He lived by the saber, and his goal was to surpass Annihilating Saber Demon. He practiced the saber since he was young, and at the age of 5, he learned the ability to control the saber. He cultivated 1,000 saber techniques and cultivated the ability to control the saber to perfection. What are you trying to say? Lin Ling shouted again. Shut up. Sky Distant interrupted Lin Ling and continued. That child gradually grew up. At the age of 8, he comprehended saber intent. He traveled to the north and south, killing thousands of enemies and breaking tens of thousands of weapons. Chi! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Comprehending saber intent at the age of 8, that was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling faintly understood what Sky Distant was saying. He didn't interrupt this time, but listened quietly. He had never left the cloud region, and he also wanted to know how the outer region's geniuses cultivated. At the age of 10, that child comprehended the saber intent. From then on, he challenged the city lords of various cities, learned 30,000 saber techniques, and became famous with one saber. Sky Distant said again, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Lin Ling also nodded. At the age of 10, he comprehended the saber intent. One must know that when he comprehended the fire intent, he was already 16 or 17 years old. That child's talent was truly terrifying. In the following years, he constantly challenged others. He lived with the saber. Finally, at the age of 12, he challenged the #1 powerhouse of the saber sword region to kill the demon saber. In that battle, he lost. Everyone thought that his heart of martial arts had collapsed, and it would be difficult for him to improve. However, a genius is a genius. How could he give up halfway because of a small setback? Sky Distant smiled confidently, as if he was reminiscing. The saber in his hand gently waved, emitting a buzzing sound. The saber seemed to come alive, and he was cutting the wind. That's right, he was using the saber to cut the wind. Only a powerful martial artist could see that the invisible wind was cut into several pieces. After that defeat, the child worked hard to cultivate. He learned from the humiliation and became stronger. At the age of 12, his saber intent had reached perfection. However, he was not satisfied. Instead, he left the saber sword region, crossed mountains and rivers, and battled with the various geniuses of the middle 3 regions. Finally, he comprehended the half-step saber intent. After that, he returned and battled the demon saber again. Buzz buzz. Sky Distant's saber danced even more vigorously, as if it was the saber's pride. However, after comprehending the half-step saber intent, the child thought that he was very strong. Who would have known that the geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land were even more terrifying? Therefore, he worked hard again, wanting to break through the half-step saber intent. Unfortunately, he still could not find it. Then, by a stroke of luck, he climbed the mountain and saw the true intent array. In the true intent array, he perfectly comprehended 10% saber intent. Sky Distant's proud voice came out of his mouth. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Even the geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land might not be able to comprehend 10% saber intent. That child was terrifying. Moreover, they guessed that the child was Sky Distant. This meant that Sky Distant had comprehended 10% saber intent in the true intent array of Jomei Mountain. This talent was too powerful. You said so much just to show off. Chapter 472. Where's your saber? It's not showing off, it's a battle record. You use a sword, so let me ask you, how many sword techniques do you know, and do you know how to control a sword? You are only a fire attribute martial artist, not a swordsman. This is simply a blasphemy to the sword in your hand. So, let me break your sword. Skydistant's lips curved into a confident smile. At the same time, his saber pointed towards Lin Ling. In front of Skydistant, Lin Ling really doesn't have the qualifications to use a sword. All the martial artists looked at Skydistant with solemn expressions. They knew that Skydistant wanted to use his saber to break Lin Ling's sword. He wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and make him lose all face before dying. I am indeed not a swordsman, but you are a saber user. You are very proud, but I hope your saber is as powerful as your nonsense. Use your saber. Lin Ling shook his head. Although he was curious about Skydistant's past, he didn't think that Skydistant would show off like this. In terms of battle records, which genius didn't have one? How could he, Lin Ling, not have one? But at least Lin Ling wouldn't be so bored as to show off in front of his opponent. The saber is the king of all weapons. All other weapons are trash. Shwa shwa shwa. Endless saber true intent bloomed, causing countless sabers to float around Skydistant's body. Moreover, the martial artists that were close to him were instantly killed by the saber, not even having a chance to react. What a terrifying saber true intent. But as he looked at Skydistant's magnificent saber, Lin Ling was indifferent. It said that the spear is the king of all weapons. Yes. You will understand. Heavenly Separation 8 Desolation Blade. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged and the air of the 8 desolate regions rippled. A saber true intent that could destroy the heavens and earth bloomed. 1,000-foot-long saber fell from the sky, seeming as if it could cut through everything. How terrifying! Even a King Spirit Realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to receive that saber. All the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated one after another, hiding in the distant mountain range. As for the geniuses of the various regions, their faces were solemn. For Skydistant to be ranked above them, his strength was truly terrifying. As the astral wind blew, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. A strange feeling rose up in his heart. There was no way he could avoid this saber, so he could only receive it. However, Lin Ling had no intention of dodging. His strength had increased by a great deal, and he wanted to know just how much. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword, and the black greatsword emitted a dazzling light. Then, he raised his hand to block the attack. He's crazy. He actually dares to block the heavenly distant 8 desolation saber. That saber contains 10% saber intent. The eyes of the crowd in the distance narrowed. Lin Ling did not use the power of flames. Instead, he used a sword. But could his sword compare to Li Tianli's blade? Rumble. With a slash of the saber, the earth shook and dust rose. The volcano in the distance was also split into two. He's dead. It's a pity that Lin Ling can also be considered a genius. However, he clearly knew that distant heaven was so strong, yet he still dared to resist. His death was somewhat unclear. The crowd shook their heads again. At this moment, amidst the loud rumbling, a cold voice rang out. Only this sword sings hegemony. Boom! The voice was vast and unparalleled in dominance. Crack! The sound of thunder rang out. The gigantic saber that was like a pillar that supported the heavens was sent flying. Under the gigantic saber, a young man in a blue and white robe walked forward with a sword in his hand like a king descending to the world. In the sky, the saber that was sent flying slashed down again. The young man slashed in the air, and the saber was sent flying again. You think you're qualified to play with a saber under the hegemony sword song? Boom! The frivolous voice shocked everyone's ears. A ray of sword light slashed across, sweeping across the land. With a crackling sound, the gigantic saber that supported the heavens was chopped into pieces. The heavenly distant 8 desolation saber was broken. You've shown off so much, and you're very proud. Unfortunately, you only have 10% saber intent. I don't understand, where did you get the face to be proud? Boom. Swish. Along with the arrogant voice, a domineering and majestic sword light slashed down. It was as if it came from the horizon, slashing straight at celestial separation. This was pure sword intent. Lin Ling, you dare to mock me. Celestial separation's pupils constricted. He subconsciously used the celestial separation saber in his hand to block. His body was sent dozens of meters away, but he managed to block it. He wanted to say something, but at the next moment. Paw paw paw. His saber was shattered. All along, he was famous for breaking other people's sabers and swords. But at this moment, his sword was broken by someone else. And to be able to break celestial separation sword, there was only one result. 20% sword intent. Celestial separation sucked in a breath of cold air. When did Lin Ling's sword become so terrifying? He knew that Lin Ling had 10% fire intent, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to also have sword intent. Moreover, it was 20%. He previously showed off his past achievements in front of Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to use a sword. But at this moment, it was extremely ironic. Lin Ling was telling him that he wasn't qualified to show off. Why wouldn't I dare to mock you? You said before that the saber is the king of weapons. But now, where is your saber? At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Where is your saber? The questioning voice sounded like thunder, shocking the surroundings. The crowd looked at this scene. They looked at celestial separation. Did celestial separation still have a saber? His saber was shattered. What a domineering sword, cutting through everything. That is 20% sword intent. Then, everyone looked at the blue and white robed youth walking over. Their faces were extremely solemn. At this moment, they realized that celestial separation wasn't the only one who didn't show his strength. This youth from the cloud region didn't show his strength either. You talked so much, but now you don't even have a saber. Don't you feel embarrassed? Lin Ling coldly shouted again, causing celestial separation to roar in anger. He was so humiliated that he couldn't speak. As a saber user, the saber was his life, his pride, and his martial arts heart. But now, he didn't even have a saber. That was equivalent to his pride being destroyed by Lin Ling. I will kill you with my own hands. The next time we meet, you better behave yourself. Celestial separation's face was extremely ugly. You think there will be a next time? Lin Ling slashed out with the sword in his hand. The sword energy was as dazzling as a crescent moon. Spiritual chi rippled, and a terrifying sword intent slashed toward celestial separation. This was the only sword in the world, the weapon of the Wuji sword saint. It had a terrifying 50% sword intent, and now it had 20% sword intent. Swish! Wherever the sword light passed, it was as if it was cutting the sun and the moon. Celestial separation, who was fleeing, couldn't escape at all. His body was split in two. The second-ranked genius of the middle 3 regions fell here. When the crowd saw this scene, they felt that it was extremely unreal. After celestial separation came out to fight, they heard celestial separation talk about his past achievements. They were incomparably shocked, thinking that Lin Ling's sword was not qualified to compete with celestial separations. But the result was that Lin Ling's sword was even more domineering. With a single slash, he broke the saber and split the body. It made celestial separation's previous words seem like nonsense. The only sword in the world is the song of the world. This sword is the song of the world. Someone whispered, causing even more people's hearts to tremble. Then they realized that the scene in front of them was extremely ironic. Not long ago, the three geniuses had treated Lin Ling as prey, discussing who would go first. But in the end, two geniuses had fallen, and they were the prey. Lin Xuanwu, use your vermilion bird inheritance. Lin Ling had killed two geniuses of the middle three regions in 2 moves. This time, he pointed his sword at Lin Xuanwu, causing the experts of the various regions to look serious. This Lin Ling was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He only needed 2 moves to kill geniuses. Wait. Chapter 473. Sharp Edge. It had to be known that in the 100 domains, the true temple of martial arts was the Rainforest Holy Land. And the powerhouses that came from the Rainforest Holy Land were undoubtedly the targets of all martial artists. I am He Yuehua. A middle-aged man walked out. He wore an apricot yellow robe and his long hair casually fell to his shoulders. He looked at Lin Ling and lightly said, "How about we end this battle here?" Everyone was startled. They didn't understand why He Yuehua would say this. The grudges between you and Lin Xuanwu arose from the competition at 9 Shade Mountain. But the vermilion bird inheritance has already been taken by Lin Xuanwu. This is something that cannot be changed. Since that is the case, why don't you take a step back? It would be better to take a step back. He Yuehua said. Lin Ling didn't speak, but he took a step back. How was this possible? He Yuehua shook her head and sighed. In fact, I admire you. You come from the tiny cloud domain, but with your own efforts, you have surpassed all the geniuses of the middle 3 regions. You are diligent, and your talent is extremely fierce. Of course, the most important thing is that your heart of martial arts is firm. You are fearless and have the drive of a martial artist. He Yuehua, he. The crowd was shocked. They finally understood why He Yuehua had stopped the battle. He admired Lin Ling. A genius like you will sooner or later go to the Rainforest Holy Land. So, I don't want you to die here. He Yuehua said again. Lin Ling wanted to say something, but was quickly interrupted by He Yuehua. You don't know how strong Lin Xuanwu is. He comes from the 7 profound martial house. His martial arts knowledge and experience is not something you can imagine. Not to mention that you have never seen a king's step martial art before. Not to mention that Lin Xuanwu has obtained the vermilion bird inheritance. So, why are you so stubborn? As long as you admit defeat, I will use the name of He Yuehua to guarantee your life. What? Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. Although Lin Ling had defeated 2 great geniuses, could he compare to him? Not to mention the vermilion bird inheritance, just the king's step martial arts that he knew was enough to take Lin Ling's life. Lin Xuanwu was about to speak, but He Yuehua stopped him. Lin Xuanwu clenched his teeth. He Yuehua had some friendship with his master, he had to give her face. Lin Ling, what do you think? He Yuehua looked at Lin Ling and said. Her words made the crowd envious. Lin Ling had escaped a calamity today. Lin Ling's luck was very good. But admitting defeat meant that he had escaped a calamity. Was he the one who escaped or was it Lin Xuanwu? Lin Ling shook his head and said, Thank you Senior Crane for thinking so highly of me. However, I would like to ask, what are the conditions for the Rainforest Holy Land to recruit geniuses? Of course it's someone who has outstanding talent and a firm heart of martial arts, and you have met these conditions. He Yuehua replied. If I don't meet the requirements, then I won't be qualified to enter the rainforest. Lin Ling asked again. He Yuehua nodded and said, There are so many geniuses in the 100 territories. If you want to stand out among the geniuses, you must fulfill these 2 conditions. He was puzzled, not understanding why Lin Ling asked this. However, at this time, he heard Lin Ling's voice again. The Rainforest Holy Land is recruiting geniuses. Firstly, they have to have outstanding talent, and secondly, they have to have a firm martial heart. Master Crane said that I met the requirements, but now you want me to admit defeat and refuse to fight. You want me to give up my martial heart in order to survive. How can I be qualified to enter the Rainforest Holy Land? This. He Yuehua's eyes narrowed. The young man was right. He thought highly of the young man because he was fearless and had a courageous heart of martial arts. One had to know that a martial artist had to have a sharp spirit. If a martial artist encountered difficulties and became afraid, then it would be difficult to break through the bottleneck and reach the heavens. Some would even have no hope for a lifetime. Therefore, when a martial artist encountered difficulties and setbacks, he had to face them head-on, break through the limit, and kill all difficulties. But now, he didn't want Lin Ling, this genius, to fall. Therefore, he wanted Lin Ling to refuse to fight. Wouldn't that make Lin Ling's heart of martial arts afraid? Also, was he saying that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to enter the Rainforest Holy Land? With this thought, He Yuehua looked up at the young man in the distance. She saw that the young man's face was calm, but his eyes were sharp. That sharp light made it difficult for He Yuehua to breathe. The young man's heart of martial arts was firm. He didn't give her any face just because she admired him. That young man still wanted to fight. Lin Ling, so strong. The crowd was silent. Senior Crane wanted to protect Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was grateful to He Yuehua, but he still wanted to fight. This was giving up his life and fighting with his heart of martial arts. Senior Crane, I am grateful that you want to protect me. But my battle with Lin Xuanwu is something that no one can change. First, he lost to me in Jiumei Mountain, but he deceived others to frame me. Second, if he doesn't die, then those who framed me won't end up like they did. Therefore, this battle is unavoidable. And my principles are simple. I will treat others the way they treat me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth once again. I underestimated you. He Yuehua sighed, and then lightly said, your heart of martial arts is firm, but you don't know the strength of the 7 profound martial house. Since you have decided, I will not stop you, but I hope you do not regret it. He appreciated Lin Ling, but Lin Ling stubbornly wanted to fight. He had no choice. He only hoped that before Lin Ling died, he would see his painstaking efforts. Senior Crane, you said you would not stop me, then you must not attack. Lin Xuanwu's voice sounded out. He was afraid that He Yuehua would interrupt. Of course. I promise you in the name of He Yuehua that I will not attack. A gentleman keeps his word. He Yuehua said indifferently. After saying that, he retreated. Everyone laughed. Lin Ling had a chance to live, but he had given it up and stubbornly insisted on fighting. He didn't know the difference between Lin Xuanwu and Skydistant. Just from the background of the 7 profound martial house, this was a huge dividing line. Skydistant seemed to be ranked second and third, but in reality, the difference in strength was far too great. Not to mention, Lin Xuanwu had obtained the Vermilion Bird's inheritance. Overconfident brat, Brother Xuanwu, kill him. We gave him face, but he didn't want it. He had a chance to live, but he still wants to die. Most of them were Lin Xuanwu's admirers and powerhouses from the various regions shouting. But now, the tiny cloud domain Lin Ling dared to provoke the proud sons of heaven of the middle 3 regions. How could they not be angry? Lin Ling, you dare to challenge Lin Xuanwu, you are dead. Zhou Xiaoping naturally spoke out. Lin Ling had defeated 2 great geniuses, but she had never worried. This was because she knew that Lin Ling would never be able to defeat Lin Xuanwu. Bunch of trash, shut up. At this moment, an icy cold aura bloomed, causing those who were gloating to widen their eyes. Lin Ling had actually cursed them as trash, and he had cursed all of them. How insolent! They glared at Lin Ling, but as they looked at Lin Ling, their hearts inexplicably trembled. This youth's eyes were so cold that it pierced into their hearts. It was as if they looked at him again, they would die. For a time, no one dared to speak. All of their arrogant faces had disappeared. It was extremely ironic. Chapter 474. King Step Martial Arts. Lin Ling looked at Lin Xuanwu. Regarding the former's background, he had already heard from countless people in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. Lin Xuanwu was truly fierce. Because he had been raised by the Seven Profound Martial House, he was stronger than any Heavenly Spirit Realm powerhouse. As for the former Xing Fifan, compared to Lin Xuanwu, the difference was like heaven and earth. If he hadn't obtained the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, then Lin Ling would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. But now, he had no fear. Lin Xuanwu also stepped forward. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, his demeanor confident and at ease. You are crazy. For revenge, you are not even afraid of death. But do you think you can shake me just because you defeated Sky Distant? Yes. Of course, extremely easy. Yes. Lin Ling was indifferent. He lightly replied. Yes. Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. He had said those words because he wanted to see Lin Ling's serious and solemn expression. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would say it so casually? This was contempt. This Lin Ling's arrogance had surpassed his imagination. The crowd was also shocked. This was the battle of the number one genius, but Lin Ling was so relaxed and full of confidence. Was he still hiding a card in his hand? You have consecutively defeated two great geniuses. Although your reputation is a bit weak, you barely have the qualifications for me to fight. How about this? In the name of the Seven Profound Martial House, I will only use 3 moves. If you do not die in 3 moves, you may leave. Yes. Lin Xuanwu's calm voice floated out from his mouth. Coming from the Seven Profound Martial House, he had this pride. 3 moves, he is truly worthy of being Lin Xuanwu. Not only does he want to obliterate Lin Ling, but he also wants Lin Ling to know before he dies just how terrifying he is. Yes. The Seven Profound Martial House, the martial arts temple of the 100 territories, 3 moves. It's possible that Lin Ling won't be able to block a single move. Yes. All around, everyone was talking. Then I will also give you a chance. If you do not die in 10 moves, I will leave today. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Lin Xuanwu said that he would give Lin Ling 3 moves, but Lin Ling was even more arrogant. He gave Lin Xuanwu 10 moves, and in 10 moves, he would only defend and not attack. The crowd was shocked. Lin Xuanwu was very proud and noble, but Lin Ling was even prouder than him. In front of everyone, he had slapped Lin Xuanwu's face, and at the same time despised the Seven Profound Martial House. Anger. Xuanwu Lin was finally enraged. When Lin Ling defeated the 2 geniuses, he was not moved at all. But now, he was truly enraged because Lin Ling treated him as trash on the same level as the 2 geniuses. You are courting death. He took a step forward and released a terrifying aura. Although he was only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, his aura was powerful, mysterious, and ancient. It carried the ancient charm of the ancient martial arts hall. This is the martial arts of the Seven Profound Martial House. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Even some of the king's spirit powerhouses had dignified expressions. The Seven Profound Martial House was truly a place that they could only look up to. King Step Martial Art, Moon Shadow Flower Cut. Pop pop pop. The air was torn apart, and countless palms burst forth, blooming with an aura that could destroy all. It was like the shadow of a flower under the moonlight, extremely terrifying. King's Step Martial Art. He Yuehua's eyes flashed. In the 100 territories, there were countless heavenly spirit realm martial artists, but why did everyone want to go to the 7 profound martial house? The reason was simple. The martial arts there were more orthodox and more powerful. The martial arts of the 100 territories were mostly heaven step martial arts. King's Step martial arts were extremely rare, and this was the difference. But King's Step martial arts were different from the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts was stronger, but King's Step martial arts were easier to comprehend. Not only that, but if a King's Step martial art was of a high rank, and had been cultivated to the point of perfection, then it was not impossible to resist the true meaning of martial arts. The world was covered by the endless shadow of a flower. Flowers and palms, a king's domineering aura bloomed. King's Step martial arts, they are really fierce. Lin Ling's pupils flashed. He found that he was sealed and had nowhere to hide. But as he looked at those terrifying palms, his heart stirred, and a familiar feeling arose in his heart. Moonshadow Flower Cut, a first-grade King's Step martial art. Under Moonshadow, the flower is king. Lin Xuanwu has cultivated this martial art to the small success stage. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and a piece of information rose up in his heart. This was the memory of Limitless Sword Saint. Limitless Sword Saint was the son of the 7 profound martial houses' martial house master. He was naturally familiar with the martial arts that came from there. He took a light step forward. It seemed like a casual step, but it carried with it a mysterious taste of the world's martial arts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless flower palms fell, causing the earth to shake and dust to soar into the sky. But soon, a slender figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That figure had his hands crossed behind his back, and was indifferently standing there, as if the earth-shattering attack from before had nothing to do with him. Lin Ling is fine. The crowd was shocked. It had to be known that under a King's Step martial art, any martial artist with a king body would be obliterated. But Lin Ling seemed to have easily avoided it. And Lin Ling was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. First move. Lin Ling's soft voice sounded out, as if he were mocking Lin Xuanwu. How is this possible? Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. Under his King's Step martial art, even an early King's Spirit Realm martial artist could be obliterated. But Lin Ling had mysteriously avoided it. Again. Lin Xuanwu's shame turned into anger, and he used his King's Step martial art once more. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook, and 1,000 flower illusions appeared, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They couldn't find any way to break this move. Second move. However, after the earth shook, the mocking voice sounded out once more. The youth's body appeared once more. He took a light step forward, still safe and sound, but his eyes were filled with disdain. Silence. The surroundings were silent. If Lin Ling had been lucky enough to avoid the first move, that would have been fine. But Lin Ling had also avoided the second move. This was a bit strange. Could Lin Ling also know a King's Step martial art? But was this possible? One had to know that King's Step martial arts only appeared in the rainforest's sacred land. Even the experts of the 100 territories rarely had a chance to touch them. They could only look up to them. This is fake. Someone must be helping you. Lin Xuanwu's face grew colder and colder. 2 moves had already passed. In his imagination, even if Lin Ling had been lucky enough to avoid them, he would have been in an extremely sorry state. But the result was the opposite. Lin Ling was extremely relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Can you be any more shameless? Just because I dodged your move, you think that someone is helping me? Also, besides you, Who else here knows a heaven-step martial art? Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded out, causing the crowd to nod. This was indeed the case. Then they heard Lin Ling say, "A king-step martial art, lunar shadow flower slash, is not used like this. No wonder you've only cultivated it to the small success stage. The distance from large success, perfection, and subtlety is simply impossible to reach in your entire life." Shock. Lin Ling seemed to be instructing Lin Xuanwu. Lin Xuanwu came from the Seven Profound Martial House and had learned ancient martial arts. Everyone present was filled with awe and envy. But now, Lin Ling was instructing him. This scene was a bit dramatic. Two geniuses of the middle three territories were fighting, and the second-ranked genius was actually instructing the first-ranked genius. This felt very ironic. You. Lin Xuanwu's forehead was covered with blue veins. It seems that I will have to use 50% of my strength. 7 Shadow Evil King Steps. A terrifying aura bloomed. Lin Xuanwu disappeared, as if he had disappeared into the void. But the aura of a king-step martial art erupted, causing many people in the distance to tremble.